Yes, you will be. And how's the sound? How is everybody today? How is the sound? Break that, break that. And just like that, it is over. Whoops, we gotta remove that. There we go. We are live. How is everybody today? Good morning. It is the 3rd of July. Tomorrow being that 4th of the July. Today we are going to be covering some red, white, and blue alchemy in the spirit of first the red and white on top, because, well, 2 days ago now was Canada Day. And tomorrow is American 4th of July Independence Day. Both days celebrating the independence of, well, them darn monarch UK Brits, right? Still in London in our affairs. But what we have in front right there is a triple copper solenoid, about 14 or 16 gauge, that was hooked up on an anode side, and then started eroding away, corroding through the electrolysis into the monoatomic materials. But the remaining material, or solid pure copper element, then turns into this what essentially looks like a hot state, like as if you've been heating it, or almost molten, when in fact it had current through it. But when you leave it submerged with no electricity, no charge, but submerged in more monoatomic material in water, it will retain this red state properties, sometimes also the white that is on top. The alchemist called this the calcification, and it's often when it is actually live, connected, corroding, eroding away, eating away, and deteriorating from the solid white state of metal down off as in flame in ash when it burns, but in this electrolysis anode water monoatomic Ormus breakdown of turning white, but the red pink is specifically the state that Sir Isaac Newton states is the transmutational state of all metal elements. And you can see here how it's both dark, very dark reddish maroon, as well as this bright orangey tannish pink before going to the white. And if when you leave it, it will begin to crystallize and actually form into what look like a tiny reflective crystalline material on the pink state. And at the very bottom, we also see the blue oxidized diatomic or triatomic material or state as well. Okay, let's see. We've got a whole bunch of pictures, though, I do believe. Yeah, see there. Here we go. Look at that when flipped over, the pure red state there. This being some paper towel that I had in there just to see what... Or sorry, is that... No, that was copper sponge, actually. Like, what it looks like. Wow. What is growing in there? That's crazy. You can see the copper crystals. This looks like the pink crystalline almost growing. Was it paper towel or was it copper brisk? That is just, I don't even know. Some of the white state here. This is only copper, whatever it was surrounding. Huh. Yeah, it must have been. Yes, sorry. It's definitely the breakdown. So it's paper towel, and in this reaction, I had one of those copper scrubbies that broke down. That just has to be what it is. Okay, yes, absolutely. Now that I see that that is my silk screening oven in the background, then it was, I do remember the experiment now, and it was about 9 or 8 years ago, and that is correct, that was a copper scrubby. Here in experiment having the quartz in with the diatomic. I've got a video coming up. These hydrogen bubbles, what's fascinating is this is just a, once again, triple nano-coated copper solenoids, essential Keshi plasma Magrav technology. But you'll see that when I play the video, these bubbles here on both sides, that it's not connected to any electrolysis or any electricity at all. It just starts producing. It does look like there might have either crystals or aluminum. Could be aluminum. Could be bismuth. Either or in the center. And just the amount of hydrogen that starts coming out of the reaction. Let's see if the video comes up. The different layers that form as well, very fascinating, and almost rewriting geology and microbiology in a bit, like what grows in these reactions and the red state of these copper coils that grow in different sealed conditions of the jars. They're almost homunculus. Oh, here's Tito. Tito was my first dog ever. That T2 is named after Tito. And there's Tito. Gotta love looking through the old pictures. So we got oh wait, should turn that on. Oh, there she still is. What sort of different? Trying to do plasma experiments. Orgonite as well in there, and of course the Ormus. Let's see here. Oh dear. You might see viewer discretion advised. You might be forced into seeing some sort of marijuana paraphernalia. All right, we shall continue. Balancing some rocks, some crystals, working with the Zen at my old shop, my old shop. Boy, do I miss this place. Coils and experiments and art and silk screening. Need to get the silk screening again. And R.I.P. Jason Chow, good friend of mine, and the old property owner, and I was the tenant. He rented me this place, deceased many years ago. Crying shame, died far too young. Hope he is in a better place. Okay. All right. So here we have experimenting, making both the vortex, like tornado style, different metals, aluminum, copper, brass, and then the aluminum foil amongst copper mixed with the different solenoids. You eventually do get batteries and capacitors that you're building. Oh man, I have not seen that door in a long time. I think I still have this one, that one. Yeah. Gosh, I cannot. And the hydrogen, what we are looking at essentially right now, or what we were looking at earlier, are always set with Bert and Ernie. The coils going, making the hydrogen. Going the other way now. Let's see, is this the video? Here we go. Here's the video I was talking about. Hopefully you can hear me. Good morning, not really here. Bass player 10, Kieranay, Luke Nakahara, Austin Murphy, Someone M. Take a little trip with me. Brock Sampson, and anybody that I missed, everybody else joining in. You can clearly see right here the bubbles, the hydrogen constantly forming and coming out, as well as on the top end as well, both north-south ends of the triple nano-coated solenoid, and just a constant production. Essentially a hydrogen cell battery. and that these things last and are active for at least 3 months straight when put in salt water by themselves. And that is a lot of what I'm working on, developing different hydrogen cells as well as the nano materials and these monoatomic Ormuses, both for agricultural. And now you can see here, if I pause it, oh dear, that's the what Keshi calls CH3 or copper, but it isn't copper C. I'm gonna have to look up the chemistry. I need to up my chemistry game. Here we have the pure olive green colored coil, and when you have a red state copper exposed from the anode side, or exposed from being in the Ormus, or being in the red active state, taken out of the water and exposed to the air, it starts oxidizing, and before it turns blue, the outer shell, and eventually potentially black if you have it in the right conditions and it re-nanocoats itself, at which point then it will start reforming a inner red state core again, and pink crystalline core again, if it does form the outer nano coarse layer. So if you get this core or proper state active, then on the inner metal winding of the wires, it's actually red, just like this is currently red, but it's dying as it oxidizes, and then it builds this first inner green, and then it'll turn to this light teal blue outer shell, and then sometimes all the way back to the black. And now right here we have some of, this is the from pure copper, and once again I have some paper towel collecting some of it to dry it out, and this is made from copper on copper. I believe Keshi calls it, yeah, Cu is copper, right? So I don't know why he writes it as CH3 as if it's carbon hydrogen 3. It would be copper hydrogen 3. So Cu3 or H3. Let us continue. He also calls the white state material CO2 GANs, and it's like, I don't believe it's CO2. Where's the carbon coming from bonding with the oxygen? When in fact, if you have it's the white pure monoatomic. It's whatever the element that's eroding down, not pure monoatomic Ormus. It is not CO2. That's a major discrepancy I have with Keshi's teachings, and wonder where he gets that, and where, like, this mass spectrophy that needs to be tested on all of these materials to actually see what material they are. So here I have it now paused on some of these coils, solenoid single copper. You can see the red, pink below in the water, and on the outer edges of it still in that pink state that was most active and corroded, eroding away. And then the olive green that it turns into, and then finally, as it's drying, fully drying out and crystallizing, that teal blue, full diatomic oxidized. Right here is some of the pure copper monoatomic GANs or Ormus that I made from just copper on copper anode and copper cathode together, harvest separated and being washed. Here's a crystal that I had submerged and tested in one of the reactions. And then I was rinsing it out with fresh water, getting the salt out, and you can see the salt crystallizing out of the quartz crystal that I had in the salt reaction. Right in here, some more monoatomic copper and copper, I believe, or maybe copper and silver. This one I had nickel and iron anode cathode. That one as well, I believe. Yes, this was the one that I had the original scrunchy, copper scrunchy on the anode, and that it eroded away. And that the thing that I didn't realize, so here's the thing. Some of the times, especially if like I was ever around like more questionable heavier metals other than like copper, even like when messing with aluminum, I try to use gloves when touching it and stuff, and if I get it on my hands, immediately wash it off. The copper I sometimes absorb. Every time I do, it is ridiculous how like electric, like I literally shot bolts out of my freaking fingers when touching other metal things after absorbing it. The hair stands up on my back every time I think about it. I don't recommend it. It's kind of poisonous, but I do get kind of sloppy with it. But it's just to like guinea pig on myself, and get that shock every so often that you just it's electrifying. Don't recommend you try it because, well, yeah. Oh, see right there, you can see the silver 1 ounce that was on there. But what I didn't realize at the beginning here was a lot of the things that I thought was zinc was in fact just, oops, didn't mean to mute myself, was just actually coated a whole bunch of ferrite. Why can't I think of the name? It always slips my mind every single time. I know it. Galvanized steel, but it was sold to me as just zinc and pure zinc, but instead it was in fact galvanized steel. So I would always get a bunch of the pure zinc off of it for the first few days, and then it would, or about a day, and then it would always turn into like straight rust, and the iron ferrite, and like pollute it and whatnot. But anyways, then I just realized what it was and got real zinc, and also use the iron for iron. Fascinating stuff is when it both neodymium as well as pure ferrite iron core anodes that I've eroded down into the monoatomics and diatomics, it's actually stripped them of their magnetic properties. I've shown that a few times with Jeremiah doing them live. What I meant to say though is I'm very sloppy, and sometimes even will touch the diatomic blue materials that with my hands. I always immediately wash it off. You also get the zap from it, but I'm not entirely sure if it's potentially harmful. It can go to heavy metal poisoning, although I have never suffered it so far. I should probably get some blood work and test again sometime soon, and get another update, make sure I'm still good. Let's see. This video is done. What was I wanting to continue with? Right, the red state. Here we go. The red and the white. Look at that. Just a beautiful example. Here we got blue, the green and the red, and the blue. Red, white, and blue, and green for all of you. The yellow, the sulfuric, the red, the pink, blue, the green, the black. Then right here, look at how white it is. This is the actual picture of the pink, red, white burning through the aluminum, and this copper coil burning through pure aluminum. Like, look at that EVO action going on there. Not connected to anything. Well, at that point, it was just disconnected. But yeah, so here you can see there's the top of it that was connected to the 5 volts in the water that had it activated. When I got to that white, pink, red state, look at it just disintegrating, burning through the aluminum foil. Fascinating stuff. Glad I still had these pictures and took them. Look at this. Look at that. Yo, that's the aluminum burning through, or the red copper burning through the aluminum. Like melting it into nothing. That is pretty freaking epic. Yeah, like actually like scorched my hand. It was so hot. Like even down here. Like this was a fresh piece of aluminum that like I just wrapped it on. It's just like, if you haven't seen the video, I recommend watching the video that I immediately recorded after I started fully wrapping it and like trying to cool it down, and like eventually covered it, and I was just so shocked. See here, it's there. I got it on. Oh, it's still perfect. Even better. You can see it like burning. Look at it smoldering. Smoldering right there. Sublimation maybe. Bubbling, like that's the aluminum bubbling onto the copper and burning. Aren't they? Aren't they? So this is like red state matter, like burning. Look at the white that it is too, as it crumples down and like disintegrates into the red copper. Like this is straight EVO. Plasma, red state plasma. And all this was copper that came out of salt water. That like, look at how it spreads and burned. It was like, it's this crazy reaction as it's going through, melting, eating it away. I am so stoked that I got so many pictures of these, of this thing happening. Look at this. We got toroids forming, and what the, like the copper coil is all the way up here, yet it's literally eating, burning, freaking Liechtensteining, whatever the heck, all down that far. I feel like Bob Greenyer right now, analyzing this stuff. But shout out to Bob Greenyer and the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project. We shall be playing some more of Bob's work later on in the stream. And look at this, how pink this stuff is as it's disintegrating that aluminum and bubbling it away. Like, that's just plain copper and aluminum. White calcification, eroding, eating, decay state that the alchemists talk about, the red mercury state that they talk about, that flame. So here it is now. I've wrapped it completely up in that aluminum, and it started to smolder a little bit, and then I shot this video. It didn't burn all the way through. I guess I smoldered it a little bit too much. I was so disappointed. It 100% does. If you can listen in the background, sorry, this is only 39 seconds, 37 seconds, but and then I wrapped it all the way, and then I put it into as a new experiment, and wrote it away in this guy. It's more white states, the plasma flow moving. Oh, an orange peel, trying it, seeing what happens to it. The crystallization that forms and formed over this, there was literally a layer of nano water over this coil, and then like this nano crystal, pure salts form, but more than salt, pure crystal nano layer that would seal it, almost like ice, but it was salt and the metals that it was just fascinating. And then under this, it was pure red or pink. As soon as you activate it, if you stir it up, it goes yellow. Here, look at this. You can actually see the sparkling pink crystals a bit, capturing the sparkle glare. Like, oh, it almost looks gold and silver. Maybe. These were originally all olive green, now completely teal. And still you can see that the pink in the inside. And I will be doing streams. I need desperately to do fundraising. This is a very good time to bring up fundraising. And that my broke ass, if you would like to do more streams learning on how to make all these solenoid coils and help the research out, please do donate. All links are in the descriptions because I am extremely broke. Wife lost her job a little bit ago. And yeah, we are needing my ass to get more work. And look at all of these babies. I've literally made hundreds, if not thousands of these, and intend on making thousands more as it's fun. I've got a lot of experiments going live today that we will be showing more. Oh, we're at the end. Chase is saying, fuck you. All right, well, fuck you too, Chase. Just kidding. Love you, bro. Old roommates. This is a good time that I should remind Justin Fletcher. That would be hugely appreciated, and I do appreciate everybody that does support this channel and helps and does so much. And let us now go here to show that pure silver ounce coin. We're going to be showing a bunch more of this nano technology, right? Make us some red mercury. Darn tootin', that's what it's all about. And that throughout the shows, throughout the streams, I will change to mark different segments. You see like the logo there, as well as especially the color of Boom, so that I can do a new edit and it's a new topic. So we're gonna move here for the next I'd say about an hour to play a ridiculously amazing lecture that I just found. It's the only video on the Global Breakthrough Energy Movement's Vimeo page, and it's a doozy of a good one. So we're gonna bring that up right meow, I think. Don't you just love BurnEye's Alchemy Lab? Yes, New Frontiers don't. Well, I don't know about the claims on it, but we are doing live tests that will also be shown today of this Ormus in agriculture, and we're also going to be doing some more explanations and live demonstrations in the far left, right by Bender's head, above Bert there. You can both see some maggrav coils that I'm going to be plugging in to produce hydrogen, and what that big jar right in the back is plugged in, and it is making a whole bunch of monoatomic aluminum as well as zinc. The middle one is copper and silver, where I'm going to be harvesting it and resetting up a silver on silver because it's currently a full moon today, and that is the best time that you want to make silver. So we're going to retest that and get the silver that is currently silver copper that is currently in the middle jar there, a copper maggrav coil as the cathode, and then the silver, pure 1 ounce silver as the anode that's been breaking down as the majority of that matter. And that we will also do a close-up on the third sealed jar and the fourth sealed jar there, and the actual reactions that are ongoing with them. The first one in there, or the third overall jar there, next to Oscar and Ernie, and the one coil. It is been sealed for a full 24, 36 hours now, and it's still bubbling non-stop, producing hydrogen off of the anode cathode that I have essentially created with connecting them with a couple copper wires above the line of the waters. And that creates a differential, especially with them then going down into the water, submersing, going up, connecting to each other, and establishing that differential circuitry. And boom, you've got a productive ongoing situation. And yeah, so without further ado, let me bring back this epic Kevin Kohal. And hopefully there's a new breakthrough energy movement lecture soon, or series conference soon, as they've always been beyond awesome, and they haven't had one for a while, since at least the lockdowns, but now they're over, world's getting back, it needs to continue again, and I haven't even seen all of this. It's epic. Let's watch it. Welcome, Holistic Media. One Love India, beautiful souls. Love you for being here. Xenoholia, Diet Dazzle, HVAC Alex, LeClaire, Justin Fletcher, FGraph 72, Brian A. Metz, not really here, JB Phillips, Christine Perry, Vitska, Someone M, Luke Nakahara, Melissa Crocker, Kernay, Austin Murphy, bass player 10. Hope everybody's having a beautiful day. I'm gonna mute myself out for a bit, and this is one epic lecture coming up.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin. And here we go. Are we good to go, guys? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Global Breakthrough Energy Movement Conference 2016. This is the first day, and today is going to be Ken Rolla. Ken's a personal friend of mine. We met several years back at some of the Ormus alchemy conferences. He works with the Ormus and etheric elements and combining them to create orgonite and work with the subtle energies for healing, health, technologies, growing plants, and a bunch of other subtle energies and dynamic processes that he's going to be presenting on today. So I'd like you to give a warm welcome to Ken Rolla.
Hey, everybody. You ready to party? You ready to party? All right, let's ditch this joint and go then. No, I tell you, I appreciate everything the Global BEM folks have done. They always attract the best speakers, and that's why I come. So anyway, really, truly, you know, it's like when they ask me, I just say, yeah, absolutely, because I know they're going to have an amazing lineup of people. So anyway, yes, my name is Ken Rolla. I'm from the Daytona Beach, Florida area. And if you guys want to know more about me, you can check out my website, my bio at freshandalive.com. So let me get this thing started here. Okay, there I am. So I'm going to be talking about new frontiers in healing with Ormus and scalar energy. And I'm going to be going fast because I like to throw a lot of information in that you guys can actually use. I'm very solutions oriented. And so You probably will have a hard time keeping up with me if you're taking notes, so don't worry. You can go to my website and download these slides at downloads.freshandalive.com. Now, first of all, disclaimer, anything that I talk about in this presentation, please don't construe this as any kind of medical or health advice. This is just me sharing my ideas and opinions with you. The FDA wouldn't like it very much if you actually used any of this stuff, so please don't. Please always do what the FDA says and make sure that you always use a licensed healthcare practitioner when dealing with your health. So, and really, don't take my advice. I'm telling you right now, don't take my advice. All right, so what is Ormus? For those of you that aren't familiar with this, it seems like a lot of people have heard.
All right, I just had to pause it there. Once again, there is zero health advice being given here. Do not try any of this shit at home. You will probably hurt yourself or harm yourself. I myself, for over 9 years now, have been making the pure white monoatomic gold and silver combination, and then the colloidal water. I just put it in with the ice, and I don't recommend doing it if you don't know what you're doing, because you'll probably hurt yourself. But if you do know what you're doing, you're good. And who knows? Maybe I'll live 1,000 years. Maybe one day. We shall see. On that note, back to the Ormus lecture. Let's hear what he's got to say.
Kind of familiar with it, but it's kind of like this nebulous thing, and it sounds magical, some of the things that people say about it. But basically, Ormus elements are they're actually very ancient. They're not newly discovered. I'd say they're newly discovered in the United States and in modern science, maybe in the cutting edge of science. But basically, they're simply
No, I only drank the water, the colloidal water,
minerals
not the
that exist on the periodic
Ormus.
chart, the platinum group metals, gold, silver, mercury, copper, that can exist as individual atoms rather than atoms connected together. Now, that sounds very simple, but that has a lot of very profound implications. Normally, all these elements are metals, and as metals, they are crystalline, which means that their atoms are attached to each other in some kind of three-dimensional grid pattern. And that's what makes them metallic looking. That's what gives them their hardness and their structure. Well, you can send them through certain processes and actually break them apart into individual atoms, which according to conventional physics is impossible. And yet it happens, and you can do this yourself. And when you do this, these atoms become a completely different form. They look like white ceramic powders, as you can see here in this picture. All these different metals, whether it's copper, silver, gold, mercury, or whatever, they all become white ceramic powders when they're in this state. They have really weird physics. They're superconductors, but what makes them really weird is that they're actually interdimensional or multidimensional matter. They're not conventional matter the way we think of it. Part of the matter is this three-dimensional mineral that we see in our 3D reality, but the majority of it is actually existing simultaneously at other frequencies or dimensions of time and space. And so this gives them very special properties. They're really weird. They connect different frequencies or dimensions of.
Sorry, I have to pause it there. Can't keep interrupting him. That's why Keshi is correct and states that it is plasma matter being a fourth higher state dimensional matter, and why I also believe that this is potentially the quantum material matter. Quantum matter, because it is not quantum locked as a diatomic, yet it is single monoatomic, or the triatomic, where quadro, all the different nano higher dimensional states that it forms, but they're higher dimensional matters.
Time, space-time to our 3D reality, and therefore we can use them in some very interesting ways. Now, you would think, that ingesting mercury, for example, we know ingesting mercury is very, very toxic, but in these monoatomic forms, these elements become extremely rejuvenative and regenerative to living organisms. So you can make them in certain ways, particularly in natural ways,
Mercury
and they can
probably
have
not.
extremely powerful
I
healing
know lead
effects and
is
regenerative
dead
effects.
next to you.
And
F-lead
as
lead,
more
you
healers and
dead
supplement
in
companies
monoatomic
and
form, so
inventors
I have an
are
F-lead
figuring
because
this stuff out, they're coming out with more and more supplements and technologies that utilize Ormus elements in them. And that's what I'm going to be talking about today. Now, let's see here. Let me find my little remote. There we go. So there are a lot of really interesting applications with these Ormus elements, from space and time travel because they're interdimensional. I have met scientists who actually worked on projects making anti-gravity time-traveling flying saucers, where they would coat the surfaces of a saucer and use a device like a Searle effect generator type device to create a singularity or a black hole and enlarge it up around the spacecraft and actually be able to blink a spacecraft out of our 3D reality and have it show up somewhere else in time and space. So that's one application. There are applications I'm going to be showing you today in agriculture. I don't think any of you guys probably are working on an anti-gravity flying saucer right now, so I'm not going to bother getting into that. But we will get into applications for healing in agriculture and materials engineering. There are some really interesting uses in that as well. So how is this stuff, where does this stuff come from, first of all, and how is it created? Well, in nature, it's all around. It's very abundant in nature, especially here in Texas. There's a lot of these monoatomic elements, these Ormus elements, in soil. And by the way, I forgot to mention that, let me back up a little bit. The Ormus, Ormes, or Ormus is simply an acronym for orbitally rearranged monoatomic elements. So that's just a fancy acronym that a man named David Hudson came up with to describe these very interesting elements. So they can be created alchemically, and this is what David Hudson and others have been teaching. And as a matter of fact, our good buddy Vernon Roth here today has some amazing Ormus products, and I don't know if I would classify them as alchemical. I think they are, really. But he has a very, very unique process for making his, and his are some of the very, very few that I actually like to use and recommend. But at any rate, you can make them alchemically using processes with, for example, mixing sea salt with lye and water and sending it through certain processes and extracting out a precipitate, which you can then, some people will ingest it. I feed it to plants or microbes. I don't ingest it directly. And usually I don't recommend that because most of the ones that I've come across are toxic, either with heavy metals, or they also have some negative side effects, because when you ingest these things, because they're superconducting, they'll actually plug into the body and raise the superconductivity in the body artificially, and then you wind up manifesting things you didn't intend. And we're going to talk about how that happens. But at any rate, most alchemical Ormus products, I don't recommend people ingesting them, but they're great usually to feed to plants and ferments. They're also made by microbial action in the soil. Obviously, plants can't suck boulders up through their roots, so they like to eat little tiny particles of minerals called angstrom particles, which are just a few atoms of a mineral bundled into a particle, or individual atoms, which are the monoatomics. And there are things that you can do to feed the soil to increase the level of monoatomics in your soil. And when you do that, you get insane growth. Insane growth. Like here in Texas, I know of a company, which unfortunately I can't name because they've had attempts on their life actually, that developed a product for agriculture that you can put on the soil, and it will break the minerals down into monoatomic and angstrom particles extremely well. And they did field trials in Texas where you've got a lot of these minerals in the soil, but they're not very bioavailable. And they did a field trial at a tomato farm. They were getting tomato plants 15 feet tall with 3,000 to 4,000 nutrient-dense tomatoes per vine. And not some kind of crazy chemical abomination, but like a real healthy, strong tomato plant, nutrient dense. There are also, when you feed these Ormus elements to GMO crops, it will actually unwind their DNA and revert them back to heirlooms, which we're going to talk a little bit more about. So there's some really useful things you can do if you know about Ormus, and it's really easy to make. So microbe action in soil is one way. You can feed microbes to the soil to increase that. You can also use volcanic rock powders, which we'll talk about more. You can make these Ormus elements by vortexing mineral water in magnetic fields. And there's actually either ways of building your own device with a blender, or you can buy a device to do that. Photosynthesis is one of nature's greatest ways at making these Ormus elements. So if you feed certain types of minerals to plants, they will uptake them and they will create Ormus elements. That's one of my favorite ways of getting it, by the way. I grow a lot of my own food, and it's a great way to get these Ormus elements that are in a format that the body understands and can utilize. And then fermentation, especially in magnetic fields. Microbes are nature's nanotech. They like to eat big things and break them down into little things, or eat toxic things and break them down into non-toxic things. And so you can actually make kraut in your kitchen, or beer, or wine, or medicines using different ferments. And you can throw rock powders, you can throw herbs into them, you can throw all kinds of things that are high in these Ormus elements, but they're not very bioavailable. You can ferment them, and that will break them down and make them become bioavailable. And if you put these ferments inside of a magnetic field while you're doing that, which is actually really simple to do, then you can get incredible amounts of this stuff and have really amazing effects. And another source of these minerals is in volcanoes. So if you guys have ever seen you probably heard about that pesky volcano in Iceland a few years ago that was blowing ash all over Europe, and everybody was ticked off because it was interfering with the airplane flight lanes and stuff. Well, that's actually a really wonderful event for the Earth because it remineralizes the Earth, especially with these Ormus elements, these MonoAtomics. But that volcano, you can actually go to YouTube and you can search on Iceland volcano lightning, and you can see video of this volcano as it's blowing, and you'll see lightning shooting up out of the volcano into the sky. And the reason that is because one of the properties of these superconducting minerals, these Ormus elements, is that because they're superconductors, they create superconducting fields, which are known as Meissner fields, and they can generate huge amounts of energy that want to ground out. And that's exactly what goes on when these volcanoes are blowing. They're creating all this ash, all this highly monoatomic ash, and it's creating these Meissner fields that discharge, and you see all this lightning. And of course, conventional scientists are baffled. They don't understand it because they don't know about monoatomics. But that's one of the things one of the evidences you can see of the superconductivity with these volcanic minerals. And the cool thing is, you can take these minerals and do things with them to get Ormus into your own self. Oops. I don't know what happened there. Did I hit the wrong button? There we go. Okay. Okay, so that's a little bit about Ormus. Now, what is scalar energy? Now, I don't really like the name scalar energy because it's kind of confusing. If you come from a science background in particular, there's scalar physics and there's scalar mathematics, and it really has nothing to do with what people are referring to of this subtle energy known as scalar energy. But Dr. Konstantin Meil from Germany has kind of popularized that phrase in certain circles, and so I kind of got hooked on it back in the day when I was listening to him. And so I'll for argument purposes, we'll just call it scalar energy. But it's just a subtle energy that's superluminal, meaning that it travels faster than light. And it actually is light, but it travels faster than what we've been told is the speed of light. As it turns out, the speed of light is not fixed, and it's not necessarily 186,000 miles per second either. The speed of light can change, and this particular energy is photonic light energy, but it travels far beyond what we've been told is the speed of light. And it's actually kind of like the Force in Star Wars. It's really what everything in our 3D and non-physical universe is made of. It's this energy that I liken to God consciousness, and it flows through the universe, and it slows down and it coagulates into this 3D reality, this physical reality of ours. And so scientists now are seeing evidence of this. You can actually see this in mainstream physics journals where they're discovering that this superluminal light is flooding out of the centers of galaxies. This is actually an article from phys.org, which is a very mainstream physics journal, where they talk about these furious black hole winds of superluminal light. So this energy comes out of the centers of galaxies, and it's zipping out, and as it comes out, it's spiraling. It likes to spiral. It always spirals. and it's branching as it goes. So it's spiraling and it's branching as it goes. It comes zooming out of the centers of galaxies, and it follows this toroidal flow around the galaxy, which we'll show a picture of. This is another physics journal. NASA Science News. There are plenty of black holes that gobble energy. Now scientists or astronomers spotted one in a distant galaxy that's giving some of its energy back. And actually what's going on is these so-called black holes, they're actually a toroidal field. They're a donut-shaped energetic structure where energy is coming out one center of the donut and whipping around, spiraling around the donut and going back in the other side. Scientists call them black holes and white holes, but what they really are is a singularity at the center of a toroidal field. So the whole universe, as Nassim Haramein and others are pointing out, is a web of these black holes, these singularities. And these singularities are found at the centers of galaxies. They're found at the centers of suns, the centers of planets, the centers of any spinning bodies. Nassim is also saying now that protons are singularities. The whole universe is a web of these singularities. Human beings have a web of these singularities, these black holes within our bodies that correspond to what have been called the acupuncture meridians and the chakras. We'll get a little bit more into that here in a moment. But so this flow of energy is coming from the centers of galaxies, flowing outward, and it's relayed from sun to sun to sun outward to us. So ultimately it comes down to us from our sun and up from the center of the earth, because planets have these singularities at their center, these interdimensional portals for this energy. And so it's coming up from the center of the earth down from the sun. And that's why we have these practices like Qigong and Tai Chi and Ayurveda and different practices, Kundalini Yoga, where you're taking energy in from above and down from below and bringing it in and manipulating it with your mind within the body. What you're actually doing is taking this energy that creates and can alter matter, and you're using it to do exactly that, usually for improving healing and for consciousness and expanding awareness. And with amazing effect, by the way. I mean, there are people who cure incurable diseases all the time simply with meditation or yoga, things like that. So as I mentioned, these galaxies have these toroidal shaped fields with this energy zipping around, spiraling around. And so do solar systems, so do suns, so do planets, so do human beings, so do cells, so do molecules, so do atoms, and on, and phenomena. From the microscopic to the macroscopic, we've got this web of these black holes, and each of them have these toroidal fields around them, and you can do things with them. As I mentioned, the chakras in the body, what they really are is large deposits of these Ormus minerals along the spine. And because these Ormus minerals are superconducting, they open up a place for the singularities to occur. So throughout the body, the acupuncture meridians, the DNA is loaded up with these Ormus elements. The brain neural pathways are loaded up with them. The spine has these large nodes of them, and that correlates to the chakras along the spine. Now, the brain is actually a scalar wave transceiver. It picks up this God consciousness flowing through the cosmos and rebroadcasts it outward and creates this local toroidal field around you. And this is how we create our reality. It's not some metaphysical metaphor. We actually put out this field. We grab this energy, or we're conduits of this energy, and we put out this field. And this is how, because this energy can be converted into matter and other types of energy that we can see and measure, this is how we create our reality. So if you understand that, this is one of the biggest secrets that the powers that be on this planet do not want us to understand. They don't want us to understand our own power, our ability to create our reality, and our ability to alter matter and alter reality, especially within our own bodies. Now, as I mentioned, the DNA is loaded with these Ormus elements, and it gives the DNA superconducting properties. And so this is how consciousness meets the physical body. When you hear doctors talk about the mind-body connection, well, if there really is a mind-body connection, then there has to be a mechanism for it. And that mechanism is in the DNA. The DNA is a superconducting antenna, and it is the interface, or one of the interfaces, I should say, for consciousness and the physical body. Now, crystals also contain these monoatomic Ormus elements in them. They're hiding within. And again, you have to understand that when you analyze elements, to see if you can find these Ormus elements in them. In conventional analysis techniques, they don't show up because they're this metamatter, and they actually collapse into other forms. They collapse into other elements. So in analysis like spectroscopy, for example, which is kind of like the acid test to determine what something's made of, these Ormus elements don't show up because they collapse into other elements. And so they don't show up as monoatomic gold or whatever. But they're hiding within crystals, and this is what gives crystals the piezoelectric effect. For you geeks out there, you physics or engineering geeks, the piezoelectric effect is simply the ability for a crystal to emit electricity. You know, when you have a gas grill, for example, and you've got the little red button and you push it, the button on the gas grill to ignite the grill, what it's doing is smacking a little piece of quartz crystal that's connected to two wires, and it shoots out electricity and makes it spark and fire your grill up. So that's the piezoelectric effect. Well, it turns out if you squeeze on a crystal instead of smacking it, it will put out scalar waves, and you can do some very interesting things with it. Now, the ancients observed this. This is nothing new to humanity. The ancients have known about this for, you know, as long as we've been around, and they observed it in nature. They observed it, for example, in eggs. The egg form is very, very conducive to the living organism, the growing living organism inside of it. And it's because the shape combined with the fact that this bone, this calcium that an egg is made of, is high in monoatomic elements. So what you've got is a superconducting antenna that directs this God consciousness flowing through the cosmos in concentrated doses into the inside of that egg form. So the ancients noticed this, and they started building devices and things to mimic that. And that's why you see the Greek amphoras, for example, that have this egg shape for storing food and water. Or kimchi pots, for example. Kimchi pots and the old amphoras, they were made out of high Ormus soil. Soil that's high in these volcanic minerals in this egg form that concentrates, just like an egg, it concentrates life force inside the vessel. Then in the case of kimchi, the traditional kimchi pots are always made out of specific clay, and they bury it in the ground for several months. It goes through several different astrological cycles. A lot of this knowledge has been lost in modern times, but the ancients knew to put this stuff in the ground at certain times when the moon and the sun were in certain positions, to leave it in the ground for a certain period of time before pulling it out. And then what happens is you get much higher levels of nutrients and much more digestible food. Well, Rudolf Steiner noted this as well, and he developed a method that's now used in biodynamic farming, where, for example, and when I was first introduced to this years ago, I was, out of engineering school, but I wasn't aware of any of this stuff. I thought it was absolute nonsense. Some guy showed me, he took a 5-gallon bucket of water, he put some cow poop in it from a cow horn, stirred it up with his hand, and stirred it and vortexed it in one direction for a while, and then he would reverse and vortex in the other direction. He said, now, if you put this on your crops, it'll make them grow better. And I thought he was totally insane. But it turns out he was correct, because I didn't understand the very advanced physics involved in it. But Rudolf Steiner figured out that with chemical farming, this was back in the early 1900s, even then, it was obvious to him that chemical farming was going to destroy so much soil that we wouldn't have enough compost to go around to heal it all back and bring it back. So he developed these homeopathic methods for healing soil by taking cow poop and stuffing it in a cow horn and burying it underground for a full year. And then you dig it out and you take it and you put it into water and you vortex the water for a certain period of time in one direction, then the other direction. And then you take that and dilute it and you spray it on large amounts of land. And it will radically improve the land because it accelerates microbe growth in the soil, which breaks down toxins, which improves nutrient levels, et cetera, et cetera. And so it really does work. And so when you understand the physics, this makes a lot more sense. This is actually a picture of a traditional preparation of what they call Steiner preps, where you take these cow horns, and again, these horns are Fibonacci curved. They're sacred geometrically curved horns made out of high Ormus material. So you've got a superconducting cone in a Fibonacci curve that focuses energy into the inside of the horn, which, by the way, the reason horns are shaped the way they are and animals have them is because it's an antenna for them. That's why deer and horned animals are so sensitive to what's around them. They have to be. They have to know what predators are going to be around them. So you've got this superconducting antenna that's directing all this energy, this life force energy into the inside of it. You stuff it full of cow poop, which is a probiotic mineral supplement, basically. You let it sit for a year. The Earth goes through the full astrological or astronomical cycle and all these different energies. One of the things I didn't mention is that these Ormus elements, because they're superconductors, they're extremely sensitive to fields. So they can pick up the electromagnetic and scalar energies coming from many, many, many light years away in our cosmos. So when they're in the ground, they act like antennas in the ground, and they capture this cosmic energy and bring it into the soil and create fields within the soil that are very, very beneficial to living organisms, including microbes and earthworms and plants. So when you put them in these horns, you've got this perfect curve. The microbes eat up the cow poop, and what you're left with is a high Ormus mineral, very, very dense Ormus mineral supplement, which you can then put into water. And then when you vortex it, especially if you vortex it in a magnetic field, you'll make the Ormus even more bioavailable. And then when you feed it to crops and soil, makes the microbes happy. They grow bigger. They eat more rocks, break them down into more bioavailable particle sizes, and the plants can uptake them, and then they're much healthier. Now, the ancients, again, they observed this. They were very observant of what was going on in nature. They were probably having help from extraterrestrials as well. And they noticed that volcanic mountains put off these vortexes. There are stories of shamans and medicine people who could feel the energies in different power spots, and they could identify them. They would mark them. And, of course, archaeologists and paleontologists find these stones marked in certain ways, and they don't have an explanation for why they were marked. But they marked stones, and they marked places that were high in these superconducting elements that put off these scalar fields and vortexes. So this is a picture of Mount Shasta in California, and I had a friend who gave me this picture, and she said, "Oh my God, there's UFOs over Mount Shasta." And I said, well, there may be UFOs over Mount Shasta, but that's not why those clouds are shaped that way. That's the scalar wave vortexes coming off the mountain that's spiraling upward like an upside down tornado of energy, and it's slicing up the clouds into those shapes. And that's exactly what's going on. You've got this singularity at the center of the Earth that's emanating all this scalar energy, and it's in a geometric pattern. This singularity at the center of the Earth is shaped like a crystal. It's like a very complex cubic octahedron, for those of you that are following Nassim Haramein. And these vortices of energy come out of the apexes of that geometry and shoot out to the surface of the Earth. These volcanic mountains capture it. They're like the chakras of the Earth. They capture it, and then they spin these vortexes up out through them. And the types of minerals that they're made of are oscillators. Crystals are all oscillators. So you put energy in one frequency, it comes out the other side a different frequency. So these mountains are oscillators. They put out certain frequencies that are harmonious to living organisms. And then the rotation of the Earth combined with the gravitational field drags them down across the surface of the Earth. So you've got these spiraling vortexes going along on the surface of the Earth, and that is what people call the ley lines. So if you're living in proximity to a ley line or one of these mountains, you're going to see the animals and the plants grow healthier, and therefore normally the people are going to be healthier as well. And again, the ancients noticed this, so they started mimicking it by making their own artificial mountains. And that's exactly what pyramids are. Pyramids are scalar wave antennas. They're transceivers. They pick up this energy coming from the sun and from the center of the Earth, and they rebroadcast it outward in a toroidal field around them, and then they create a vortex of scalar waves that go up out of the tip. And it has all kinds of very beneficial uses that way. This is actually a Kirlian photograph of the energy coming off the tip of a pyramid, and you can see it's a double helix. Wonder why our DNA is shaped the way it is. You see evidence of this everywhere you go. This manifestation of this spiraling, vortexing energy coagulating, slowing down and coagulating into our 3D reality. Out here in the lobby, there's actually a picture. It's actually a kind of a picture sculpture of the Colorado River here in Texas and all the tributaries. And if you look at it, it's winding back and forth. It's horseshoeing back and forth, almost bending back onto itself. And the reason is because that water wants to flow in a vortex. It's following the natural flow or the motion of the planets and the solar system and the entire galaxy. The entire galaxy is in motion. Nothing's sitting still. You know, our sun isn't like sitting out here in space doing nothing and all the planets are rotating around it. That's not how it is. The sun is spiraling around through the galaxy and we're spiraling around it. And so that spiraling motion makes the energy and water want to spiral. So because that water is nailed to the ground by gravitation, instead of spiraling, it just wiggles back and forth in these horseshoe patterns. So that's all fine and dandy. That's Ormus, that's scalar energy. So what? What can you do with it, right? It's like, well, this is nice. I'm going to go home and kick the dog and drink a beer, right? Well, there's a lot of cool things you can do with this, but if you don't understand these fundamentals, it'll be like it was for me 30 years ago, thinking this is all a bunch of new age nonsense. One of the applications that I'm a real big fan of is a quantum biofeedback device, as they're known, called the QXCI SCIO, or its newer cousin, the Indigo. And this device, basically, it's a combination of computer software and an interface and some straps that you hook up to your ankles and your wrists and your forehead. And it can actually read the scalar energetic signature of the matter in your body and compare it with a database of known values that it has, and then it can tell what's going on within your body. Now, you have to understand that all the elements on the periodic chart, and this is conventional physics, this is even anything extravagant, it's known that every element has in its subatomic structure, it vibrates. And each element vibrates at a different frequency. So, for example, hydrogen vibrates at a certain frequency. Oxygen vibrates at a certain frequency. If you combine two hydrogens and an oxygen atom together, it's going to have an overall frequency, and you can measure that and understand that's water. And so this is how the SCIO works. It basically looks at different levels of granularity within the body at the scalar vibrational frequencies of things, and it can identify if you've got heavy metals or toxins or parasites or pathogens or emotional issues with your parents or whatever. It's crazy what this thing can read. It can even detect ghosts in the room, believe it or not. And it's because emotions, human emotion and consciousness is a form of scalar energy. It's really just God consciousness. It's kind of localized. It's flowing through everything. We capture it, we use it, and we create our own little reality with it. But this is how this device is able to do some amazing things. It's not FDA approved as a diagnostic device, but I do use it an awful lot for screening. You can do things, for example, like test supplements, and you can actually use it to figure out what dosages of specific supplements are right for you, or if the supplement's not right for you. So I do that a lot when I'm doing testing of supplements. Other things you can do with this energy, I actually make devices that utilize this energy for different purposes. Years ago, when I was making fermented foods, and I also would make these fermented brews using a product called effective microorganisms. And I started realizing, like, wow, you know, I can do all these other things that haven't been done with fermentation. And one of them is putting the ferment in a scalar energy field. So I started learning about orgonite, and orgonite is a material basically that has some kind of non-conducting resin or substrate, like fiberglass resin or plastic or glass or something. And it has crystals in it, it has metal particles in it. And there are several different effects that occur with that. Basically, crystals themselves, as I mentioned, because they have these monoatomics in them, they put out scalar waves all the time. They're like antennas for it. And if you squeeze on them, they'll put out even more because of the piezoelectric effect. But then also there's something called the Casimir effect. And when you put two plates of metal very close together, like a 1/16 of an inch apart from each other, they'll generate a charge, but they'll also generate scalar waves. And the people that are making orgonite, even Carl Hans Wells, who invented orgonite, and Wilhelm Reich, who really is probably the modern inventor of this technology, they didn't understand the physics of this. That they just were kind of mimicking what they observed. But the Casimir effect will create scalar waves. So when you put particles close together, you're going to get surface area close enough together, you're going to get some of the Casimir effect. So the finer the particles, the more the Casimir effect you're going to get. So I started making these discs to put off scalar fields, and then I would put fermentation buckets on them, and it would radically increase the nutrient levels and the ferment time. It would speed up the ferment time quite a bit. So I developed a large disc and I put it under 5-gallon buckets to do this. Well, people started wanting to buy them, and so I started selling them to people. And then they started using them for all kinds of crazy stuff I never imagined. They were sleeping with them and putting them in their refrigerators and growing plants with them and all kinds of crazy stuff. So I figured out that there's a lot of other things we can do with this. And so now I make these discs and I sell them. And I was already making a little powered scalar wave device that you can carry with you for protection against jet lag and EMF, and it would also help you get into deep sleep states. And so I started applying all these different things I was learning from making these discs and other things I was learning about, and developed a pyramid that's a powered scalar wave generator that will put out a field and scalar waves, and it'll help you get into deep sleep, and it'll protect against EMF and do all kinds of strange things. And other people have been doing this as well. There are people making orgonite cones and pyramids, and you can actually take little small pyramids or cones just like 6 inches tall, stick them outdoors, and they will actually clear chemtrails out of the sky, and they'll balance the weather if you build them right. You don't have to build a gigantic pyramid. You can just make these little tiny pyramids. Actually, here in the Bastrop area, there's a guy named Dowan Gardner. He goes by the handle of Orgonite Austin because he lives in Austin. He's been making really good orgonite and spreading it around and is doing some really good things to protect this area. That's one of his pyramids down there in the bottom. I wound up developing a powered scalar wave device that'll actually clear a 75-mile radius of nuclear fallout and chemtrails and balance the weather. It'll stop hurricanes, it'll stop severe weather, it'll stop droughts, it'll stop floods, it stops all that stuff. And of course, I got too public with it and started having death threats and stuff. And I had worked with free energy back in the early 90s, and so I've had friends murdered and hurt and things like that. So I know to take these threats seriously, so I don't get too public with it anymore. Now, Dr. Alexander Golod, who is has impeccable credentials, he is works for the Russian military, high level in the Russian military, and he, when the Cold War warmed up a little bit or eased off a little bit, he started working with pyramids. Presumably, the government probably wanted him to understand them for warfare purposes, but being a benevolent person, he started studying them for beneficial purposes and discovered all kinds of amazing things. They can make oil wells flow faster and flow better and produce more. They can clean up pollution in the ground and groundwater, including radioactivity. They can clean up radioactivity in the atmosphere and air pollution in the atmosphere. They can stop severe weather. They can even stop earthquakes. These are people sitting inside of his large pyramid outside of Moscow, and it's made completely out of non-conducting materials. With scalar waves, electrically non-conducting materials are best to work with for creating these kinds of structures. You can do it with metals, but you have to know what you're doing. They act more like waveguides. So anyway, these are people sitting inside and getting healed. They found that people could go inside the pyramid and get healed of major diseases. And these big domes, or these big globes here, those are made of crystal. They discovered also you can charge crystals. You can put crystals in the pyramid, charge them up, and then they can take them out and give them to people, and they will emanate this scalar energy and heal people. Now, there are a lot of really cool benefits from his pyramids, and we'll just get into a few of them. There's so many, I don't have time to list them all, but as I mentioned, neutralizes radioactivity in the atmosphere and in groundwater. It cleans up toxins in the air and in the groundwater. It increases yields of seeds and crops, reduces seismic activity. What it does is it releases the tectonic shifts little by little every day instead of letting them build up into big shifts, and that way you don't have big earthquakes. Now, they noticed a lot of springs popping up all around Golod's pyramid for miles around, and it's because when you understand these Ormus elements are in soil, they're actually made by microbes eating rocks in the soil, but they're trapped in the soil, so they can't levitate. They're anti-gravitational. That's one of their properties, and they want to levitate up, but they can't. The soil holds them down. So what happens is rainwater will wash through the soil and wash them down into aquifers, and when they've accumulated enough, the anti-gravitational properties will levitate the water up to the surface. That's how spring water gets to the surface most of the time. It's usually not hydrostatic pressure. It's the Ormus levitating it up to the surface. That's how you have springs at the top of 13,000-foot high mountains. You know, how does water get up to the top of a 13,000-foot high mountain? How does water get up to the top of a 400-foot tall tree. You know, the redwoods in California, how does that water get up there? If you know anything about physics, you can't pump water or you can't suck water up that high. The trees do a combination of bubbling CO2 that they absorb in their veins, in their capillaries, and bubbling the water up, but it also is the Ormus elements levitating it up to the plant. Now, the cool benefit of Golad's pyramid, and this gives me hope for humanity, is that there were some flowers they noticed growing out in the fields around his pyramid. If you recall in that picture, there were these big fields around this big pyramid. And they noticed some flowers no one had ever seen before. So they called a botanist in to have them identified, and they discovered they've been extinct on Earth for 11 million years. And so Golod theorized that these pyramids, this pyramid energy, can capture the patterns of things from other times and places and bring them into our present. And some people call it the Akashic Records. He calls it the quantum field, I believe. But these things can bring, if these things can bring extinct species back onto the planet, think about all the things we've wiped off the planet that we could bring back. Now, there are people making and selling orgonite all over the place. And I'll tell you the truth, most of it, probably 95% of it, is not that well built. Some of it's just outright junk that doesn't work. But there are some people that have, you know, are making good stuff. This was a pyramid I saw on eBay that I thought was pretty cool, and it's bound to work quite well the way it's constructed. And this is one of those cases where you can they're using metals in the construction, and they know what they're doing. And this thing probably really does an amazing job of keeping chemtrails out of the sky and balancing the weather, and probably other things, improving plant growth in the area. I noticed when I put my device outside in my yard, I've got about 5 acres. I'm in Florida where we've got a lot of molds on everything, you know, plants and all kinds of stuff. And I noticed after a few months of putting it out that the molds went away, which I found quite interesting. But at any rate, basically at the corners of this pyramid at the bottom, you've got this little piece of orgonite at each corner that generates these scalar waves, sends them up through the tubes because these waves are vortexing through the tubes. Then it goes up and hits the orgonite at the top, and then it comes out and vortexes into a big, strong vortex. Now, the thing of it is, human beings can do this. Our biology can do this ourselves. You can actually do this yourself. You can go out into your yard and meditate and envision creating a vortex of energy and clearing the chemtrails or changing the weather. You can actually, I was out the other day with a gardener, and we were making clouds dissolve just by directing our consciousness at it. It's because we are scalar wave transceivers. We take this energy and we can broadcast it. This is why native peoples throughout the world, throughout history, have gotten together in circles and done ceremony. You know, they may not know all the physics. They just know, for example, a rain dance or a rain ceremony. You get into a circle and you get a bunch of human beings generating scalar vortexes, and then that will combine to create one big vortex that goes up into the atmosphere, and it acts like a vacuum cleaner. It actually changes the ionization of the atmosphere. It's like an upside down tornado of this subtle energy. And it goes up, and if you've got a big enough group, you create this vortex where the apex of it is out in space. And so it's sitting there vortexing with the big end of the vortex down toward the ground, and the point out in space acts like a vacuum cleaner, pulls the pollution out, balances the ionization atmosphere, and then you get whatever you need in terms of weather. If you need rain, if there's been a drought, you get rain, but you get enough, you don't get too much. If it's been flooding and raining too much or strong winds or whatever, it just goes away. And I've seen this over and over and over again. So we don't have to have these technologies outside of ourselves. They just make it more convenient, because who's got the time to sit out in the yard and meditate all day, especially with all the spraying that's going on? Now, there's some really cool supplements. This is starting to get into the very cutting edge supplement companies like Ancient Tech, you know, Vernon Ross Company. He's been doing this for eons. I mean, Vernon knew this stuff probably back in 1950-11 before anybody else did, because his Ormus products are some of the first I came across, and they're actually some of the very, very few that I like and recommend. But this one is a really interesting iodine supplement from Dr. Gabriel Cousins at the Tree of Life Rejuvenation Center in Arizona. And it is monoatomic iodine, but he didn't just stop with that. They actually use a scalar device to program it with the anti-frequencies of all known radioactive elements. So this iodine, because it's superconducting, Not only when you ingest it will it give you iodine and help your thyroid and help your body, but also it emanates the anti-frequencies, scalar frequencies of radiation, and it will actually neutralize radioactivity in the body. Now, they can't claim that, and I'm not claiming that. I'm just telling you this is what my experience has been in using this stuff. Scalar energy, because it creates and alters matter, it can do all kinds of interesting things, and it can neutralize radioactivity. That device I told you about called the SCIO and the indigo, those devices can neutralize radioactivity in the body. And I know that firsthand because a little over a year ago, I got radiation poisoning for the first time. I've had it 3 times now. You know, nobody's going to, I wouldn't volunteer for radiation poisoning. So spirit kind of sends me that way, and then I have to deal with it and figure it out. And then I share it with people. So I got radiation poisoning the first time, and it was pretty bad. And I had to figure out really quick what to do. And fortunately, I was already doing a lot of it. I didn't even know, because I was testing some new supplements, and it turns out those supplements pulled it out of my body. But in the process, I found out that the SCIO and the indigo, I actually got hooked up to one, and in 3 hours, it neutralized the radioactivity in my body, which is pretty amazing. And then I found out about this. 3 days later, I'm talking to Gabriel Cousins, and this is kind of how my life works. I swear, I feel like Forrest Gump sometimes, because it's like when you're living in line with the way nature is and works, it's a lot easier and things fall in your lap. And so I kind of have gotten accustomed to that. You know, I mean, like I said, I wouldn't go volunteer for radiation poisoning, but when that happens, it's like the answers come. And so this was one of them. 3 days later, I'm talking to him on the phone, and he says, oh yeah, we've got this 2 amazing supplements that will pull this stuff out of the body. This is one of them. The other one is a really, really cool water. It's actually an Ormus water. This is just water with MonoAtomics something in it. I don't know exactly because it's proprietary and they won't tell me, but it's some kind of Ormus water that has been programmed with the anti-frequencies of all known radioactive elements, and it does the same thing. You take like 12 drops a day of this stuff, and it will remove radiation from the body. It's quite amazing. And again, I know this firsthand because I used this stuff and it worked for me, and I've used it on other people and tested them. The SCIO and indigo, by the way, will test for radioactivity in the body. Although if you go to a practitioner and ask for that, I mean, you know, they're going to throw all kinds of disclaimers at you because that's not a diagnostic device. Now, our good buddy, our 10-4 good buddy, Vernon Roth, as I mentioned, he's got some really amazing products, and I was telling him a little while ago. I met Vernon in 2005 at the Ormus conference in Enola, Georgia. And I was actually disappointed in the conference, and I was leaving, and I came in to say goodbye to a friend of mine. And as I'm sitting there, Vernon is up on stage talking, and as I'm talking, saying goodbye, I'm hearing what he's saying. I was like, holy crap, who is this guy? He's saying the same stuff I've been saying for years. Oh, Vernon Roth. And so I listened, and it's like, man, this guy is speaking my language. So when he got done talking, I came down and we talked a bit. Well, I had already gone to his booth and bought some of his Spark of Life water. And, you know, especially back then, I didn't read labels. I just, you know, do whatever. So I bought a couple of his bottles. I threw it in my bag. And then later that night, I went back to my campsite because I was camping and I didn't have any lights. So I sat and had dinner in the dark. And I figured, well, I'll pull out some of that Ormus water and drink it for, you know, dinner. So it was a quart bottle of the Ormus water. So I drank the whole quart. Well, first thing to happen when I opened the bottle up and I brought it to my lips, when it got about an inch away, this spark came shooting out of the bottle and arced across like an inch from the bottle and zapped the heck out of my lip. So, and it was so bright, it lit up the whole campsite. It was hilarious. I was like, oh my God, I know this stuff is good. So then I ate my sandwich and I drank the whole bottle. And then, you know, like 11 o'clock at night, I go to bed and I was wide awake, totally wide awake. Like I started seeing patterns in the universe I'd never seen before. I was starting to like solve all the problems in the universe. And I stayed up all night. I wasn't tired at all. I went to the conference the next day. I was there all day long, felt great. Wasn't tired at all. So I stayed like 48 hours, maybe more straight after drinking this bottle. So I'm at the conference the next day and I said to Vernon, I said, man, what the hell is this water? And I told him what I did. He's like, oh my God, you're only supposed to take like what, 2 tablespoons or something. So I learned, but I don't know what he's got some kind of magical machine and God knows what else he's doing. But he's got some really amazing stuff. I've done cleanses with his Ormus gold and platinum and other things, and it's really amazing. And he was telling me just a little while ago, you can also feed the gold to sprouts and to plants. So I'm going to play with that next. I already do feed Ormus to my plants and my sprouts. I grow a lot of my own food, and I'm going to show you guys some of that. But Ancient Tech has some of the very few Ormus supplements that I recommend. And ancienttech.com. Unabashed plug for Vernon, because I don't mind plugging people's stuff. If it works, I don't plug stuff that doesn't work. People that know me know that. Now, the cool thing is you can create your own too. And this is what I teach people. One of the ways you can create Ormus is by vortexing water with mineral water in scalar fields and magnetic fields. And if you think about it, when water is flowing over stream and riverbeds, it's flowing over rocks and it's creating vortexes and it's getting imbued with minerals, but the rocks are made of crystals and they're sitting out in the sun and they're absorbing the scalar energy coming from the sun and from the center of the earth all day, all night, 24/7, and imparting those frequencies into the rocks, which they emanate outwards. And then they're oscillators, so they're changing the frequency to these natural frequencies, and then the water's flowing over it. Well, water is a homeopathic solution. It's a liquid crystal, and the molecules of the water will cluster together into patterns depending on what it's been exposed to, material-wise and also energetically. So natural water that's clean, that's been flowing over these rocks, it's picking up these scalar frequencies. Very often the rocks are magnetic, so it's getting magnetically charged, which changes the water clustering and makes it very, very beneficial for living organisms. So you can do the same thing. You can actually go online, just Google magnetic blender, and you can see how to buy some magnets, stick them on, slap them on your blender with a little Velcro or elastic, and you can make a vortex machine, which you can put mineral water or anything else into with food in it, vortex it, and it will increase the Ormus. It'll liberate the Ormus elements in the food or water. And so I do this all the time. I'll vortex water with sea minerals in it, feed it to my plants, feed it to my ferments, and you get crazy growth. If you don't want to mess with that, you can buy one. There's actually a device called a water vitalizer, and the people that make this, they don't even know how it works. I talked to the inventor of it, and I was talking to him about Ormus and this energy, and he had no clue. All he knows is, I think he was imitating Victor Schauberger's work, and he just knows it works. He doesn't really understand the physics of it. But basically what it does, the base creates a very strong magnetic field, and then it vortexes the water. And so if it's got minerals in there, it will break the minerals down into angstrom and monoatomic particles, and you wind up with Ormus water. And it's very, and it also oxygenates the water at a chemical level. So you get very, very regenerative water. That's all I drink these days. There's also a really cool product called Accelerated Silver from folks in California, acceleratedhealthproducts.com. This is unlike any colloidal or angstrom or ionic silver products out there. And there are some good ones. For those of you that are, there's a lot of confusion about silver products. People argue back and forth on the internet about, no, colloidal's better, no, ionic's better, no, this nano's better. Blah, blah, blah. People are mislabeling these silver solutions. So you can't really pay attention to what they're calling it. You have to look at what the particle sizes are. Do they have angstrom particles? Do they have monoatomic particles? This stuff is a hydrosol, and it has a high degree of monoatomic silver in it. And it's absolutely amazing for killing pathogens in the body. I always travel this. I always travel with a first aid kit of things that will kill bugs and pathogens and pull toxins out of the body in case I encounter, biowarfare bugs or radiation. Like on planes, the levels of radioactivity up in airplanes is very high. Dr. Patrick Flanagan, for those of you that know him from FESIG Sciences or Phi Sciences, he's got like a $20,000 Geiger counter. He's been traveling around the world measuring radioactivity around the world. He said it's everywhere. It's even in the southern hemisphere, and it's very, very high in the upper atmosphere where planes fly. And so if you're flying, I highly recommend using these products to pull radiation out of your body. Take them before you go, take them while you're flying, and take them when you're done. for a period of time to keep this stuff out of your body. But this is really, really good stuff. I'll take a swig of it. If I travel somewhere and I start feeling a sore throat or something coming on, I'll just take a swig of this stuff. They have like, I don't know, a teaspoon or a tablespoon or whatever. I just kick it back. 5 minutes later, sore throat gone, and I just move on. Now, for radioactive particles that are what are called the transuranic elements, the ones from uranium on up on the periodic chart, their particle sizes are too large for zeolites to pull out. We haven't gotten to zeolites yet, I don't think. I should have put the zeolite slide before this. But anyway, so these larger radioactive elements, you can get them out of the gut by using clays. And there's bentonite clay, which is available in most health food stores. There's different kinds of clay. Sacred clay is one of my favorites because it's very high in Ormus and it pulls these things out. So you take a tablespoon or two in water, you drink it, you do this, and it'll help get this stuff and other toxins and pathogens out of the gut too. Now, our good friend Mary Jane actually is very high in Ormus. And you can actually buy marijuana legally in all 50 states now. But they don't call it marijuana anymore because that's politically very incorrect. It's even getting a little bit incorrect to call it hemp anymore because the FDA is really cracking down on hemp producers, even though it's completely legal to produce and sell the hemp that they're selling. It has almost no THC in it whatsoever. It's like the legal limit, I think, is 0.03% THC, which is what gets you high in marijuana. So they've developed strains of marijuana now that have 0.02% THC in it, which is barely detectable. It doesn't get you high, and it's completely legal in all 50 states now. So you can buy this stuff. My favorites are hemppaste.com and Charlotte's Web Botanicals, cwbotanicals.com, hemp oil and hemp paste. The hemp paste and oil are very different. The hemp paste is very strong. Like for me, I use it actually for getting really good sleep. Now, I already get good sleep normally, but if I'm on the road or doing something unusual, I'll bring hemp paste with me because I can take it 2 hours before bed and man, I'm out. And then the next day I'm like, Mr. Mellow, totally mellow, dude. It really is. It's a great thing. Now, I don't know about you guys, but back when I was young, I was a volumetric drinker, and I had a friend from 7th grade on who his sister married a smuggler. So I had access to all the drugs and pot and stuff I wanted. So I did a lot of drugs when I was young. I did inhale quite a lot. And I can tell you, it will mellow you out, but it's really cool to, especially if you're a type A personality. I'm not saying I am, but you take some of this stuff, you don't get high, but you get mellow. And you don't get like dysfunctionally mellow to where you just don't feel like going to work today, dude. But it just chills you out. It gives you a smoothness, a calmness. It relaxes you. It's really nice. So this stuff is great, and you can do things with it. You can vortex it in water and get some interesting effects. Now, this is one that years ago I heard about, and when I heard the descriptions of it, I was like, what the heck is this? And we don't have time for the full story, but long story short, Miracle 2 soap and Miracle 2 neutralizer and all these Miracle 2 products, they came out, when it originally came out, the developer of it said that it used eloptic energy, which is a phrase from, I believe, a man named Hieronymus, if I remember correctly. It's just another name for scalar energy or this subtle energy, this etheric energy. I like etheric energy better that Vern's calling it because it's scalar. But anyway, so this stuff has been zapped with scalar energy, with etheric energy, and then it emanates it, and it has a lot of weird properties. The thing I like about it, it's non-toxic, but also the thing I really like about it is that when you use it, it doesn't leave a bathtub scum. So I only have to clean my bathtub like once a month. Now, here's a really, really cool one that people have a hard time believing sometimes. When you feed these Ormus elements to plants, to GMO plants, it will revert their DNA back to heirloom. And the reason is because genetic modification suppresses the superconductivity and the expression of the DNA. But if you feed it Ormus elements, it will unwind and it will regain its original pattern. And the reason is because the genetic blueprint is not in the DNA. The DNA is the carrier of the genetic blueprint. It's like the antenna that picks up the blueprint. The blueprint is in consciousness itself, and it cannot be destroyed. So whether it's a plant or a microbe or a human being, if you feed them Ormus elements, it will heal DNA damage and it will unwind GMO damage and revert it back. And I've seen this done with 2 different products. There used to be a product online called Garden Shot, and now those people disappeared, not surprisingly. I don't know what happened to them. But they had a product. Actually, they were at the Ormus conference that Vern and I were at, and they showed me field trials that they did with all these pictures of GMO crops that had reverted back to heirloom. It was mind-blowing. I mean, like, the plant would look completely different. You know, the coloration and all kinds of stuff would be completely different. And the other company that does it, I can't tell you specifically who they are or what their product is. I'll just tell you this, that their product is in this presentation. So you take their product and you mix it with water, you put it on soil, and it breaks the soil down into angstrom and monoatomic particles, and you get this crazy plant growth. And they discovered the same thing, that GMOs, when you feed them this stuff, would revert back to the heirloom. Those people, the reason I can't say anything about them is because they've had 2 attempts on their life. They went to big agriculture and said, hey, look at this great product we've got. Okay, let's kill you. The chemical industry does not want people to know about this, and surely Monsanto doesn't want that. By the way, one big secret Monsanto doesn't want people to know is that even if you don't feed these things Ormus elements, over multiple generations, they will revert back to their original patterns because of the pattern being in the consciousness. You know, if you take GMO crops and you graft them and regrow them several, after 5, 6, 7 generations, they will revert back to their original. There was a study done, I don't remember who, I think Vern actually knows, where there was a study done with fruit flies where they fed them, well, actually they didn't feed them, they just reproduced these blind fruit flies that have been genetically modified to be blind, and after 7 generations, they regain their sight. Now, another way you can make this stuff, as I said, vortexing in a blender-like device, but if you want to do it for agriculture, you can get a vortex brewer, or you can build a vortex brewer, which is just a big vortexing device for agriculture. And you put water in there, you can put microbes in there, and then you put rock powders in there. And what kind of rock powders do you want to use? What kind of rocks do you want to use? You want to use volcanic rocks. A volcanic rock is high in Ormus. So if you're feeding plants or whatever you're doing, work with these volcanic rock powders. If you want to know more about rock powders, there's a wonderful book called The Enlivened Rock Powders by Harvey Lyle. And also, Vern was discussing this earlier, also Philip Callahan, books by Philip Callahan, Paramagnetism and others. What they're calling paramagnetism, I'm calling scalar energy, but basically it's the same thing. You read those books, you'll understand a lot more about how to apply this to agriculture. Now, I'm lazy. I've done this. I've done all these experiments. I've made these things. I've, done last 30 years, I've done all kinds of experiments, but I'm lazy. So there's some very nice people in California who came out with a product called Micro Minerals, and it is an agricultural product for high in Ormus. Actually, it's all it is Ormus. It's Ormus water. They take seawater and they vortex it through very, very strong magnetic fields. And it creates an incredible Ormus product that you can buy off the shelf very affordably. I think a pint is like $16, and you use like a tablespoon per gallon of water. This is one of the things that I use on my sprouts. I'm going to start playing with the ancient tech stuff now that I've talked to Vern, but this is one of the things I use right now. And you just buy it, you put it in water, you spray it. If you're growing sprouts in trays, you foliar feed them, you just spray it on the plants. If you're growing outdoors, you can also feed the soil with this stuff. You get crazy growth and crazy nutrient levels. And just to give you a little story about this, Dr. Joseph Mercola, for those of you that have heard of him, he's kind of like the Dr. Oz of natural health. He's a friend and a neighbor of mine. And when I first met him, I was talking to him, and I was at his house, and he was showing me some sprouting. He had gotten all excited about sprouting because he went to Hippocrates Institute, came back all jazzed about sprouting. So he's sprouting, and he wasn't getting very good results. So just off the cuff, I said, well, just do these 4 things, blah, 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 blah. And he did it. And being Joe Mercola, he wasn't happy, I guess, with growing good sprouts. You know, he's like, he calls me up on the phone. What the heck is this? He got insane growth on his sprouts. But being Joe Mercola, he wasn't happy leaving it at that. He sent it off to a lab and had it analyzed, and the mineral levels and the nutrient levels were off the charts. And I said, I've been trying to tell you, scalar energy, Ormus. He finally got it. Then he got super jazzed. He's calling me up for hours on the phone. Oh my God, I'm so excited about this. I've never been so excited about anything, blah, blah, blah. So this is an easy way. And he actually found this one for me. He went out, because that's what he does, man. He's a researcher extraordinaire. So he found this one for me. Now, another thing I do, again, because I'm lazy and I'm also very busy, is I do grow a lot of food in my yard. I'm on 5 acres. I'm very fortunate, and I have a lot of room to grow food. I also grow sprouts in trays, and I also use tower gardens. And these tower gardens, a company called Juice Plus sells them. They're about $450 for the taller ones. But I can tell you with one of these, particularly using, now the nutrients that they sell with these, they are high in Ormus elements, and they grow very nutrient dense food on their own. So that alone is great. But you can also throw in the micro minerals or ancient tech stuff or something like that and radically jack up the nutrient levels even more. The nice thing about these is they're completely automated. We get organic. We used to grow our own seedlings, but now we get seedlings from an organic grower, and we stick them in there. And one of these towers will grow enough food for one person to eat 2 gigantic salads every day for 6 months for less than $100. So when people tell me that, oh, I can't afford organic food, bullshit. Get one of these. Now, as I mentioned, rock powders. Here's some of my favorites. Azomite. You can get this all over the country. You can go to their website. You can find out who the suppliers are in your area. Jersey green sand, which interestingly enough doesn't come from Jersey. It comes from Texas. I think it used to come from Jersey, but at any rate, Jersey green sand is a really good one. I think it's also known as rhyolite. Redmond minerals. They've got minerals for livestock that you can use to feed your plants. All volcanic, very high in Ormus. You can also vortex these. I do all kinds of stuff with these. I don't just feed them to plants. I don't do just what they tell me to do with them. I start thinking like, man, what kind of diabolical stuff can I do with this? So you can vortex them in your vitalizer. I put azomite and all kinds of rock powders and my supplements and everything else in my blender, in my vitalizer every day. I vortex it for 27 minutes and I drink it, and that's a rush. Now this product, Microblast, was originally developed for agriculture, but they had a bad experience with agriculture, so they started selling it as a parasite cleanse. And it's phenomenal for that. It's really weird stuff. It's like 6 simple herbs, like 2 ferns, chocolate, peppermint, a couple others. Nothing exotic. It must be real high in Ormus. There's some kind of process they put this through. It's really weird. It's just a soap. It tastes like that soap, like in elementary school, that old nasty soap, in the bathrooms. It tastes like that, smells. That old brown soap. I mean, but it's amazing. You can, put it in capsules and swallow it, and it will kill parasites and pathogens in the body extremely well. It actually isolates them by their protein structure and breaks just the pathogens down. It doesn't harm beneficial organisms in the body. But you can take like a tablespoon of this, put it in a gallon of water, and feed your crops with it and see what happens. There's another one called BioWash that's similar, a little different, not quite the same, but you can get amazing results with that on crops. Now, another cool thing you can do is you can make your own medicines and you can neutralize nuclear fallout. That's what I'm getting ready to show you. With what? With this stuff. But first, that water, that Ormus water that I run through in a vitalizer, I got the idea to feed it to some kombucha and water kefir. And oh my God, the water kefir grains, normally water kefir grains, the actual culture, they look like little jelly balls about the size of a green pea. And you got a ton of them in a batch. And they take about 10 days to 14 days. You mix sugar and water and these grains together, and they ferment. It's kind of like beer or wine, but you get this fizzy soda that is a really good probiotic. And normally it takes about 10 to 14 days to make it. But when I took my vortex water, I put some concentrates liquid sea minerals into this water, vortex it for like 27 minutes, then poured it into my culture. And in like 4 days, it was done. But the interesting thing was the grains, which are normally the size of a pea, were like the size of a quarter. I mean, they were gigantic. So this is what happens. What these Ormus elements do is they bring energy into the process. Photosynthesis and fermentation are interdimensional processes. They're not just chemistry. And this is what most scientists don't get. It's not just chemistry. It's interdimensional physics. So to neutralize radioactivity, there is a culture called effective microorganisms. I sell it on my website. It's like 24 bucks a quart. And here's the cool thing. You can make gallons and gallons and gallons of it yourself. All you do is take a quart of this stuff, mix it with a quart of blackstrap molasses, organic blackstrap molasses, and 5 gallons of water. You keep it around 95 degrees for 3 weeks. And in 3 weeks, you'll have 5 gallons of it. Now, the cool thing is it has tons and tons of different uses. You can use it as a probiotic supplement. You can actually drink this stuff, so you can guzzle all the probiotics you want all day long. And it only takes like a couple tablespoons a day, you know, I mean, it's ridiculous. So you've got like, you know, a lifetime supply in one batch. But that's just one use for it. You can also use it, of course, with animals. You can use it as a deodorizer. These microbes eat toxins and break them down into non-toxic elements. You can use it as a deodorizer, like a carpet cleaner, deodorizer, window cleaner, counter cleaner. You can use it to break down compost faster, a compost accelerator. You can use it to remove odors in animal stalls and on farms, and it will break down their manure faster. It also disinfects. You can use it to remediate polluted water. And you can use it to neutralize radioactive fallout. Now, you can get the instructions on how to make this stuff on my website at downloads.freshandalive.com. So you can get this presentation and other presentations I've done and other information and the instructions on how to make this on that downloads page. And that downloads page is not available through the menu system on the website. If you don't know that URL, you won't be able to find it. Now, this is proof that this stuff will neutralize radioactivity. There is actually this video on YouTube, and it's on a special page on my website, radiationlinks.freshandalive.com. A farmer in Fukushima City, Japan. Everybody around him, their crops, their soil is all radioactive. They can't sell it. He used EM, spraying it on his soil, spraying it on his crops. 0 measurable radioactivity, 0. And this is showing the testing and stuff that they did. So this is what we have the power to do. All this stuff, all the solutions to these problems that we have are inexpensive, and they're not necessarily high tech. You know, this stuff's been around for eons. Consciousness can alter matter. If consciousness can alter matter, what can't we do? We've been so conditioned and programmed yourself. That's what, you know, when I heard Fukushima, when I heard about the Fukushima disaster, the first thing I thought was, I wonder if the United States used a scalar weapon to create the earthquake. So I Googled it, and sure enough, one of the first things that came up was the Minister of Finance of Japan being interviewed by the editor of Forbes China. And this is the guy who reports directly to the Prime Minister of Japan, saying on record, on video, that the United States had used a scalar weapon, not just to create the Fukushima earthquake, but 2 other earthquakes previous to that on the west coast of Japan, in order to blackmail Japan into economic policies against China, because the United States knows that China and Russia and the BRICS alliance of countries is working to create an alternative currency for world trade. That's known as the world's reserve currency. It's what countries used to do business with. Right now, the US dollar is the world's reserve currency, so everybody's got to trade their assets for dollars to buy stuff. But we don't. If we want oil, we just print up monopoly money and go buy oil. So the US seriously doesn't want that to end. But these countries are working to end that. So the Fukushima, according to this interview with the Minister of Finance, this was an attempt by the United States to keep the dollar from losing its reserve currency status. The first 2 times that they were hit with earthquakes, they wouldn't go along with the plan. But the third time with Fukushima, they relented and went ahead. So that, when you hear these kinds of things, it makes a hell of a lot more sense than the nonsense we're told through the mainstream media. Now, I use these things, as I mentioned, growing. I grow outdoors with all these. I have my scalar wave devices where I'm growing food. I've got them outdoors and indoors, wherever I'm growing. I've got scalar wave generators. I've got Ormus elements using on all this stuff. I get crazy nutrient-dense food. I'm so used to eating this stuff. I hate eating out when going anywhere else. It's like when I travel, food doesn't taste like food to me. It's like cardboard. When you're used to eating food that has real nutrients in it and all the chemicals in it that it's supposed to have in it and the energy, it's like, man, you get spoiled. It's like going to Whole Foods. I call it whole frauds because it's not really food. It's, there are organic farms that are learning about this stuff, and certainly biodynamics know about this stuff. But, even organic food is no assurance that you're going to get nutrient-dense food. It's not even an assurance that you're going to get stuff that's not radioactive. So you need to know about these things. But at any rate, you can grow tons of food. Even if you're in the middle of Manhattan on a high-rise, you can grow tons of food right next to a window. So that's my presentation. Thank you very much. And I will see you all later.
Thank you very much, Ken Rolla. Well, I definitely think you are very in tune with that quantum field you mentioned. If I could just take 1 second to give a presentation called 3 existing technologies that would absolutely revolutionize the world. And the very first one that I speak about is the proper and systematic application of effective microbes into health, agriculture, and industry. So absolutely, I think this is on key. And the other deal, an affirmation about that, the idea of the Fukushima.
All right, so we've stopped that one for the time being. We're going to be doing a whole lot today. Actually, it is going to be a marathon. And up next, I'll show right now, quickly, before we totally move on and start playing it, but just to show what's up, the FESIG 113 Fernando Vossa. So that's the free energy, oh goodness, something investigation group, or it's a pretty good acronym, but it is absolutely awesome. Goes deep into sacred geometry, as well as alchemy and free energy and all sorts of really very interesting topics. So before we get into that, we are going to go over a bit more alchemy while we are all here. And once again, color coding being every time that I'm changing the subject up and a different segment in these multi-hour streams. We're now just over 2 hours in, 50 people watching. I bet you it's a whole lot more because I really do get shadow band out there. Yeah, we're going to be doing some experiments with this, the monoatomic aluminum that is in the big jar on the far left. The 2 blue coils there, the double magrav coils behind Bert, we're going to be plugging them in to do more electrolysis experiments with making hydrogen. We're going to actually get a whole bunch of coils all plugged in at once, try to maximize the hydrogen. And not just that, we're going to be outside as it is a beautiful day, and it's a beautiful 3rd of July summer day. So we're going to be doing agricultural alchemy as well. And all of that purple, gold, silver, gold, or silver, purple, silver, and whatnot, the Ormus, we are going to be doing those live Ormus growing experiments for everybody live on air, and keeping it going. So yeah, and after, so there's going to be this one video coming up, the latest free energy think group, FESIG group, their 113th monthly think tank, and then after that, I'm going to play another global breakthrough energy movement presentation by Moray B. King. Absolute genius and a huge inspiration and advanced research in this nanotechnology that is hydrogen fuel, plasmids, Ormus, MonoAtomics, and cavitation in particular. And that episode. Yeah, I'm gonna make some more. Actually, today I will do a live monoatomic bismuth as well as setting up more of the silver. We're gonna be doing it all today and keeping it going. So before we get to that, let's show a few more gems from the BurnEye Alchemy Labs archives of, well, it's plasma nanotechnology and pure alchemy. And from my past experiments is almost a decade ago. This is my first lab again here. Let's go through some of the pictures. It's opening up. Here we go. Boom, there she be. Is it? Yep, here we are. All right, so on this one, this was the anode cell of a triple solenoid coil here, and the blue oxidized and then the black nano coating on the outside. But this is when it reached homeostasis, and these nanotubes that built off of it actually connected down to the ground. This you can see where it's broken off and whatnot, and then bleeding the blue Ormus out of the holes that it was broken on, as well as the orange yellow where it was broken on, and that while connected, it actually created this entire outer casing of self-organized nanostructures, this black finite nano coating, and then tubular systems that grow and ground out and build its little universe. Here we go. There's another picture. As you can see, more of the yellow, what they call the sulfuric state coming out of it, bleeding out. More of it bleeding out now as it's starting to dry, as well as bubbling out some of the remaining hydrogen from the reaction. And then it continues to dry and go through the solidification. You can see the nanotube that grew along the entire outer shell of it, encasing. Here's an anode that completely eroded through, and then after it was dried. One of the coils going through. So, yeah, so this one, you can see the bubbles are actually sticking to the entire Magrav coil. they're not coming up or off of it. They're actually coating the triple solenoid copper coil anode that is in the blue diatomic oxidized copper coming off of it. You can see it bleeding up here and up here and up here, a couple tubes of it. And then all the rest, the shell of either hydrogen or oxygen or HHO, whatever it is. And that I've been able to create this several times on it and just stuck, right? Not bubbling up at all. You can see the GANs, the Ormus bubbling up. And a little bit, I guess, of the little atomic hydrogens coming up, but none of the big ones, all stuck on it. Here you can see some of the fields in the different layers. Again, the fields forming. Always vortex, different fields that form on it. Here again we have the green, the red going to the green to the blue, the different oxidization layers. Still have this today, and I will show it off and what it has turned into, and you will be absolutely astounded. Sealed for 9 years. Here's the atomic hydrogen bubbling up, and what it looks like being captured off the cathode side there. Anode, of course, eroding away. Here in this massive giant stalactite of a self-organized structure, this anode was about this big, and then it grew all of this, connecting and grounding itself out. And over the next month, it then encased itself in that same black outer shell and encasing. This is a double Magrav coil as the cathode. You can see all the hydrogen coming up off of it, and it's black encasing nano coating of the copper as well. And constantly so much bubbles. Once the stalactite anode hit the bottom, the entire water became electrolyte, the salt water. All of it started bubbling massively, like throughout, not just off of the cathode or the anode anymore. Here's my first making monoatomic gold and copper combination. Again, gold. I thought it was zinc, but in fact it was iron. Burn Cron, my clothing line. Gonna be going through, actually even today we might go through some Burn Cron clothing. Oh, my lucky Sika horse. Still have that with me. We'll show off Horsey on camera again today too. Yeah, and right above that here you can see this is my silk screening oven in storage currently. Sadly, I lost this table. Asshole old landlords. Tito. This is Tito. As you can see, Tito looks almost identical to my current dog, T2. T2 will come on screen at some point throughout today's mega stream, no doubt. And you can see why T2, Tito 2, is named after Tito 1. Tito was such a good dog, and so is T2, the second version. Or the second incarnation. So here we have the monoatomics straight just pouring out, just flowing down, and plasma formations and self-organizations of different layers. Each one of these cloud clusters is in a different exclusion zone. They're all about an inch, like 1 inch, 1 inch, 1 inch, 1 inch, like separated from each other. Like you can see the zinc or copper, actually, I think this is actually a copper plate at this time, is about 2 inches down into the water. So it's about a foot deep, this tub, and that this is about 3 inches of the copper coil eroding down into the pure whites, and then also the blue and orange clusters all forming at different layers of exclusion zones in the monatomic. Oh, we have a video. What are we going to watch? See, these are 9 years old, so I have no idea what's to come right now. Oh, it's just a JPEG. Never mind. Or was there a video? Here we go. Yes, this is the video. Here we go. Just let it play a little bit. I've also decided that, for instance, this giant mofo right here full of aluminum, I'm going to fully rinse them and dry them out, and then combine like some zinc, some aluminum, some copper, and take a couple of the microwaves that I have in my the extra microwaves outside in the work tent there, with the massive extension cords somewhere, and film them and see, standing at a very safe distance, because I don't want nuclear radiation. Who knows, maybe explosion, what sort of plasma thing, or what the heck will happen. But supposedly when you microwave a bunch of different metal monoatomics together, they create plasma in the microwave, and then they create back into solids, but that it's actually the atoms fused together, the metals fused together. So then you have to add the atomic masses of the different elements that you're combining, and instead of it being an alloy of the different metals that comes out, instead it comes into as a new higher, much higher, heavier fused element, supposedly. So this is something I'm going to test out hopefully this summer if we get enough funding. And of course, to keep this stream going, all donations are desperately needed and appreciated. And we're going to be doing more live alchemy for you while playing alchemy of the past. And look at it. It is alive. Watch this stuff grow, and like, it's just so fascinating. Playing that decent, half decent, way overplayed Streamyard rock music in the background. Isn't it? And this is 9 years old, maybe 8 years old. woo woo. I'm just kidding. Not singing today. Well, maybe later. So you can see the different self-organization happening, and although this is actually a very decent recording from a pretty decent digital camera of the time, to actually capture the different bandwidths and arms and formations, like the fields of it, it does not actually portray the true depth of the monoatomics within the saltwater solution. Bless your soul, HVAC Alex. Thank you so much. It is appreciated and needed, and bless your soul. Everybody that has supported today, FGraph monthly membership, HVAC Alex with 20, much greatly appreciate. And we also, oh my, that is all today. All right. We continue on, and I'll let it play for like another minute or so. It's alive, isn't it? Like, it's truly alive. Oh, now I'm blocking it while it's alive. It's alive. And that's what I believe all the ancient alchemists meant when they wrote the metal is alive. It was live with current, or with the reaction of the transmutation. Oh, brother Luke, Nakahara, bless your soul, shalom, 2222, appreciate it. Doubled up HVAC Alex, thank you both, helping out. It all adds up at the beginning of each month, and this month it did not add up to very much, so I am rather hurting for certain, but that's what we're getting through these old pictures and files, and doing the real science, the real alchemy here, and the plasma research, this Ormus MonoAtomics. And coming up next, for all of you beautiful souls and awesome beings joining us today, tomorrow, whenever you are, or wherever it is, whenever it is, wherever you are, when you do watch this. Today is currently July 3rd, 7:45 a.m. Mountain Time from Calgary, Alberta, Canada. And yeah, we've got all sorts of epic pictures, as well as live agricultural alchemy coming up. We've got coming up next, though, FESIG 113th Free Energy Work Group, Fernando Vossa, Technology of the Ancients. And showing off all the old buckets, right? So my ex of the time, she literally thought I was insane. She's like, Bernie, you're freaking staring into buckets of rust. What the fuck is wrong with you? And I was like, you just don't get it. You just don't get it, girl. But that's why things change. There you can see with the classic turkey baster, me harvesting the pure monoatomics, the plasma from the reactions. And that is how it was done and how it is done. I will try to do London McLovin, either the next one or the one after, depending. There you saw me collecting the white and putting it in with the diatomic blue. Depending on, like, this is going to be 6 hours or so I got going. I'm going to open up to a panel in about 2 or 3 hours. London McLovin, you'd be more than welcome to hop on. I could send you the invite when I do open up the panel, and we can multi-stream. You can go live on your channels as well as we keep this bad boy going. All right, so done that one. This, coming up. Oh, there's Tito. That was the original. And if anyone wants to send me some wire, I desperately need wire. That's why I haven't been making copper coils, is I have ran out of wire, and it is expensive as F these days. And it's a lot of work. To get this wire, first you have to strip with like freaking knife this wire, and often there's like plastic coatings upon plastic coatings, so you have to like strip it with several times with knives. It's a whole lot of work. See, here's the X-Acto knives and the wire strippers. Like, it was a ridiculous amount of work. It is a ridiculous amount of work when you have to do it all. So this is a video on all these different sacred vortex geometry. So that is a video we're going to play in another episode. I'm saving it for the Science of Sound. Here you can see the outer black nano coating shell casing that it forms, then cracked open the inner, the blue diatomic, and then the white inside and clear gelatinous monoatomics and the different forms. That's all from copper. That was all just copper inside of what it forms in these things. Like, that looks like it's alive. No, that's just freaking copper. Like, that is just copper. Exactly. Like, doing a reno, like, got any scraps, send me your all wires, like any wire, but especially copper wire. Or, you know, as ridiculous as it is to say, gold, silver, and we will be doing some of those experiments today as well. But yeah, we are doing the real alchemy and the metals, transmuting metals, and they are freaking alive. Once again, why I need the mass spectrometer so badly. Here it's again forming the crazy crystalline layer. It's like a silver copper mix that does it that way. Again, a bunch of the structures that have grown, the nanotubes. These are quite epic specimens, actually. Usually they fall apart so easily it's hard to get them in that shape. The full red and blue, baby, red and blue. Add in some white, and you got America. Happy 4th of July, America, coming up tomorrow. But see down here the green as it dries and oxidizes. They are alive. It's all alive. It lives. When you crack them open, those tubes and everything, this is what's inside of those tubes. They are alive. America, it is alive. F yeah, America, we are alive. Coming to you live. It's alive. F yeah, it's freaking alive. The yellow sulfuric state. Oh my god, Illuminati confirmed. It is the Freemason symbol happening in monoatomic clustered nano nature. Illuminati, homunculus Illuminati confirmed. Here it is again. Look at that. Boom. Homunculus Illuminati confirmed. Once again on my oven rack, making silkscreen shirts. I miss printing. Look at it in the red state. in the inside the blue. The blue goo inside the red state metal. And these are all tubes that formed, that eroded away from the copper anode that was up here. This is all self-arranged nanomaterials that grew and formed all on their own. We'll save that one for another day. Can't give all the goodies out all at one time, right? So this one right here was the one that I put little solenoid right here, little solenoid right there. Essentially what Matt's saying for the electroculture, just like the standard Keshi pen thing, and had two of them using as an anode and a cathode, and that I connected it to the voltmeter, and it was like 5 or 6 volts or something like that was coming out, and it lasted for months until I forgot about it and dried out. I'm making noting it now because I do need to try to replicate these experiments and advance this technology now. The time is right for it to all come forward. This is free energy alchemy at its finest. Hydrogen and MonoAtomics. Different nanoclusters forming. And to use this stuff in plasma reactions, gas vacuum tubes, right? This is another thing that this Ormus stuff is supposed to react with different fusions and nuclear reactions and stuff, just like with microwaves. Like, look how much current it's producing, and the hydrogen. Only 5 volts. I also experimented with having some mirrors in there and checking mirrors, rotating mirrors and magnets and coils and crystals. You combine all of those, and I think you might just have the ingredients to make yourself a portal. Alright, so that concludes that portion of this alchemy lesson, and we're just going to compare here live on air what those guys look like one last time, as I'm going to put on the next lecture. And from this next lecture right here, Free Energy SIG group think tank. I will be working on these alchemy experiments and doing updates throughout. Oh my god, I'm sorry, the rock is still on repeat. There we go. No more annoying music. My apologies. Hopefully it wasn't annoying and I caught it in time that it didn't get too repetitive. Here we go. Let me know how the sound is.
The Free Energy Special Interest Group, where science meets spirituality in the quest for truth and knowledge to free humanity and transform this planet into a paradise.
Hello, hi everyone. This is Crystal. I am the founder of FESIG. FESIG is a free
Hey,
energy
Crystal.
special interest
Crystal's
group.
awesome.
Welcome everyone.
Crystal needs to come on the
to
show.
FESIG's 113th meeting, and today is the 7th of June. It's the first Wednesday of the month. We hold our FESIG meetings every first Wednesday of the month, and we have some of the most brilliant speakers at FESIG. We're proud to say. And thank you, folks, for taking time off to be with us live. Of course, you have a lot of benefits attending the meetings live because you can interact with us and the speaker especially and ask live questions and have a sort of like a forum. So I would like to share screen now to show you our agenda for the day, for today's meeting. Okay, so I'm going to dive headlong to everyone, I suppose, here knows what physics is about. Unfortunately, not all the viewers do, so I'm going to have to do this PowerPoint presentation very quickly. Okay, sorry, the mouse is a bit stubborn. There you go. Right, so we are a special interest group for free energy. This is our 113th meeting. I'm afraid Dr. Fresnes is not here today. There's a passing of a member of the family. Let's silently send our condolences and deepest sympathy to him. His sister has passed away recently. And I have Pontus Hefger with me, who's the head of the R&D teams in FESIG. And I suppose James Rink is here. James, are you here? James, sometimes very busy attending conferences and giving presentations, so he's excused. We have our meetings, as I said, once a month with one speaker of technology and the other one from the spiritual side of things. And today's agenda is the first speaker, being our returning FESIG brother speaker, Fernando Vossa. Speaking on the temple buildings and the creation of sacred space, Fernando had been on his research tour of South Asia for the last few months. And he actually has amassed a lot of beautiful photographs that he's sharing for the first time. And he is sharing it through FESIG. And we're so honored. Thank you, bro. He will be sharing his research findings after visiting over 100 ancient sites, including Machu Picchu, Chichen Itza, Chaco Canyon, Adam's Calendar, Teotihuacan, and most recently Angkor Wat in Cambodia. It is always a delight watching his fully illustrated talk with such flamboyant creativity, rich with his psychedelic mystical art. So staring at them sometimes actually brings an awakening of sorts, which is.
Sorry, paused it there, and oh goodness, FESIG 113. Here's the video in the live chat right now for anyone. Actually, everyone should go over and subscribe and tell them that I sent you and that they need to come on the show, The Real Science, and we need to come on an FSCG or FESIG in the future, right? All right, so I'm gonna shut up and let Crystal take it away, and let Fernando Vossa take it away as just absolutely epic work.
Substantiated with his narrative in applicable architectural concepts. And our second speaker, fingers crossed that he will turn up, is the inventor extraordinaire, Ronald Hare. He invented so many stuffs. Gosh, I mean, if you go to his website, you'll be amazed how one person can invent so many products, so many stuffs that's good for us. You don't need a maid bed. Actually, if you look at most of his products, he will talk about the 9-code frequency infusing system for health, healing, anti-aging, learning, memory, stress, regenerating, love, meditation, etc., etc. Raising the vibration, the movement to take back control of your mind, body, and soul. Okay, well, okay, folks, I will then pass the microphone to no, sorry, I have to introduce the first speaker properly. I have to introduce Fernando, even though he's been a returning speaker. But if you want to write to me, crystal@truevisionofpeace.com. Okay. And these are
I
our
need to
channels,
work on my
video
Discord. I
channels.
believe I
It's
do
worth
have
your while to
Discord,
go
but I
into
need
it
to
and
work
plow
on
in
it.
and keep listening to what the speakers are saying, because this is a learning platform. We all are learning together in order to develop what we have come here to do. So thank you for your patience. I've got to stop share now, and I will introduce Fernando.
Thank you for your
Fernando,
patience.
I know he needs no introduction, but
Thank you for your patience.
I owe him the honor of telling you who he really is. He's a FESIG secret group member, our firm supporter since the early days. He came to the rescue when my laptop broke down, 2 summers ago, and he immediately got me a replacement so I could continue with physics.
The approach of temple building and the creation of sacred space. If I was to describe a mission, but really we are not on missions, we're not military, we don't have target audiences and strategies and so forth. It really is about birthing creations. And at the very core of this vector, this direction, is materializing reality from thought. That's really at the very nucleus of what drives me here on earth in this spiritual purpose. How is it that we can be present and be able to harmonize and orchestrate a reality around us? This isn't a parlor trick of saying, well, could I materialize matter in my hand and show it to people? I'm talking about a full universal reality expression. And in searching through the ancient realms around the world, visiting sites that I'm going to be sharing today, we're going to open with that inquiry. How do we materialize reality from a conscious frequency, a spoken intention, an inner tension, an inner tensoring, an inner vectoring, vortexing? So we're going to play with a lot of language. Here we go.
This episode, it might start off a little slow, but my goodness, does it get good quick.
We're going to start our slideshow. Oops. I lost my slideshow. One moment. We're going to restart this. Thank you, technology. This is my latest collage artwork. It's called Womb Creatorship, the creation from the cosmic womb, a divine feminine act, where we acknowledge our bodies, especially feminine body, with a womb and the connection to source as the gestation of a soul into physicality, the birth of knowledge, the opening of a Vesica Pisces aperture between dimensions, and the establishing of a reality of solar.
I have to bring up the fact that he just states the Vesa Pisces portal between two dimensions, and that's exactly how Nancy Hutchinson also portrays it, and is actually almost obsessed with the Vesa Pisces between the two
systems and galaxies and matter, invoking all of the elements, the creator-creatress elements of hydrogen and all of the energies of plasma and magnetism and light and sound and crystal and gravitational and thought intention energy. This inquiry, this whole awakening transformation has taken me around the world. In this image, I am toward the bottom there, surrounded by visionaries, people on the far right, like Lloyd Pye, who was sharing with us the Star Child skull. And a little bit to my right in the black t-shirt is William Brown from the Resonance Project. And right behind me is Carrie Cassidy. And a little bit more on the left side is Dr. Alfred Weber. And to his right behind him is Laura Eisenhower. And this is a historical image taken at Adam's calendar, the described Anunnaki site about 250,000 years ago with these stones. And Michael Tellinger being present and feeling these crystal stones, these are instruments of materializing reality, of vibration, of resonance. This built a language inside of me. This happened back in late 2011, early 2012, when this was all going on. And when we see the demonstration of striking two seeming rocks together, and they're really quartzite, a dark, dense crystal that tones in all these frequencies. So imagine your own body feeling through the earth the resonant patterns, the voice of these energies. We are tuning into the ancient future. Because at some point when we go into these kinds of monoliths and these creations, they're unexplainable with today's consciousness. They are unbuildable with today's technology. Because at this moment, they have been counted more than 10,000 stone circles in the continent of South Africa. And this invitation for today's talk about temple building, a temple, a womb for energy, for soul presence. Invoke your own organic intelligence when going through these questions. I have researched in using high technology equipment, from LiDAR to sonar to thermal to high frequency waves through optical spectrometers. And let me tell you, there is no instrument that I know of, and I've been to particle accelerators, I've been to the VLA telescopes, and I've been to Mauna Kea, some of the most sophisticated crystal holography, X-ray diffraction equipment, and nothing has been as sophisticated as my body. Touching implements, tools that were built by civilizations that knew how to talk to the earth organically. These are tools found in South Africa. And seemingly at the same time, while I was studying eco-building techniques, I come across nature. And this is a dance of biomimicry. This is a termite mound in South Africa. And you can see in the background there are many surrounding me. And there's a giant mound behind me that has been scanned to have ancient ruins in it. So there must be some kind of resonance between the termites and these temples that were built at that time. And there's no mistake that when you go to the museums in certain areas, such as here in South Africa, and you look at these clay masks, and you look a little closer, we're looking at off-world beings. We're looking at interaction with intelligence, ancestors that came from the stars. I'm inviting our viewing audience today to invoke your universal instrumentation. In this scene here, I am interacting with 2 of 12 ancient crystal skulls from around the world that were not made on this earth. These are 30 to 50,000 years old that don't show any machining, any drilling, any buffing. And in the middle of them is this jade disc that is estimated to be about 50,000 years, engraved at the nanoscale. It's like a CD that has indentations that can only be seen with an electron scanning microscope. In traveling around the world, in places like Machu Picchu in Peru, these mystery schools of knowledge, an intersecting portal, a stargate of off-world and on-world studies. We couldn't replicate these spaces. This is the hitching post of the sun. Just looking at the sculpted laser liquefied stone for these instruments. I'm reminding us right now that we are the last generation that would have seen the world before artificial intelligence. Our children, they're alive today, are the last generation that will know what it was like before AI truly engulfed us. And when we look at organic intelligence, natural access, divine natural access, DNA access to the earth and elements, these techniques, these building architectures, when you look at the scale of this, we think these are little windows, but if we stand back, look at a human in the scale of these monoliths, moving tons of stone, shaping them, and somehow carting them through hundreds of miles up and down valleys and mountains, quarried in places that were not drilled, not mined, they were laser cut somehow. And this journey has also taken me into the jungles in Mexico. This is a site known as Yaxchilan in the southern Yucatan border between Guatemala and Mexico. You have to take a riverboat for several hours into the jungle to get here. And the Yaxchilan site, this very interesting calcite-rich limestone, also reminded me of the crystal resonance frequencies that are in each of these blocks. Machu Picchu is resonating in one frequency, all of those crystals, and this site is also resonating. Could we feel that? Could we touch stone and have a genetic interface, your DNA, your chemistry, and your energetics, somehow orchestrating fields of energy so that you don't need probes, you don't need electrodes, you don't need sensors, your body gets imprinted with the fields. Here we are in Palenque, and each journey that I'm inviting here is, again, the question, how do we materialize something like this? Because one approach is to say, how did we do this? How were these built? What was the technology, the architecture? Are there building plans? Have we ever seen any drawings of pyramids, the blueprints? Not really. And what if we approach this opening of a womb of creation the same way we approach interacting with nature and asking what consciousness can give rise to that reality? What energy, genetics, soul knowing is in play to give rise to matter and energy around you in the way that it's presented to us? Because when we try to reverse engineer ancient temples, we fall into many traps. One of them is that we think from the Western separatist synthesized scientific view, we could actually understand a spiritual, metaphysical, esoteric approach to materializing stone crystals from thought. These temples were downloaded genetically from the earth and from the stars. There are accounts of circles of meditative women connecting during menstruation, during pregnancies, and teaching the men how to do this. The womb cults is an entire branch of learning. And my partner Akuda right now is opening this up. These stone monoliths are a technology that was later inhabited by the Mayans. The Mayans of today don't know really who built these. They connect to the DNA of it. They can talk to the ancestors, but there is no direct lineage to the people and beings who manifested this. The Incas in Peru did not build Machu Picchu. The Mayans and Aztecs, which are the most recent of the ancient cultures, discovered some of these pyramids under the jungle. Some of the Mayans and Aztecs didn't even know they existed in certain places. So we have a reality of temples that are spiritual technology, as many of us are uncovering, are pre-Ice Age. The seed to many of these structures at the core, at the heart of the pyramid, within the pyramid, within the pyramid. There are at least 3 fractal permutations in some of these structures. And if you look underground, you'll find older seeds. Some of these temples, the steps, the levels of ascension, the calendars, the symbology of snakes. When we interact with these live in person, not on TV, not on the Discovery Channel, but make the effort to invest, more than investing in any sporting event, more than investing in any Hollywood event or any iPhone, fly and see what it was like before any of our technology existed. This site here is named Mitla. It's in Oaxaca. And you can see behind me that there are horizontal beams that weigh possibly 30 to 40 tons. And there are these inscriptions that can be read as frequencies. Think of them as light language inscribed to speak to your DNA. These are codices like the Rosetta Stone between one civilization and another civilization and another civilization. The gods before the gods, the womb of the cosmic mother, the Vesica Pisces, birthing the elements of fire and earth and water and air. We traveled through Mexico with our own crystal skulls. We were able to have these beings travel with us that were sourced in Teotihuacan, Mexico. Crystal sculptors made these. These are more recent. And yeah, we're watching Indiana Jones and the crystal skull here. This is a site in New Mexico called Chaco Canyon. When you hear the official story from the tour guides and the parks and recreation, they tell you about the Anasazi people and the recent knowing that we really don't know what happened here. These weren't places that people lived. This is the kivas that were the portal communication places to talk to the Kachina beings. They were birthing centers also. These are the womb tribes of women who could fill with water and blood these sites and have the Kachinas float in the middle. And these Kachina interactions included a sharing of genetics from other planets, bringing corn and bringing knowledge of when to plant it and how it would infuse a divine knowing of the earth when you consume that corn. They don't tell you this on the tours and these finely aligned stones. And if somebody said, go out to the desert and find me 1 million little stones that fit in your hand and assemble them in this arrangement that we see here. These are stacked crystals. These are computing walls of frequency. Behind me is what is known as Fajada Butte. Yes, this is one of our ancient trees. And LiDAR has shown that this place has root systems, caves, and this is the landing site of the wing makers. And right now you cannot go there. There's not even a road, and they're heavily guarded. They claim that tourists had somehow knocked over a rock and now they don't allow anyone in there. We know better. It was a temple. It was a place of creation, of womb birthing, of interstellar travel and interdimensional communication. Sedona in Arizona is also another high energy place. This rock here that I captured at noon on Thanksgiving, the sun was just hitting it. This is known as the chapel atop Cathedral Rock, which is one of the hikes. And when I saw this glow and this light, I climbed up to this spot, took my clothes off, and did a bodhisattva meditation for world peace, and felt the golden illumination of the moment of that light. I invite everyone to identify and acknowledge your most sacred, your most divine experiences in your life. Find them, create them, stage them. Do you see a cell phone in any picture here other than the person taking the picture? Do you see me preoccupied with any other nonsense other than the presence, the full clarity and coherence of what is occurring? Here I am on top of Cathedral Rock. There is a way your body moves when it is in an energetic field. It doesn't mean you have to do yoga necessarily. But could you ask your cells, your muscles, your bone crystal temple, the biome in your digestive brain, and all of the elements in your body, the calcium, the gold, the copper, to be the computer, the universal interface? And could the earth be your sensor mechanism? The answer is yes, on all accounts. Could ancient trees teach us in one interaction, in one DNA communion, the secrets of living 1,000 years? Could we tune the clock of our bodies so that the chromosomes cap a new kind of telomere? Think of the telomeres in your chromosomes as the crown chakras of the tips. And could I learn this from this ancient being? Of course. And how many of us have captured all these beautiful light
Fernando, I don't mean
phenomena?
to interrupt, but
Oh, yeah?
there are two bars, stripes on the screen that's interfering with your beautiful pictures. I don't know if I'm the only one seeing that contest. Do you see?
You're talking about the top one
The
or
top
this
one?
one?
And on the right hand side, yeah, I think your mouse is moving over there. Oh, it's
There.
a shame. Such beautiful pictures, and you are defacing it with this two bars.
It was, I minimized the windows, but let's continue.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you for that. This is an image captured in Sedona, and I've analyzed these images. So one explanation for a lot of these orbs and beings and angels and interdimensional phenomena, yeah, it's spherical lensing, it's the solar effects, and it's orbs that just blah, blah, blah. You know, my body tells me differently. There are energies that are plasmatic that take the opportunity at the right angle of incidence to refract themselves into your imagery. There's that kind of intelligence. And in journeys to Avery in England, and also Stonehenge, one can be a traditional tourist and just walk around, do the tour, have a snapshot of pictures and say, you did it, you felt it, I've seen it. But what if you bring your own instruments? In the case of this wand, because again, I am asking the question, how do we materialize reality from thought? And are there organic instruments that can accelerate that inner knowing? By looking at this image, what do you think was being orchestrated between the stone and my pineal at that moment? And by the way, I'm wearing my Peruvian hat. A lot of this stuff happened pretty fast within a year or two. Because once you tune your body to a site, if you want to say in prayer, in communion, you could also say in breath and in motion. My body, my arms are speaking the shape of that stone. I'm allowing the creative freedom for my body to be in a symbiotic energetic, homeostatic state with the energy of the site. I visited the British Museum that has a grand collection of stolen artifacts from around the world, including from my birthplace, Mexico. This piece of Quetzalcoatl came from Teotihuacan, and I had to commune with it and speak to it. You know, when I visited the British Museum and other places, I actually cry from the intensity of the knowledge that's coming through me. These are also at the British Museum, these Indian artifacts of Vishnu and Rama, traveling through dimensions. Some of these stones are 5,000 to 10,000-year-old sculptures. And in the many hands of these beautiful beings, they show you knowledge and tools and sometimes weapons. And in this case, you can see that beautiful Vimana saying, I came from this part of the universe and I came here in this craft. That's what my body told me. I became an antenna because one can be an expert. One can be their own cosmic archaeologist. Don't need to have an archaeology degree. As a matter of fact, I think it's a detriment to have a college degree to try to do this work, this creation. To speak to the Sumerian and ancient writings that go back to the origin of these different star tribes that came here, that are our family. And yes, this one was for you, dear Chewy, in the famous Beatles scene crossing. And yet I had a mystical experience with all kinds of orbs appearing to me. In San Diego, we did an installation, an art, music, energetic temple where we drew Metatron's cube with chalk. And while we were setting up a 6-speaker system that gave us an interference pattern, you can see one of the speakers on the bottom center. We had these features, these Merkaba fields appear in the time lapse where we were recording our installation, the setting up of it. And I have the video showing that these weren't solar flares in my lens because the sun moved in one direction and these stayed put. We can examine a lot of these artifacts and zoom into them and breathe in that there are interdimensional beings appearing in these Merkabas, in these geometries. And they stayed steady on one axis of the Metatron's cube. Here's the bottom part of it so you can feel around the speaker in one of the corners. We had these octahedrons, icosahedrons appear, and there's layers of them. So we move forward to Akuda and I visiting Angkor Wat in Cambodia, landing in Siem Reap. And like many archaeological sites around the world, they've been co-opted by governments. What's that?
And then the third is the whole understanding.
Sorry about that. When you approach Angkor Wat, there are the Naga serpents at the entrance to these temples. And these beautiful fields are cymatic impressions on the stone, these mandala shapes. Already our DNA imprinting, their light language, they are devotional script. And a lot is distorted because the Buddhist occupied Angkor Wat, and so did the Hindus, and so did the Brahmins, and so did others before those came. So you can't say this is just a Hindu temple, or it's a Brahmin temple, or it's a Buddhist temple. Because there are aspects of Angkor Wat as a temple before the Ice Age. As a matter of fact, there is our ancient archaeology where there are different kinds of ancient creatures embedded in the stone that are millions of years old on that site. One has to ask, how far back was the temple established? When I look at these towers, I see a three-dimensional cymatic wave. The same kind of waves I see when I look at the beryl cactus, the saguaro cactus in Mexico and in Baja and in Arizona as antennas of frequency. And I invite our viewers to see the FESIG 69 talk I did on the Vossa, which you'll get to see a little bit today. There are entranceways that are portals. There are arches. You walk through them and your body feels a different energy if you're paying attention, if you're breathing through it. On the top of this archway, there are a series of mandala imprints, flower of life kind of designs. And if you look at the columns on the left and the right, polishing, the integration of these blocks, some of them don't have mortar between them, and yet they are fused. And one of the striking elements of Angkor Wat are the millions of blocks, and pretty much all of them are individual shapes. I could say that there are courtyards that had at least 10,000 blocks, and not one of them was equal to the other one. These are not molded. You can't make 10,000 molds. You couldn't have sculpted these. One feature that I was very interested in are these columns. Think of these as sound waves, and you can play them from top to bottom, left to right, inside and out, and outside and in. These are standing waves, a frozen frequency. Are they lathed together? Are they assembled, sculpted, liquefied, 3D printed, laser cut? All of the above. They are in windows and on walls. And we find these all over the place, not just in Angkor Wat, but in India, and in Thailand, and in Mexico, and in Europe. When you get close to them, you see the inscriptions. Not one is the same as the other one. These continually impress me, all these different features. What am I looking at? How was this materialized? What consciousness gave rise to Bayon Temple? This is the other temple near Angkor Wat, because Angkor Wat is a citadel. Easily there are at least 40 temples you can visit, each one unique and different. These frequencies, these pillars, and these entrances, look at how many entrances there are, window, door-looking portals. There are hundreds of them in this temple. Feeling the resonance of each space, asking to be shown the truth. And seeing my family hanging out there. I love seeing nature interacting with these temples because the jungle had already taken over all of this. Nature reclaims. And this set of columns inside another temple, it's like a temple within a temple. Are these for humans? You know, from Michael Tellinger in South Africa, I learned that one of the artifacts of these advanced civilizations is that we have technology, computing devices that are like circuit boards in a computer. The interface, the connection points of chips, like the microchip on top of the columns, the copper connections of these crystal columns, and then the base. Too many columns, not really adequate for humans. In Cambodia, there are temples made for giants, beings that were at least 12 feet tall. There are temples that are for 20-foot beings. There are furniture and places to sit for that size. And there are temples that are made for 3 foot, 4 feet, that you have to bend down to get into and move around. And they have little seating places. Something that impressed me about this temple was the ridges on this outer perimeter that looked like a sideways book. It's sitting on top of a liquefied frequency. Layers. Again, there are blocks everywhere all over these temples. Not 20 or 30, but tens of thousands of blocks that have been somehow disturbed, like a nuclear blast blew these temples away. This couldn't have been done by people walking up and dismantling the temple. This couldn't have been done by nature just knocking them over. These aren't walls that just fell over. So there are interruptions to these temples, these sites. There are great cataclysms that some of them seem artificial. They've been exposed to high heat, melted stone from outside, nuclear blast. I'm giving a multidimensional view, thousands of features to contemplate. I'm an architect in one of my many dimensions. I know how to do three-dimensional computer-aided design. And I visualize, how would I design a block, one block from one of these temples? How long would it take me to design it in 3D? Not to sculpt it, just to visualize the detail, the frieze, the elevations, and turn it around and spin it around. Now multiply that act that could have taken me, let's just say 3 days to design one perfect block, times 10 million. And roughly, Angkor Wat, we don't have an estimate of how many blocks. It's too much. It's beyond 200,000 blocks in one room, one area, and more than 250,000 blocks, and more than 10 million blocks in one whole temple, plus the foundation. It wasn't lost on me that when we were landing in Siem Reap in Cambodia, you could see the interlocking rice paddies and plantations. Some of these are ancient. They've been around thousands of years. This block face here reminded me of the ones I saw in Peru and in Mexico and in South Africa. A stone that has multiple sides, multiple diameters, not one is repeated. Not one rock in this scene is repeated. It's individual placement. These chisel marks that we claim to be chisel mark, those who have studied crop circles know that they have texture to them. There's a flow, an energetic weaving. This is what's happening on the surface of these stones. Visualize iron filings and magnetic fields for each stone, and you get an idea of the way they were so-called chiseled. This is not done with copper tools and somebody banging on the rock. If I showed you this image and asked you, where do you think this is? You might jump to something Mayan, but this is still Angkor Wat. Once again, Angkor Wat, one of the sites, one of the temples. This one was an outside temple, meaning you can only go outside. And many of these stones, it's hard to tell what some of the original ones were and which ones were replaced. There's a lot of mix and match in these things. Here is a termite mound. Again, the termite mound here in Angkor Wat replicate a lot of the temple architecture, the towers and the channels and the passageways, and the root system of trees moving through the temples and the termite mounds. Who are the real builders here? So let's jump to the modern world. These are the Petronas Towers in Kuala Lumpur. And let me tell you, as an architect who's visited many cities around the world, the Petronas Towers are some of the most energetically powerful buildings I've ever been in. The supposed Islamic architecture of the square and another square rotated, and then these rounded areas connecting them, can say, well, it came from the minarets in a mosque. But we're talking about a frequency that is much older. These are temples. Unfortunately, to me, these are dark temples, co-opted knowledge. Petronas is an oil company, an energy company. In their lobby, they have this beautiful chandelier. When you stand under it, you get a sense, a feel of the ray of energy projected through the towers. It is a true portal in plain sight. Here's that same chandelier from an angle. There are fractal towers and antennas all over the place. The fields are massive. And what is inside the Petronas Tower? A freaking mall with Gucci and all that nonsense. I mean, yeah, that's why I say it's dark. It's a matrix concentrator, but yet there's divinity here. At the top of the towers, you can actually interact with one of the antennas that's inside. None of this is random sculpture just sitting there. This is a picture you can take from the top, from one tower to the other tower. Let me tell you, my body and Akuda both felt all kinds of things in these places. These are temples on their own. And on the right side, way in the back of that tower, you see the taller tower now. That Petronas used to be the world's tallest building at one point. And then this other one behind it, I forgot the name, is now the fourth largest tower. The Al Burj Khalifa in Dubai is the contender at the moment for the biggest one. So the invitation here is to look at these buildings, these temples, as a wave plot, a three-dimensional graph of energy. And the footprints are cymatic waves that are interacting with our brain waves, our body waves, a spiritual portal connection to amplify thought into matter. These stupa, rotunda rotations that turn into these bell-like shapes. I've been inside of them, outside of them, touched them with my hand, put my body on them. I've even put my tongue to one of these just to feel the electroconductivity. We're talking about towers of sandstone that have quartz and granite and copper and gold. These are ancient computers. They're still teaching us. It's something like this. capturing a frequency. So we're going to jump ahead now. Just take a breath for a moment. This is the Schrödinger hydrogen wave function. One of the big jumps in physics was when we stopped seeing molecules with orbits and we looked at the patterns of electrons as wave actions, cymatic waves, that if you were to take a picture of it at each moment and attempted to predict where electrons were going to be around the nucleus, you form these beautiful fields. This is the light language of creation, our best attempts to model it in computers. These are plots of neural activity from a neuron in what is known as an ictal event, a seizure in a human. The spikes and concentrations of neural firings. Think of the neural firing patterns of ecstasy and bliss and communion with self, enlightenment, self-realization. What do those wave plots look like? Could we build temples that resemble that? It's already been done. So we're going to leave off here where the talk on the Vossahedron dome structure that I've designed is a 12-pointed star. And you'll know more about it if you watch the original presentation. But I had a recent revelation. Because this was designed as an instrument of consciousness to amplify conscious intention, to materialize reality. It's an instrument like a telescope to observe and amplify inner space, your mind, your consciousness, to quantum tunnel through to your
Weird. Sorry about that. Just as it was getting good into quantum tunneling, it decided to stop playing.
because this was designed as an instrument of consciousness to amplify conscious intention, to materialize reality. It's an instrument like a telescope to observe and amplify inner space, your mind, your consciousness, to quantum tunnel through to your original soul intention, to translate it. I had to sanitize this project into being an ecodome, but the people here at FESIG know what it is. Here's the blueprint. Here's the molecular orbits of those waves. And when examining the beryl crystal and also the beryl cactus, we land on the hexagon, which a lot of these temples are hexagons. And the molecular structure of these aquamarine and emerald-like crystals have been studied at the atomic level. This is an imaging of the lattice patterns of the crystal molecules in that crystal, in the beryl. This is done at the Oak Ridge National Laboratory in Tennessee. This was done back in 2016. Do you see the star pattern, the hexagon, in that zoomed in? And when they zoomed into these crystals and studied what does water do that is trapped And I'm using that word trapped, not my word. They also use the word caged, but I say water is living there in these 12-pointed, 12-sided crystalline tunnels. Water achieves a 6-phase quantum tunneling state, meaning the water molecules inside this crystal are exhibiting a quantum tunneling state, a new state of water. And Dr. Johansson talked about that in the last FESIG talk, about water being intelligent and being able to quantum tunnel between dimensions. So I asked myself, could my Vossahedron do that? Because it is coincidentally having 12 points, 12-star pattern. And in nature, we see this a lot. These are butterfly eggs, 12-pointed, multi-pointed structures, wave plots in 3 dimensions, temples of creation. And then I saw this. This is where we're going to leave off. This is the X-ray diffraction pattern of a beryl crystal. Those points are a scattering, a sampling of the molecular structure inside these crystals. And when I overlay the Vossahedron on top of this pattern, there's a perfect match. And yet my design is not including these beautiful hemicircular effects of cymatic waves. So when materializing reality from thought, when achieving a quantum state in your body, when the water in our bodies is able to superposition inside a building, replace the word building with instrument, a crystal designed to contain your whole body, what could possibly happen is the next journey to explore. Because the crystals in our pineal have these hexagonal shapes. Already are doing water superpositioning, quantum tunneling. And I want to reiterate, the most advanced technology is in your body. I can draw a seed of life with a stick in the desert. Don't need a 3D printer, don't need a computer, don't need an alignment, nothing. This is built into my genetics. I've taught my body. I've cultivated a human that has this instrumentation built in, the sensitivity to all this knowledge. I'm inviting everyone here to open that possibility in your life, to create sacred space. You're seeking. It's not an engineering or scientific endeavor. It is a communion with soul. So we're going to stop our share here. Take a breath. Woo! I hope you enjoyed that. There was a lot there.
Absolutely. Wow, that's brilliant, Fernando. That is so superb. Hang on a minute. Yeah.
We have just experienced years of knowledge in one download. It's a telepathic communion that we're sharing. This is what I would love to share with kids in elementary school. We start there.
Well, actually, I wanted to share my photographs of Angkor Wat as well.
Oh yeah. And by the way, there's hundreds of photographs.
You've done it. You've done it this year, right? Just recently, like last
Yeah,
month,
Angkor Wat was this year.
couple of weeks ago. Okay,
Not so recent, but like 3
mine
months
was
ago.
in 2009, that long ago. So let's see the differences now. Okay,
Thank you, Eric, and those who have given me some feedback.
I'm gonna share screen. So I got the photographs. Let me just share. That's Angkor
This is the
Wat.
kind of place that changes your life, right, Chewy?
Yeah. Sorry, this is a bit blur because in those days
I actually stood in that
2009,
spot right there.
yeah, the roots, the buttresses, the roots were growing heavily into the buildings. Of course, how many? Like, has it been 1,000 years or so, or is it just hundreds of years? Fernando?
Certain trees are hundreds and certain trees are 1,000-year old. Like
No, I
on
mean
some of these.
the temple in Angkor Wat.
And I wanted to share that with these trees, some of these banyan type trees, they're not necessarily growing the trunk out. They drop a line from one of their arms, one of their branches, and create a new trunk and another new trunk. Oh, yeah.
Oh, sorry, that was a video that I did, but it's small. Anyway, we just look at the photos. Has it changed over the years? 2009, end of 2009?
I would say that there's a lot of effort to, it's both to reveal what's there, but they're hiding a lot. I didn't show a lot, like the floating temple. Did you remember that one?
Sorry, that was where I stayed.
This is your Airbnb temple?
Yes.
I mean, I didn't show the picture, but there's a temple that floats near Angkor Wat in one of those giant water locks that they have. They have these giant rectangular areas that fill up with water, and they have a hydraulic system that moves water upward to a higher level and not higher. And then some of these temples float.
Wow.
Yeah, and they rotate and they move with the sun, the shading. It's like, if we threw €1 trillion, we couldn't build one of these.
No.
If you put 10,000 engineers to do this, they couldn't do it. If you hired all of the construction crews in the world, they don't know the precision.
Oh, no.
We don't have the technology. We're so arrogant.
But you know
I
what?
think
I can't resist sharing the rest of it. I mean,
I hope I got you
went
excited
to-
about your trip.
I went to Kota Kinabalu, climbed the highest mountain in Southeast Asia. This is what it looks like. It's so beautiful. The highest mountain in Southeast Asia.
We'll be
So
there at
climbed
the end
up,
of the month.
almost hitting the top, you see. And we started climbing at 3 a.m. in the morning. And when we hit the top, the sun's about rising. Look, it's almost at the peak now. It's so breathtakingly beautiful.
Wow.
Looking down from the peak.
Yep.
Look at that, look. These are taken from my own camera.
And look
And
how
I was
beautiful
up
you have
there.
some orb artifacting there.
Oh yeah, this could be an op. And we climb at sailing with just that one rope up. It was so scary, you know, in the steepest points. It's like, wow, what if you fall? Fall to your death. Look at this one. It's so lush. Oh, I love nature. And this.
I
Oh,
want to
that was
mention something to Eric, who messaged me
the
about
right
his son and husband receiving
One
a
more thing.
healing.
Mhm. I think that's about it. Sorry. Okay.
That's okay. It was
Right.
good.
There you go. South Asia.
I wanted to share an insight about the word healing.
Mhm.
I invite contemplating the opportunity to declare yourself healed at some point in your life. Say, I am done the healing process, and now I'm going to birth a new human, birth new kinds of cells, reconfigure your DNA, be able to receive reality and project it in a different way. So it's kind of like bridging regenerative consciousness into creator-creatress consciousness is what we're inviting here. This is the real temple building we wanted to talk about.
Mm.
So I hope that this approach of being a creation artist beyond any science, because to me, science is so darn slow and rigorous and synthesizing of trying to identify one key ingredient, one active, one influencer. It's difficult to get a holistic approach to understanding. Because when you're using sensors and measurements and putting them in a computer and trying to plot them and trying to explain them to people, you're not receiving them in your body. You're not imprinting your DNA with the true understanding. I promise you, the Atlanteans didn't have any of this electronic mess.
Fernando, Marek has a question for you.
Marek,
Saw
brother.
him putting up his hand. Look, folks,
Thank you,
I can't see
Crystal.
you unless your video's on, like Marek's video's on. Go on then, Marek. Unmute yourself.
I appreciate very much the presentation and the journey that I went on with you. And being in the temples, feeling your connection with the sound rocks in South Africa and standing in the abbeys and things. And then even in the great towers, the modern tower with the energy, absolutely they're using the laws, the cosmic laws. And I love the way you transmuted it into a light purpose versus their intention. And the light is always stronger. And by the time I got to the end where the Vossa and the particles, and I was in another space, man. I was just in a whole higher field. And then coming back to you saying that the purpose is to regenerate. You know, death is not a natural thing for life. It's an abuse. It's a not of love symptom. And we just heard something last night, very similar on these lines about regeneration, and that the rebirth that Jesus spoke about was actually a regenerative birth, not a die and born again, but to regenerate constantly. And the body, as you know, replaces itself every month, every 14 months, whatever it is, that we're constantly renewing ourselves. And I think you're fully on that, brother. And I appreciate you taking me on this journey and plugging into the high frequencies and the vortex that you're in. And that's my 2 cents of gratitude, overall gratitude, and higher place than when I checked in. Thank you.
Oh,
You
I
say
love
that for
what you're
us,
sharing,
Marek. Absolutely brilliant, Fernando. I love the way you present it and making comparisons and telling us the Angkor Wat, the architecture building is also, if you like do a superimposition and compare the Petronas Tower,
Mhm.
goodness, it's almost similar, isn't it, Fernando?
Well, I wanted to share that the word Angkor Wat is not the original name of that temple.
Uh-huh. Yes.
And it's been co-opted many, many times. You see pictures and images, statues of Buddha with their head on top of a Shiva or Vishnu. What convoluted nutcracker approach is that?
Yeah.
And, they move the statues around, and then the new government moves in, and the new ruler moves in and said, well, I'm going to take my crew and start chipping on these stones, and they take the jewels out and they erase parts of the writing of beautiful Sanskrit, and they write their own on top. They put a little mortar. They shows their ignorance, but yet It shows their intelligence to say, this is a powerful place. I'm going to co-opt it and use it. It's so powerful, like the dark priests that took over the pyramids in Egypt, who have no clue how they were built, but they knew how to use a little bit of them. The priests that came in, you know, let's say 4,000 or 5,000 years, but the 10,000-year-old original builders, you know, these are the ones Graham Hancock is talking about. Who were these civilizations? You can bet that the Mayans knew about Angkor Wat, and Angkor Wat knew about Egypt. And we already know there was entanglement because they could travel between these spaces. They didn't even need ships, I don't think, to travel between these places. And there are tunnels that connect all of them. I just wanted to mention that. There are tunnels that go under Asia and they go to Europe through the earth. They're still being used today.
The dams, the deep underground military bases, yeah.
Right.
Absolutely.
And our dear friend Gosha.
Jindy Cook talked here at FESIG several times, and he was showing the map of the tunnels that goes from Europe to Asia. You said
Isn't that incredible?
Yeah.
Amazing.
I wanted to share about our friend Gosha, who recently put out a video that I really liked, a very short message, saying, and this wasn't a conversation with the Swarus, this is her saying this. If your life purpose is to somehow wait for disclosure, or wait for open contact, or wait for a truth revelation of the secret projects, there's got to be more to your life purpose, because it may not happen in this lifetime in the way you would like it to happen. And what if part of this incarnation is about being a present human that's communing with soul? Be one human that is not bought into the matrix, so that the matrix doesn't have absolute control. And what if you created your purpose? And now this is me speaking. At each moment, you're birthed every day. And what if everything around us is an antenna of power that we can pull from and amplify? Not that we need to pull power, we can project ourselves. So get rid of the word project and say, I have a projection to birth. Start using a brand new kind of English language, or whatever language you speak.
Yeah, it's fascinating, isn't it? Everything's coming together. So many speakers, brilliant speakers coming onto the FESIG platform to teach us, and we're learning so much. That includes you, Fernando. And we are learning about frequencies. Frequencies are everything. And then we have vibrational frequencies, cymatics experts coming in as well to talk, and the water authorities coming in as well, Gerard Pollack, and then we had Dr. Benny Johansson, and we got so many people coming in to attest to it, and it's all a confirmation and reconfirmation that this is it. And Dr. Benny Johansson was talking about us being made up of 98% water content. So considering that, and you with your presentation, Fernando, I mean, we are really indeed, it's more and more believable. We are the Patals, we are co-creators with the Supreme Creator, because with every thought we are manifesting, and with every word, every action, we are manifesting more and more and more. So that's how we co-create as co-creators, really. So it is not the reality that we are experiencing now, which is like a hologram, it's a matrix, right? So it's not real. And what is real is our own thinking, our thoughts, our co-creation gives. And well, what we think is what we manifest, as you say, cymatics.
And asking, yes, Pontus?
Yeah, Carrie, you have a question, I think.
Yes. First of all, Crystal, hi, and thank you so much for this, both of you guys, for this FESIG forum that you've had all these years. Just what a blessing, what a great mastermind, you know, to bring people together and be able to coalesce all these awakenings to our reality that we're all having from this history that we've been lied about. And Fernando, you're just, what a juicy, beautiful journey you took us on. And at your eye and your sensitivity to these things and your ability to create within that framework, I just honor it and respect it. And I'm so grateful to get to participate and receive it. And I think we know, as Crystal said, here we are in a simulation, a hologram. But there's also been so many resets, and these resets have included such brilliance. And again, I think it comes back to our hearts, staying in the heart. How do we succeed in this iteration that we're in? And I believe the success is through the heart, through love, through, as you said, stepping into our empowerment. And instead of waiting for somebody outside of us, we step into this now as empowered, aware, delighted beings in this matrix that we live in, and make it the best we possibly can. And so much is by our connections with each other. So
actually, Carrie, I mean, speak for yourself. You've been waking up people for so many years, and we really
The 21st century humans.
Yeah, superhuman, 21st century. Wow, I mean, you did such a great job. I so admire your courage to go out there and bringing truth to the people despite what's going on. And Marina Jacobi has said it time and again. Let all this flow past like the flood, you know.
yes,
Let the debris all go past us, and we are not allowed to get affected by all this happening around us, the evil,
absolutely.
horror
Yeah.
things that are happening. Because if we do, we get sucked into that vortex, which is not ours.
It's so important, wherever we focus our attention is what we're going to be amplifying the creation of. And what you just said is so important, that we amplify the creation of self-empowerment, of love, of beauty.
Exactly.
And Fernando, you're such a vortex for understanding these messages that we have from this ancient past that has survived the cataclysms and is still here. And wow. Yeah.
Absolutely.
You guys. Much love to all.
You too. I think we are doing well as light warriors, light workers, star seeds. We have volunteered.
Yes.
Yeah, before we reincarnated, we are awakening more and more as we wake people up ourselves. So, and we
I want to
beginning
acknowledge
understand more how we co-create by manifestation through our own thoughts, our own feelings, our own emotions. There you are. And we are so connected. I feel it. I feel the connectivities that we're all coming together. And this is such a wonderful mandala of souls that are together, destined to make things turn around and manifest a paradise on earth again. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. When we visited Carrie and Marek in Bacalar, the lagoon, Akura and I, and Carrie and Marek took us on a cruise, a beautiful exploration. By the way, the Bacalar Lagoon water is the most pristine, energetic intelligence I've ever experienced on this planet, of those cenotes. And to commune with the original temples of this planet, which are those stromatolite structures, which are those columns of calcites that are 1 billion years or more old, the genetics in those lagoons. Imagine what it felt like when we reached into the bottom of the lagoon and just scooped up some of that dust of those different sediments of DNA that communicated all the way back to the original intention, the original thought of life. It showed us in an instant that life wasn't evolved here. It was created, and it was always, and it has always been here. It has never not been here. And when I say here, we're not just talking about Earth. And the original temple building idea came from that interaction in Bacalar. The inception of creator consciousness, creatress consciousness, to move from victimhood, the default separatist, polarized, and to embrace the unity consciousness, but open up something grand and new that even the Buddhists haven't opened up, or even the ancient Brahmanists and Hindus. They're looking to see what we're doing now. And we are forward envisioning this future where we're watching ourselves as the stromatolites from 1 billion years in the future, watching what we're doing right now. And
well, we're not just being watched by the seen, we're being watched by the unseen as well on another level. And we are being watched by the whole universe, if not universes, how we are going to be successful turning this around. And indeed, we are. Nothing can stop us. Right, sister?
In this year, I turned 59 from the human calendar. And my greatest purpose in one dimension here in physicality is to inscribe in this body, go through the DNA, go through the veins and the cells, and write the inscriptions in this temple, all of the knowledge, all of the awakening, so that when my body is seeded back into the earth, those genetics are spread through time and space to birth a new universe with this knowing, with this knowledge. That's really what we're doing.
Well said, awesome.
Well said, brother. Well said.
I'm lovingly, with complete gratitude and devotion to what soul intention brought me here, my own incarnation, and saying this body is now the receptacle of that knowledge, unlimited in creative freedom.
Well said.
And I wanted to share. Go ahead.
Me too, me too.
Yeah,
Me too.
Fernando is so like eloquent, just like, and that's a Sasha Stone. Hey, you've been hosting Sasha when he was there in Mexico. We saw the photographs. He always reports so well in his Facebook.
Yeah, we're actually not doing
He's
it
so
anymore.
hospitable. Wow.
Yeah.
He had a great time. Yeah.
Yeah, he's
All of
still,
us want to visit you.
yeah. We're not doing that anymore. We felt that we needed to get back on with our own work. So all beautiful visions come into being is what we can say, you know?
That's right.
All right, so this has been a conversation amongst the four of us, and Pontus not saying much. Pontus, you have anything to add?
Yeah, all is very nice, and I really love it. Thank you.
Oh, anybody else? Just unmute yourself and speak up. You have a question for our wonderful, eloquent speaker, Fernando. Please unmute yourself and speak up. I don't see any hands up, do we?
Well, we know that this is also going to be watched by many people because we're going to be sharing this recording. And we are extending, Akuda and I, my partner, are now hosting an entire course on temple building and the creation of sacred space, sharing detailed holographic human from cell to soul, this entire transformation, so that others can create their own. And anyone who's interested in this course, we're going to be launching in July, the first part of it. Just listen to the names of the modules. Holocymatic shapeshifting is the first module. Biomineralization of consciousness and temple building, creation of sacred space. Wouldn't that be a fun curriculum to play with? So there's an email, hopefully in the description here. Send me a message if you're interested.
Well,
this is how we're going to do it. We're going to share it with each other.
Yeah, I always put the speakers' links on the announcements and the promo of the talks and all that, and it's always on the website. So folks,
Vince,
want to get in touch with Fernando is easy. Just hover the mouse over.
I'm going to put my email right here.
Yeah, please do.
This is an online course with live calls where we get to share the material, imagery, techniques, and also we do retreats. We're doing a retreat in Hawaii in November on the womb of creation. So I'm leaving my email.
You have the best job in the world, Fernando. You get to travel the world and bring courses to the people. And they are so amazing. Right. So
it never gets old because We're sharing the live research inquiry as we're doing it. It's not like we're pulling material from years ago. This is right now.
Yeah. Hey, Trisha, you have something to add to the conversation?
Sister Trish.
Trish, speak up.
Blessings, superliminals. I don't know if you can hear me. I'm in a coffee shop right now, and
We hear you.
Yeah. Okay. Good. She's in the energetic enhancement system, and she's been doing great. We're healing her, and we want to come down to Bacalar and get her in the healing waters and sort of all the sanctuary. And so I'm really having a good time. Putting all the doctors on blast that have been hovering around my family members, and switching it up to energy medicine and all the other holistic Ayurvedic wellness treatments that we can. And brother Fernando and Akuda, I miss you so much, and I send so much hugs and love. And Carrie Star Ellis and Mark, I'll hopefully be seeing you guys soon. I'd like to spend some good time out there, check it all out. Many blessings.
Oh, thank you, Trish. Okay.
Thank you, dear Trish.
I would like to know, Pontus, if the second speaker is already here, the inventor extraordinaire. Did you see?
No.
Scott, have you been calling Ron here? Scott, otherwise we continue.
Yeah, I only got his answering machine. I left the last message at 3:13. With
You
the
know,
specifics of what
I really work very hard to promote the speakers' talk today.
Yeah, but Fernando, you were on a
All right, so I'm going to pause this one here. And once again, the link is in the description and on the live chat right now. Before I get into the next global breakthrough energy movement presentation, and then we'll go into electroculture, and I'll be doing the live agriculture, alchemy, gardening experiments, and open panel. But before that, shout out to Esra, aka Mindful Exposures. And this is her recent resonant frequency therapy video that she also released with Shem debuted on Shem's channel the other day.
One end of the scale, we have a giant concrete and steel bridge destroyed by resonance. And on the other, we have a small crystal glass shattered. So maybe we could shatter something even smaller, something really small, something you would need a microscope to see. Maybe we could shatter a living microorganism. But to do that, you'd need some sort of theory to serve as a basis. And we find that basis in a wonderful book called The Rainbow and the Worm, The Physics of Organisms, by a scientist, Mei-Wan Ho. And that book makes a very strong case that living organisms and cells are liquid crystals, or in the least, they have many properties of liquid crystals. Now, we're all familiar with liquid crystals because they are in our laptop computer screens. LCD display, liquid crystal display. And we can change the qualities of the liquid crystals in our computer screen by sending special electronic signals to it. We can change the color and the shape on the screen with these signals. So maybe we could change a biological living liquid crystal with a special electronic signal. But in order to do that, we would need some kind of device. So we search the US patent database, and we find this invention by a physician, Dr. James Bear of Albuquerque, New Mexico. It's called a resonant frequency therapy device, and its purpose is to induce a resonant vibration in a living organism or cell. And there are two really important things about this device. The first is that it uses a very special kind of antenna. They take a hollow glass sphere, they evacuate the air, they put in some helium gas, and when we send in our electronic signals, the helium gas lights up like a fluorescent light. An electrified gas is called a plasma. So this is called a plasma antenna. And it has many special properties uniquely suited for this kind of work. The second important aspect about Dr. Bear's invention is that the output always pulses. It's on, it's off, it's on, it's off. And now we go to the biology laboratory and we take Dr. Bear's device, and the hunt begins through a microscope for a frequency which will shatter a living microorganism. So now we're searching for the magic frequency. And we start with 100 hertz, and we look through the microscope to see if anything's happening. We watch for 5 minutes. Nothing happens. So we try 101 hertz. We look through the scope for 5 minutes, and nothing happens. So we try 102, 103, and so on. Over the course of 15 months, we try hundreds and hundreds of frequencies, if not thousands, until we find the magic combination. The answer is you have to have two input frequencies, one low, one high, and the higher frequency must be 11 times the lower. It's what we musicians would call the 11th harmonic. When we add the 11th harmonic, we begin to shatter microorganisms like a crystal glass. These are the first videos taken. We showed these videos to our friends in the biology department. They said they hadn't seen anything quite like it. It seems to be a new phenomenon. So now we know we can destroy a microorganism, and the question comes up, but can you target a specific organism with a specific frequency? We now know that cancer is vulnerable between the frequencies of 100,000 hertz and 300,000 hertz. So now we attack leukemia cells. Leukemia cell number 1 tries to grow a copy of itself, but the new cell is shattered into dozens of fragments and scattered across the slide. Leukemia cell number 2 then hyperinflates and also dies. Leukemia cell number 3 then tries to make another cancer cell. The new cell is shattered and the original cell dies. But killing a handful of leukemia cells is not enough for a patient. What kind of numbers can we do? In repeated controlled laboratory experiments, independently assayed by the 2 top experts, we killed an average of 25% to 42% of the leukemia cells, as high as 60%. They also determined that we slowed the growth rate of the cancer by as much as 65%, so a double effect.
As much as 65%. Wow. Love that quote. Well placed. Beautiful video. Absolutely excellent. Let's make sure we got the right link. Link again in the live chat for everybody. Love you, Sarah. Mindful Exposures. Go subscribe. She deserves it as always. Okay, now on to the next one. We are currently live on Twitter. We are live on 3 Twitters, through 2 Twitches, 3 Facebooks, 2 YouTubes, 2 Rumbles, and an OdySee right now. And afterwards, it also goes up to Instagram and TikTok on the reels when I make the shorts, and they get actually thousands of views, tens of thousands of views across the Facebooks and the Instagram and TikTok, and I'm going to be expanding on that more. And before we stop today, I'm actually probably going to try to add a live stream to either TikTok or the Instagram to keep going. And Mindful Exposure just mentioned me in a post of Real Science. Shout out Sarah at the same time. And we're going to, before switching it to Murray B. King and Cavitation, let's take another laugh at it's all freaking pyramids, man. Wrong preloaded one, sorry. What's happening?
Not too much, just enjoying some tea.
Look at this freaking battery. Looks like the Indian temples that are carved out of the freaking bedrock.
2 very boring minutes later.
Yeah, I caught a little bit of this earlier. It's been pretty crazy.
1 nap later.
Look at this shit. They're all pyramids. Everything was pyramidal to begin with. You've seen it here first.
Yeah, it's weird. I'm looking that up right now.
Like, look at this cement rebarred freaking fortification, and then just a dinky wood watchtower on top. But 3 arches worth of cemented caves going into the sides. Everything is pyramidal. It's like took over some Navajo freaking mountaintop. Looks like some guardians. Looks like another guardian.
What? Like, huh? Are you crazy?
Just mind blowing.
Absolutely mind blowing.
Oh, just the monastery here. No, the
What's up, Nicky B?
monastery made of the only surviving mud brick building castles from around the whole.
After coming across those petrified pieces of wood and looking into it a little bit more, some of these places that are carved into mountains, that sometimes I just start to think that maybe they were just structures before the flood, possibly, and they became, I guess, those carved out type mountain looking structures after the flood, maybe. But obviously that's just a random theory.
You're a stupid dumbass.
Like something fucked this shit right up, but then you have however many eons of actual erosion and life and decay and stuff that has gone on since then. Like, is this the sleeping dude here? Giant guy behind this, and like this natural amphitheater in Colorado? Like, are you kidding me? No, nature doesn't naturally make these perfect freaking amphitheaters all over the place. Look at, like, what is that?
2 hours later.
But that's legit. Like, oh my god, it just, does that look like a dude right there? I don't know.
You got the Cowboys
Like,
there.
pyramids, CBS to the rescue, blow up some pyramids.
What? The fuck? What? Like, what? Okay, there is no logic to what you are saying. There's no logic there. That's called stupidity.
Many minutes later.
But look at this. Cart ruts? Like, I don't think so. It looks like Maltese shit. Straight rock. How is it cut through with wood carts? Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that would have to take a lot of.
I absolutely appreciate Shem for calling me out on this specific and making light of it. Like, that was 100% mud. There was no doubt about it that was not a Maltese cart rut. That's not rock. That is clearly mud. And that's what happens when you get 8 hours into a stream. But that's what's key. You got to be able to love and laugh at yourself and be honest. And, like, it's, you have to have imagination, but at the same time you have to be in reality, and you have to call things for what they are. And maybe 1 in 1,000 mountain tops is a pyramid, maybe 1 in 10,000 or 100,000, who knows? But there is hundreds of thousands of them out there. That is the thing, if not millions. And it's all within reason, and finding the facts from fiction and making fun of oneself and everyone along the way, having a good time. But look at this. Cart ruts? Like, I don't think so. It's so mud. It looks like Maltese shit. It does straight not. Rock. How is it cut through with wood carts? Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that would have to take a lot of traveling over a long time, I'm guessing. Donkey boy.
I just wanna explore these places. Like, look at this hotel. Like, what the fuck? So, in context, this hotel is actually built into a giant megalithic boulder and out of place, what are they called? Erratic, glacial erratic. But that this is just one angle of it. When you see it from 2 other angles that I have pictures of, you really get the WTF from. You can't even see that it's a hotel, and it's like literally carved into this massive rock thing, while simultaneously being these Pabloan style of brick building, and that like was this actually originally Pleboan here that then was one of the first major remaining structures in Garden of the Gods, I believe Colorado is where this is. That it got annexed as a hotel for passerbys, quite possibly. Straight rock. How is it cut through with wood carts? Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that would.
Okay, I finally paused it where I wanted to. You can see there, it almost looks like another face dude up above there. In the image, I see faces everywhere. Pareidolia? Paranoid over pareidolia. Maybe that's just what it is. And right there, another big face, right? Like, am I paranoid or is it pareidolia? I will finally try to play it. Like, look at this hotel. Like, what the fuck? It's in a giant rock. Next to these things.
Eight hours later.
Guaranteed. I think John Levi has won me over. They're all buildings.
What the fuck? Like, huh?
I think a lot of them are. When I was traveling to Nashville, I was going past a site called Cave City, Kentucky, and when I looked it up on Google just to see what it was, for some reason, all these, like, I guess, cities carved out of rock were showing up on Google. I don't know. I still haven't figured out for sure if it's in Kentucky or not. I couldn't find any information about it, so maybe Google was just giving me random photos from other places, but
I wouldn't be surprised, though. It's fascinating, and it's more places than you suspect. And
This guy is fucking stupid.
I love it. It couldn't have been better. Okay, now, without further ado, for all of you beautiful souls with us today, we're going into some more alchemy. Let's see here. So what I've started to do now is take with the turkey baster some of the Ormus monoatomic aluminum zinc out of the large left jar here, and right behind Oscar, that third jar, I am filling with it to start the rinsing and then drying process, to then start some experiments with rotation as well as microwaving these Ormus materials with this specific batch. And just to demonstrate, I will show you here what it looks like. And how is the sound? Can everybody hear me? Hear me loud and clear? Hear me loud and clear. We got turkey baster. Here we are. It's your 4th and 3rd of July, 4th of July, Ormus turkey basting extravaganza. We're making monoatomic plasma quantum material here, all right? This is metamaterial at its finest. This is some rad alchemy shit, guys. The books that explain how to do this, well, they're old, and they start by saying, if you tell anyone, kill you, man. But hey, it's 2023. What you gonna do about it? The people that wrote them, they all long dead. So, for that now, we just broadcasting these experiments here to the world, old Bert and Ernie. Old Bert, Ernie and Bernie. We'll open it up to a pound pretty soon here. We just need one more A.B. King cavitation presentation for all to see. And here, we're here to learn. Learn how to turkey baste your Ormus today. You can send me $9.99 for a bottle of turkey baster. I guess zinc and copper. Maybe should I start selling it? I don't know. I teach everybody how to make it for free, but we'll continue. I'm broke ass, so maybe I should start selling it. You got the red state too, yeah. Number of times currently got a form of tungsten rod, right? So I got actually some tungsten outside, and we will be moving this broadcast to outside in a little bit here as we get outside. And these are essentially very advanced, those Keshi pain pens, plasma capacitors, and electroculture antennas, triple solenoid, bad boys and girls. And we look at that. Ooh, so yeah, we're gonna have some fun with these things, and we're gonna plug in these things right here, and we're gonna review some other people's electroculture. First, we're gonna find out about that cavitation. And we're also going to do some live making of monoatomic silver using these silver ounces. And since it's full moon, that means today is the best day of the month to make monoatomic silver, to make your colloidal silver. If you're going to do it out of any day of the month, this is the day to do it. The 12th best day of the year. And boom, we're going to use some brand new freshies today. Some Olympic 2-ounce bad boys right there. That is Grandma's inheritance silver. Bernie is investing into alchemy for all of you beautiful souls watching right now. One of my computers crashed. Imagine that. So I don't know how long you haven't been able to hear me. Oh dear. Oh, here I am. Ooh. So not sure how long you have been able to hear me, but as we reload things, look around the alchemy lab. More things to show and demonstrate here. So this is monoatomic silver copper in this jar. That's what we're going to be also harvesting, as well as this is the aluminum zinc that was made in that guy. Why did I move this all the way back? So we need bring out front this one. It was from the Red State episode yesterday. You can see hydrogen bubbles coming up. The big one was disturbed, but there's lots of little ones still actively, constantly going because I have it connected in series in a circuit together so that it is thus producing electrolysis and some differential all on its own. And yeah, same with this. And same with this guy. And this was the one we're wanted to highlight here because that is the lion reactor, essentially, with the zinc, aluminum, copper, and ferrite in the middle. But it's sealed for over a month now, and no electricity going in. Or sorry, actually about a week now, my bad. About a week. About a week. You can see an exclusion zone there, how it's all milky at one layer. Down here, right, it's all milky. Monatomic, you can even see as I pull above that it's still milky. And then you have a clear area from it, in between top and bottom. And then you also have the lion reactor producing a whole bunch of zinc, aluminum, iron, copper, all of the four monoatomics in this pile right below it, all on its own, and that it essentially is a clearer state, and like that jelly-like clear puffy plasma monoatomic materials. It is at its clearest and finest active. What else are we going to show? Well, we have it. We got some crystallized copper that might be shining for you. Glistening. Glistening while you're listening. Oh my goodness, comment is in the way again. I froze. I'm sorry. Whoopsie doodle. Alright. We're in the lab. We're showing the different Ormuses, the different monoatomics, GANs, electrolysis, hydrogen, Brown's gas, all of it in one. And let's see if we can get that copper to glisten and shine because it actually sparkles. Oh yeah, it does. Look at as it sparkles. It is sparkling copper. Oop, and I killed the bit. Killed the flashlight. Alright. Back we go. To Bert and Ernie and Bender taking over the show. Please bear with us for a moment while I go hook up the main computer that crashed, that had everything that we were going to watch. And be right back. Whoops. This comes. We're going to be right back with the real science. Real science. Can you hear me? How's the sound? And we're fixed. We have somehow managed to stay at 33 total viewers throughout all 4 hours and 43 minutes. We're almost at 4 hours, 44 minutes, and 44 seconds in under a minute and a half. But yeah, I don't know. I don't believe those numbers. I think I'm as shadow banned as they come. And you're watching Weekend at BurnEye's because it's the weekday. So it is shadow banned podcasts. And that is where you are. You are learning. We are learning. We are doing alchemy, transmutating into a golden age together. If I get enough donations, we're going to make it to this guy very soon. And before I continue on with Moray B. King's presentation, instead, I am quickly going to show some more awesome, amazing, never before seen, publicly released BurnEye Mind's Third Eye, Adeptelkhemist for all of you who care to be here and care to be learning. And love that real science. Real science. I don't know why I took the jingle that Zerdus does. Okay, mic check, mic check. The 33. Oh, wow, it says I lost 2. I called it out and some people left, or it just dropped my numbers even more. This is a silver bar. It's a 2-ounce pure silver rectangular bar and a 1-ounce pure silver coin. And that the reaction, although that it started out like this with diatomic and whatnot, all cloudy, started to self-organize into amazing, fascinating separation of fields. And like, look at this right down the middle, 2 separate cells forming the magnetic fields within it and the different exclusion layers that start to come. And then you see several different fields that get created with it as it progresses. Here it's starting to pull the full toroids. And the depth of the different exclusion zones, the easy zones of this water was just stunning. It literally turns into a galaxy of different plasmid life and plasmoids. Those are copper. That's eroded copper. Oh, let's see what we got on the video. I'm only using 5 volts this entire time. See, look at how it goes. What it's attracted to. Fascinating. And just like right in the center of that one. Look at all the clusters. Oh, see here, it's attracted to the magnet in the speaker, obviously. I think this is a fail and it sinks. Yep. Recovered. I think now the good ones start to... That's silver. The magnet attracted to the silver. And look at the toroid plasmid self-organization of the exclusion zones beneath. To the magnet again. Did I move it yet? So it's all stirred up again, lost a little bit of it. Now it's reorganizing again after I sunk this thing a bunch of times. Now the one magnet, instead you can see there's no longer the two magnets on the side. Instead now I have the magnet directly underneath the cap, right in the middle. So instead of it's now going for the different coins, it's literally finding center right in the actual middle. I never made that correlation before. Now I'm rewatching these and seeing this, and fascinating. Fascinating that on this one, I moved the magnet to the bottom and it literally goes right in the dead center. I don't know what to make of that. Well, I do. Actually, it makes a perfect sense. Look at these little nano cluster galaxy. It's alive. It's alive. Now this is different. This, watch the bubble that comes here and it shoots up every time. It compresses, but it's not a splashdown. It never comes back down. It always goes straight up, and it's because of the camera that I was able to capture this. And I swear, you can see the little bubbles constantly coming up, but that big guy, every time it shoots straight up, and it's defying what we know as gravity and taking buoyancy to a whole new level. So there you can see it shooting up. It either disappears so fast or it shoots up, but then never splashes back down. Just up each time. Boop, boop. Or sometimes it goes over, but lots of time. We've got more. We get multiple angles of this flow. So you'll see it shoot up right around here. And look at this guy just resting perfectly in the middle underneath. Look at this, the perfect toroids going. This one's truly an epic video. I'm going to let it play for a few minutes and enjoy this video full of ridiculous anomalies. And you can see that one bubble still here. And you can also see how this cloud didn't really mess with all the other exclusion zone and field interactions of the other Ormus plasma state materials. Look at this. You can see this band, this toroidal band already floating and moving over as an exclusion zone over its regular course and over the now sunken lid. This is actually a very bad angle to see the oxygen shoot up. Actually, maybe it starts catching it again. I'll upload the full 7-minute video on the channel later. So don't want to bore everybody. I'll just give this a quick little. See, going back to middle now that the magnet is on the center bottom of it. Each time right in the middle. That's defying surface area tension, but perfectly making sense in field vortices. Not quite touching, but oh, it was touching. My bad. And in the middle. In the middle. so enough of all of these. Well, you can just see that the toroidal shapes of these exclusion zones are just exquisite. As it continues to develop, I don't know, these little galaxies, they're so beautiful to me. And this is making colloidal silver. That's, doing good for the world and making a galaxy in a pail, in a Tupperware. Like, look at that, boom, in the middle. And in the middle. Oh, now we're getting into some other interesting things. Blood homunculus. That is a blood booger homunculus. Not even joking. That was a booger with some blood that actually started to grow and turn it thrived. It kept growing and growing, and it's a legitimate homunc. Well, not legitimate in that it contains spunk, but legitimate in that it's the ingredients of part of the different parts of cells that you need to include to create a full one, including some blood and saliva that this is. That is a part of the steps of homunculus. And yeah, so that was fascinating. Boop, boop, ba-doo. Oh, look, you can see it shooting up here now. You can actually see it shooting up there. Oh, yeah. Yep. There it is. Shooting up over and over. Oh, no. Come on. Oh. Just when it was getting good. There you go. You see it shooting up right over here. Right above my head. It goes flying by. Pew, pew, pew. All right. Okay, let's move on then back to Moray B. King and away from the homunculus. Oh, no, we're focused right on the cartoon homunculus. And on that note, now we're going to go to the global BEM, which is breakthrough energy movement, and cavitation, which is a part of electrolysis, and essentially the star in the jar phenomenon is cavitation. And Here we go. Don't fail me now, Elon and Twitter. Oh, boom, there it is. Got that, and all links are already in the description, and I'm also posting them in the live chat as always.
The next speaker, Moray B. King, who is an internationally known physicist, author, and speaker with specialties in zero-point energy, Tesla technology, and quantum physics.
Shout out Jason
He's the author
Verbelli.
of
Love
Tapping
Jason.
Zero-Point Energy, Quest for Zero-Point Energy, and The Energy Machine of Thomas Henry Moray. Now, Moray B. King is going to be interviewing a man that I highly respect and look up to, and I could easily do an hour-long presentation just to discuss this man's achievements. So without further ado, I'd like to bring Moray B. King up to present Mark LeClaire.
You have the sound? Mark LeClaire came into my life, I think, in 2011. I knew in my research of Brown's gas and everything else, there's a water cluster formed, but I had no idea what the structure was. And I knew that was going to be my next round of research to try to find out what that was. And then Mark LeClaire calls me on the phone, I think, at the beginning of 2011. And when he explained to me the research he's been doing with cavitation and everything else, he had the form. What he discovered was the seed to what the water crystal form that could make the seed to a heavier than air's secondary gas in Brown's gas. And as a result, he connected all the dots, including observations of transmutation happening in some of these electrolyzer cells. And what Mark LeClaire has an incredibly simple experiment that, frankly, I think just replication of his experiment will change the entire world, because he's discovered something incredibly, from a simple cavitation experiment, the ability to transmute, to have transmutation of elements. So without further ado, because I know Mark loves to talk and explain this, I'm going to introduce Mark LeClaire. He has both his bachelor's degree and his master's degree from Worcester Polytech Institute in fluid dynamics. Had a award-winning career at Lockheed. And when you see what he's discovered with his company at Nanospire, you're going to be thrilled, because I was thrilled. So let me present Mark LeClaire. Let's put him on the screen. Let me present Mark LeClaire. Technical difficulties. They're trying to put you on the screen, Mark. Can you hear us? Can you hear me? We'll have to entertain the troops. Should I tell you a story? I'll tell you a story. I'll entertain the troops. My wife has finally come to one of my conferences, and she rarely doesn't like to come to the conference. She says, "Oh, she's just get invited to these science parties," and she says, "Oh, I hate going to those parties. I don't understand a thing they're saying. I just don't feel like I fit in." I said, "Honey, fitting in is really easy. There's one word you can always say no matter what they're saying, and they will love you." And she goes, "Oh, what word's that?" I says, "That word is indubitably." And she said, "But let me warn you, there's one word you must never say, for they will hate you." She goes, "Oh, really? What word's that?" I said, "That word is poppycock." I said, and she went, "Well, this kind of sounds like fun. I'm going to the party." So she jumps in the shower, and a few minutes later, I hear her singing, "Indubitably, indubitably, poppycock." And so we get to the party, and I'm mingling with the crowd. And I look across the room, and there's a physicist from the University of Utah writing equations on a pad of paper enthusiastically at my wife. Now, let me tell you about my wife and equations. She does not do mathematics. She calls them hieroglyphics. And so I engage my group with conversations. A few minutes later, she comes back up to me. She says, "I want to go home. I blew it." I go, honey, what happened? It looks like you were just doing it beautifully with the physics professor. Oh, I was. That indubitably worked really, really well. But when he started writing hieroglyphics, I just could not resist. So I tried the other word. Rest assured, she learned her lesson. At this conference, when she says indubitably, she really, really means it. Okay, I think we got you. Can we put Mark up on the screen? We couldn't get on the screen? Oh, darn. They can't see you, Mark. Anyway, they have your Nanospire slide up. And do I change the slides? Okay. And I'm gonna let you take it away from here. So go ahead.
Well, I'd like to say hello to my audience. Pleased to really have a chance to be able to discuss my material. I always, like Murray says, always enjoy talking about this. Just to kind of point out what we're using here, we're playing with cavitation, and the cavitation bubble is shown right in the top center of the slide. And if you look carefully in the center, you can actually see a core coming down through the bubble. That's a liquid core of water. That's a steam bubble. It's approximately 1 millimeter in diameter, and it's collapsing next to a surface. And that produces an asymmetric collapse, which launches a jet towards the surface. So at any rate, Murray, could you hit the next slide?
Everybody read it quick.
Okay, I don't see the next slide coming up, so maybe there's a delay on the video too.
Really, there's a big delay between seeing this slide?
Yeah, I'm looking at the first title slide right now. Have you already advanced it?
To my bank account, and I receive everything, and it's
okay. Well, let me just give it a second, and it should come up on my end. But yeah, there's some sort of strange delay going on.
Bless you all.
Oh yeah, I see it. Okay. So yeah, I'm going to skip. I'm not going to actually read that, but I'm going to tell you in a nutshell that what's happened is that back during experiments in 2004, I was doing machining with that jet that you saw on the title slide, and I have a sequence of patents which I use to form these bubbles and actually control the direction, the speed, and the size of these jets. So I was doing experiments that were very akin to water jet cutting. In the process of doing those experiments, I noticed a lot of the holes were actually not round but faceted, and came to the conclusion later on that it was actually a crystalline form of water forming at incredibly high pressures that are formed in cavitation.
And we
can
shall
occur during
continue.
The collapse can go over 500,000 psi. And this crystal that I discovered is actually an equilateral triangle subunit. So it's not a hexagon pattern like you see with ices. It's not ice. And it's actually covalently linked along the axis with OH bonds, a sequence of those. And in the plane, it's actually linked with the hydrogen bonds. So the thing is very strong in the axial direction, but weaker in the transverse direction. So it can actually peel apart, kind of like spaghetti, with like a bundle of spaghetti. The crystal typically would exhibit hexagonal cross sections, but some of the ones that I saw were equilateral triangles, and that's what led me to the conclusion on the molecular structure. When you work out the numbers on this, it turns out this is dense as steel. It's got a specific gravity around 5.5, depending on the lengths of the bonds and the compression. And so really the crystal is the crux of what led to the next discovery, which when I was in the process of doing the machining, I began to notice that long trenches were appearing on the material on the surface that I was using to collapse the cavitation bubble next to. And after only a few minutes of doing the machining, I take these things out of the water, and there's no apparent cause and effect why they should have appeared, but yet there they were. And so under examination under the microscope, once again, you could see that these things were very symmetric. They had half hexagonal bottoms to the trench. And so later on, I was able to conclude that it was the water crystal carving the trench with the crystal halfway into the page. And that's why you see a half hexagonal cross-section to the trench. So it occurs to me that, you know, this thing was producing heat. And so back in 2009, we received a grant from Hub Laboratories, and we produced a cavitation hot water heater. And the goal of this project was actually to demonstrate that zero-point energy was actually the responsible driving mechanism for producing heat in cavitation-related experiments where excess energy had been seen, particularly in the ones where they hadn't seen radioactive release. And so The result is that cavitation is really the driver behind quite a few of the cold fusion processes, in my opinion, but I'll get to more of that later. So yeah, next slide, Murray. Okay. So yeah, we ran these experiments back in 2009, and that's kind of what I'm going to go through with the presentation. You'll be seeing various results, both radioactivity, you'll be able to see radioactive tracks in polystyrene plastic. You'll see Geiger counter data. You'll also see some other pretty amazing things too, like patches of diamond that appeared on the core, and these are all things I'll touch on in the presentation. Yeah, let's go right to the next slide, Murray. That shows me something beyond the abstract. Okay, and it'll be up here in a second. So in a summary, that's what we've done is we've taken this water crystal and harnessed it to be able to produce energy. And I produced a lot of these trenches by trying to pack as many attractive sharp edges on metal as I could into the core, because there's an electrostatic attraction between the water crystal and the surface, which I'll get to later. Yeah, there's a little background there. I see it now. Okay, so Nanospire, we started back in the beginning of January 2002, and actually slightly before that, it was a Foresight Institute conference back in Santa Clara. And I was surrounded by the venture capitalists that convinced me that I should start a company harnessing cavitation reentrant jets. So in the process now, we've received, that says 7 grants. We're actually up to about 9 grants that we've won now. We won the top award in nanotechnology in the world actually back in 2003, and I was flown to Tokyo to present in front of a crowd of about 50,000 people. And I managed to beat out the likes of all the Japanese trading companies and quite a few other premier groups in nanotechnology. So we were really pleased about that. And then also want to point out that we've got 4 issued patents. The patents are extremely broad. They've got a lot of claims, and they really cover a lot of territory in terms of what you can use reentrant jets harnessed in different ways. I guess I'd want to put out the common thread in all of them is I've created a new prime mover in being able to harness the reentrant jets. Yeah, that's my smiling face on the top slide there, and Serge Levitt, my executive vice president, down below. And I guess I'll start by telling you a bit about Serge's background, because you've heard some about mine. Serge is the founder of a cavitation processing company called 5 Star Technologies. They went on to spin off another company named Aristine. And they were into cavitation nanophase material production. And Serge was actually one of my former bosses. I consulted the 5 Star back close to 20 years ago. And so Serge and I have worked together now for close to 20 years. And Serge really is one of the most knowledgeable people in cavitation in the world, in my opinion, besides some of the other people that we work with. And he's a real asset to Nanospire. I also want to point out that he was a co-discoverer of, during the fusion experiment too, that we were actually trying to show that there really wasn't that much fusion going on during the 0-point energy release, but it turns out there was. So it was a serendipitous discovery, and I just want to point out that, Serge is right there with me. We were testing the thing out, and, we'll get back to what ends up happening in the results, but it's pretty fantastic. Then give you a little more background about myself. Like Murray pointed out, I'm a hydrodynamicist, fluid dynamics by training, thermodynamics, heat transfer. Also studied quite a bit of atomic physics, and my master's degree was in nuclear engineering. I studied the fouling of nuclear steam generators at Alden Research Laboratory, where it's actually the 3rd oldest hydrodynamic research facility in the United States, founded back in the Civil War. My former advisor back there during my master's was Mahadvan Padmanabhan. I'd like to point out, and we're pretty honored to be able to say that Padu, which is his nickname, Padu had just won the hydraulic medal, which is the top award in fluid mechanics and civil engineering. Next slide, please. So yeah, Murray, you can just kind of like advance them in advance for me like that because of the lag, and that'll work out. Okay. So I'm not going to spend that much time on them unless I really need to.
Yeah, we'll be of like minds.
Right. Yeah, I also want to point out that I worked in the fluid mechanics group at Lockheed Missiles and Space Company in Sunnyvale, California. I was there for 4 years, from 1989 through 1993. Worked on cavitation issues surrounding the launch of the Trident 1 and 2 nuclear missiles out of the submarines. I managed to win every award that Lockheed had to offer. I had commendations from the Navy, commendations from Lockheed. I managed to solve some problems that were long-standing, that had gone on for close to 45 years, that a very large community of hydrodynamicists weren't able to solve. So that's why I ended up winning the commendations. I really began to focus hard on cavitation after Lockheed. And I also worked for a rotor stator company that I produced a cavitating rotor stator just about the same time as Griggs was putting out the hydrosonic pump. Only a few months later, I'd filed a very similar patent, but focused on producing nanophase dispersions rather than heat, but both cavitating rotor stators, and both filed almost within a month of each other back in 1994. So, Murray, can you actually see the next slide yet, or?
What is cavitation?
What is cavitation?
Yeah, that's what's on the slide right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, it hasn't come up yet, so I'll just give it a second. In fact, you know what? I'm going to bring up my presentation on my end so I can actually see it and talk to it while we wait anyway. Let me see. So the next slide is actually the cavitation reentrant jet patent slide. Is that what you said?
It's the Larry Crumb's photo and the wiki photo of the cavitation collapsing bubble launching the reentrant jet.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I can see that on my side because I've got the PowerPoint here for me to look at anyway, so I'll know which slide we're talking about until it comes up. Yeah, let me point out exactly what's going on here, because this process is really key. With cavitation, it's nothing more than a boiling phenomenon. Cavitation is another word for boiling. So what you're doing is you're forming the boiling point, but at room temperature, by using very high pressure drop typically. Now, these cavitation bubbles can vary in character quite a lot from the boiling of a bubble that you would see in a teapot to the type that are formed by a laser, where they're very highly evacuated and have very little water vapor on the inside of them. They're very dry. And that makes a big difference in terms of the collapse mechanics, because there's a lot of vapor in that bubble. It acts like a spring. And when it goes to collapse, it can soften the collapse. So cavitation then has very little water vapor inside the bubble. It typically forms, room temperature, it's not so saturated. Those collapse very violently. And the interface of the bubble is actually moving at the speed of sound of the liquid, which for water, that's pretty fast. It's 1,500 meters per second. All right, and so the jet is also moving at up to 1,500 meters per second. That's the top speed for this thing. So the Mach 4 that I refer to is actually the equivalent speed in air, so that's a bit of a misnomer. Just want to point that out. Now, if this bubble collapses within 6 fully expanded bubble diameters of a surface, it'll cause the bubble to collapse asymmetrically. That's what you're seeing on the bottom. And the bubble, as it tries to pull away from the plate, is being slowed down on the side closest to the plate, but not on the opposite side. So the result is the bubble turns itself inside out like a torus, and then launches the reentrant jet down through the core. So the water is being pulled down through the center of the bubble. And the result is that the cavitation bubble is a way of being able to create a high-speed liquid jet. And my insight was that if I had a flat plate beneath the bubble, then the jet would always go 90 degrees towards the plate. I place a hole there, and the jet passes through the hole, and now I've got a aimed cavitation reentrant jet that I can do things with, like do machining, that sort of thing. So you can move to the next slide, Murray.
Okay.
Okay. I'll pop it over on this one too. Let me see.
Yeah, you have your own. Just keep going.
Yeah, I'll just keep going. Okay. So now you see the cavitation collapse sequence. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I basically have two classes of patents, one which I call the orifice patents and the other the double bubble patents. Primary difference is I'm using a plate to slow down the collapse of the bubble on the orifice style patents. And the double bubble patents, I'm using another cavitation bubble that's collapsing in close proximity to aim the jet coming out of the other cavitation bubble. So they each have their kind of pros and cons in terms of doing nanotechnology. And, you know, like the one with the double bubble, you can actually place that in some very tight places, do machining in 6 degrees of freedom. Gives you a lot of flexibility. The orifice patent protects whatever the workpiece is against the implosion shock wave, which is about 100 bars of pressure, so it's pretty substantial. So the orifice patent is typically what I've used the most in terms of my research. You know, I aim that jet down through a tube and I'll produce nanophase dispersions, that sort of thing. Next slide, Murray.
Product schematic.
Okay. Right. So now you can actually see some renditions of what I'm talking about. On the left, you can see that I'm using a lens to focus the light, and right where the focus is, that's going to precisely place the center of that collapsing cavitation bubble. So when I hit it with the pulse of the laser, it vaporizes right there in the center. It suddenly expands and then collapses. And as it collapses, it launches a jet down through the hole towards the workpiece. And then you can also see the double bubble version of that. You know, I can actually sequence the formation of those two bubbles so they can be, you know, in phase, out of phase. Got a lot of flexibility in terms of being able to place that. I can also do it with one laser and generate two bubbles with beam splitters. Next slide, please.
Reentrant jet micro nanofabrication.
Right. So that kind of gives you a background in terms of the space that Serge and I come out of. I mean, we were primarily nanotechnologists seeking to produce nanophase particles to be able to produce, you know, both bottom up and top down fabrication technology to be able to, you know, chew away holes, drill channels, you know, that sort of thing, or actually do welding. I've welded silicon powder to silicon wafers through impact. Even from 3 inches away underwater, is able to hit the silicon with enough velocity to cause the two to fuse. So this gives you some general idea of kind of where we came out of. Fusion for us, really, you know, it was a kind of a tangential move, but because it fell within our general expertise of cavitation, that's why we picked up on it. And for quite a few years, too, I've noticed a lot of, shall we say, irregularities in terms of excess energy with cavitating systems. I'd seen a lot of them reported. And I just want to point out that we don't claim to be the first to produce cavitation fusion. It's been produced by others for probably decades, and it'd almost be difficult to say who really was the first. Okay, so I just want to point that out. Our goal here was doing the nanofabrication, and then, you know, the fusion and the crystal and all the other discoveries came up along the way, but really kind of threw a wrench in the works. So they had to revisit all of that to be able to get control of it again, to do nanofabrication. Okay, next slide.
Micro hole drilling.
Yeah, this is an example of some of the work that we did now. We were pretty lucky that we teamed up with the top nanotechnology university in the world, which is Albany SUNY, back in Albany, New York. And they've set up a consortia there at Albany. This consists of about 20,000 members, a few thousand companies that are involved. Some of the notables include like IBM, Tokyo Electron, Applied Materials. And what they're doing is they've got MEMS fabs up there. I mean, they're teaching nanotechnology courses, degrees. We were one of the first startups that they actually teamed up with. And we did a New York State Energy Research and Development Authority grant together. And we did some machining. It was a repeat of some stuff that I had done previously with the Maine Technology Institute. And we wanted to see if we could gain control of this process to produce small holes in the zirconia disc for amperometric oxygen sensors. So what you actually see there are some examples of some of the very first cavitation machining that's ever been done. The hole on the left is only 20 microns in diameter. And you can actually see a little bit of the hexagonal pattern from a crystal impact on that one. Just want to point it out. The center picture is actually firing the laser through the moving free surface. I later on moved the lens into the water to get better resolution. And I went from my initial results were roughly 1/4 of a degree standard deviation with about a 1 1/4 degree accuracy, but that improved considerably to about 0.08 of a degree when we finally did the New York State Development Authority machining. So if you look at the very bottom image there, that's a sequence of pits, about 200 of them, each of them about 7 microns in diameter. So the wonder in the line there is just the slop in the bearing stage that was used to move the workpiece. You can advance the next slide, please.
Nanomaterials processing.
Okay, so that's an example of what we're talking about. The diagram on the left, I'm creating the cavitation bubble in the chamber. I'm shooting the jet down through the narrow bore below that, and then I introduce whatever I'm going to mill in through the side ports. So it's a very simple device, but has tremendous flexibility and high uniformity. I mean, it's just amazing the results that we've gotten. I'm showing some of that on the right. That's actually zinc oxide, which I'd knocked down to an average size of 2.8 nanometer particle size. So there's only approximately 7 or 8 atoms in diameter the particles were after processing. And just to point out, this is used in all the various industries that you see listed there. So high-shear manufacturing with cavitation has been around for a long time, actually, but this is the latest mousetrap, and it's pretty much poised to dominate the high-shear market. Next slide, please.
Nanospire grants.
Okay, so that's an example of all the various grants we've done. On the bottom, you can actually see we started off with Maine Technology Institute grants. And really, the very first one was a grant that was sponsored by the Maine Space Grant Consortium, which is part of NASA. And I was flown to NASA Ames in Silicon Valley, and I gave a presentation on my cavitation and original life theory. And it was really well received, and I ended up launching Nanospire. Pretty much that was the point right there. That was in July of 2001, and I came back and did the Foresight Conference later on that fall, also in Silicon Valley. So that was kind of the beginning point. Then I did a series of grant application C grants with the Maine Technology Institute, because here in the state of Maine, we're really well supported in terms of startups. And, from the legislature, they endowed the Maine Technology Institute to give out everything from small grants to pretty large development grants as well. So it's been instrumental in getting the company off the ground. I'd like to thank the Maine Technology Institute. And then also, you can see that the New York State grant that we did, the nanofabrication. And by the way, I want to point out that the professors that were associated with that, particularly Eric Eisenbrand, is a real believer in terms of what happened. I mean, this crystal was causing all sorts of crazy behavior because it has an electrostatic charge on it. The crystal is very highly charged. It's mostly positively charged, and it had a mind of its own. And, we'd be sitting there trying to put a hole in the center of an object, and instead it would carve a trench around the outer perimeter of the thing. So Eric is a real supporter, and he knows that the LeClaire effect is quite real because he's seen it for himself. And so the Albany Nanotech Group, I can tell you, they're real highly regarded throughout the world in terms of prestige for nanotechnology. And these guys are willing to be able to put their name behind what we saw. So, to some degree, they're also, they're the first professors to actually ever see the LeClaire effect at work. Just want to point that out. So thank you for their support too. Then I also did another MTI grant, which was just to prepare for a SBIR that we applied for. And then also the grant that we did with Hub Laboratories, that was back in 2009. I want to point that out. That was actually very instrumental in terms of launching this entire thing because, that got the whole process going, but it didn't end up so well in some regards, which I'll get to later. But yeah, there were some bad things that happened during that experiment, which I'll get to beyond the fusion itself. Then also I want to point out that last fall I get to present as an invited speaker to the water conference. It was actually called the Physics, Chemistry, and Biology of Water. And I covered a lot of the same material, which is in these slides, but I've expanded it dramatically. But I'm going to repeat some of the slides I gave at that presentation as well because they're relevant and I think you'll find interesting. Next slide, please.
Cavitation, erosion, and fusion.
Okay, so in the process of doing cavitation machining, the big question comes up, how deep is the hole going to be if you know the characteristics of the jet? how deep is the hole going to be depending on the material properties. Now, it seems like that might be a trivial thing to solve, but it turns out that people have been trying to investigate that phenomenon and come up with a general equation that's applicable to all materials for about the past 100 years, starting with Lord Kelvin. And they've all been highly unsuccessful. I mean, most of these equations are good for narrow ranges of certain materials, but not generally applicable. I developed an equation that predicts cavitation erosion incredibly accurately for all materials. And in the process of doing that, I came up with the insight that there's a very thin layer right at the impact where the jet, which is shown in blue on the left, strikes the material. And the red zone is a zone where van der Waals repulsion goes crazy. I mean, it goes up with the 6th power of the separation distance. So when you begin to squeeze a material like that, it turned out that there was actually a large component that was due to van der Waals repulsion. So I wrote an equation which includes the effect of the repulsion energy, and then behind that, it treats it with a more classical impact equation approach that's used in mechanical engineering. And by combining the two of those, the quantum part of it from the repulsion, and then the more classical approach, I was able to derive a general equation that fit 22 different materials that were determined by the American Society of Testing Materials. Next slide, please.
Redefines cavitation erosion.
Yeah, so what you're seeing on the top chart is actually 22 different materials that were tested for their cavitation erosion resistance. Okay, and so the blue dots are actually my predictions, and then the red crosses are the actual data for those materials. So what you see is a range of cavitation resistance going horizontally. That's typically the difference between a soft alloy and a hard alloy for different materials. For instance, all the way to the right, you've got very high cavitation erosion resistance. Those are typically tool steels, stellite, very hard materials. And the materials on the left have low cavitation resistance, things like copper, bronze, that sort of thing. Okay. And so I'm not sure if you can actually read some of the quotes here, but every attempt in the past has basically failed miserably. So this is really a huge coup, being able to predict cavitation erosion. And the reason this is even being brought up is because the pressure and temperature of impact can be predicted by this equation. And so you can actually determine the thermodynamic equation of state. And it turns out for a lot of the hardest materials and the highest speed jets that you're going to achieve borderline fusion conditions just during the impact of the jet alone, even without having to invoke zero-point energy or the LeClaire effect, which take over after that and begin to form trenches. Next slide, please.
Faceted cavitation.
Okay. Yeah, so this is an example of what I was seeing. The upper left corner, you can see there's some facets to the to that impact. It's largely hexagonal, and just below that, you can see a nice round impact for contrast. And below that particular picture, you can see a really nice impact that's hexagonal and aluminum. And of course, look at that equilateral triangle impact on the right. That's in paper, actually. I'm also able to launch the reentrant jets out of the water and through the air through a device that I put together. So I'm able to do machining and fabrication in air and not necessarily submerged. So that particular impact was a reentrant jet that had flown 7 meters across the laboratory and then impacted a paper target. And you can see it maintained the crystalline structure even after traveling 20 feet through the air. Next slide, please.
The water crystal.
Okay, so this is the gist of it right here. The crystal is able to link along the axis, like I pointed out, with OH bonds. But as you can see, the high pressure is compacting the hydrogen and oxygen in the tightest possible configuration, which, if you think of a billiard rack and the way the balls, stack up inside, they form equilateral triangles because that's as close as you can put them together. So that's what's happening in the case of this water crystal, is it's actually squeezing the hydrogen bonds to the oxygen, so it's in a 90-degree configuration. So a hydrogen is pointing up along the axis, and another one points along the triangle structure that forms. And so this thing actually leaves a lot of exposed protons, and it generally has a positive charge like on the face and on the sides, but it has a negative charge on the bottom, which is where, you know, the OH bond is allowed to bind. The result is this thing can form a closed loop. And if you look at the upper two pictures, that's the water crystal that is linked into a loop, twisted into a figure 8, and then embedded itself into steel. And when the crystal hit the steel, it shattered, and you can see a sequence of hexagons that form the image as it goes around the figure 8s. So then to show that the protons are being heavily displayed, I reasoned that there must be 0 pH. So I did the old cliche, I did the litmus test. So I aimed the reentrant jets at the litmus paper, that's the center pictures. And for green litmus paper, you could see a red impact, and under better examination, that was actually a hexagon. And to the right, the orange paper showed a purple impact. Both of those were indicators of 0 pH, okay? And so you can actually also see fossilized imprints of the crystal. The lower right corner, that's an imprint into paper. That's another one of the paper targets that was struck from 7 meters away. And you can see there's a very fat head in the upper right corner, and there's a long whip tail coming down below that and then curving to the left. And in fact, the picture on the left, you can see that also. There's a fat head with a hexagonal profile, a long whip tail, and there's actually a hexagonal bulb at the end of that. That's an imprint that was left when it buried itself into rust. You can actually see the imprint of the crystal. Next slide, please.
Examples of the LeClaire effect.
Yeah, this is where the magic begins right here. I mean, this is the plate that I use to control the collapse of the cavitation bubble. So I'm launching the jet down through the hole. The zone surrounding the hole in the upper center picture, you can see the some of the anodized black aluminum has been burned away by the defocus of the laser. And so that's all that caused that. But if you see the lines going all the way across that plate from one side to the other, those are the trenches that were carved by the water crystals. So what's happened is that the bubbles collapsed next to the plate, launched a crystallized cavitation reentrant jet towards that hole, but then it turned 90 degrees and headed towards its induced negative electrostatic charge on the edge, and it headed 90 degrees towards it, the path of least resistance. And you can see several of those occurred. The close-up pictures on the left, you can see that the trench starts off narrow, but actually becomes wider in the direction of motion. So that was the first indication that this thing was actually starting to gain a head of steam with no apparent input. Now, if you look at the center lower picture, that's one of the crystals that actually chased and tried to link up with its tail, and it formed a perfect circle as it carved the trench going around trying to link up with itself. The picture to the lower right corner, those are half hexagonal trenches that were carved by the crystals inside the hole, inside the plate. And that's the hole that you see in the upper right corner and in the upper center picture too. Now the upper right corner picture, you can see some of the crystals have come through the hole. This is on the bottom of the plate that you can't see. And you can see that several of them have actually gone into orbit around their own induced negative charge on the edge of that hole. That's what they're doing. They're positive. The edge of that hole is negative, and it's orbiting it just like moons would a planet. So pretty bizarre behavior. You know, that was the beginning of it right there. Next slide, please.
Spiraling LeClaire effect crystallized reentrant jet.
Yeah, so not only can the trenches form nice even half hexagons, but some of the time you'd actually see the jet spiraling as it formed the trench. But the idea is the same. The axis of the jet is actually flush with the page into the material. So the crystal is half out of the copper and half into the copper. And as it rotates, you can see the diagonal impact marks that it makes as it does it. Pretty amazing. Next slide, please.
The LeClaire effect.
Okay, so this is what it comes down to. Like, if you look at the lower schematic that I'm showing, the crystal is halfway down into the page. And the reason for that is because as it's attracted towards the surface, the electrons are pulled up on the surface. And so it tries to get as close to them as it can, forming a least potential energy state, right? So if it's down too deep into the material, it tries to go up to the surface where the electrons are. If it's too far above the surface, it tries to go down into the material. So the place where it's as close as it can get is with the axis of the crystal flush with the material. Now, that crystal is coming out of the cavitation bubble at supersonic speeds, so there's a bow shock wave surrounding the crystal. And that's for certain. And I've actually seen images of the shock wave, Mach lines, these sort of things that are known to fluid dynamicists. You can see Mach fans. I mean, strong proof of, the supersonic speeds that are being encountered, okay? Now, as this shock wave is traveling through either a liquid or a solid at thousands of miles an hour, it's actually incandescent. So it's melting the material in the trench. And the positively charged crystal is electrostatically attracted to the negative shock wave, because the shock wave, as it incandesces, thermionically emits electrons. And then the powerful electrostatic charge of the crystal attracts all the free electrons on the surface of the plate, and they begin to stream towards the crystal and go skating past either side of it. In fact, on the previous picture, you could actually see the crystal is like a street, and the sidewalks on either side are where the electron flow was going past the crystal. So the result is that this thing accelerates, and it's got a runaway acceleration involved with it. And the 0-point energy portion comes in because there's a vacuum between two conductive surfaces, the front surface of the crystal and the surface of the shock wave itself. And they're in very close proximity, on the order of microns and down into nanometers. So that satisfies the condition for forming what's known as a quantum harmonic oscillator, where the electron cloud and both are actually moving in sync with one another. And that generates a net positive attraction at all times, because what's happening is that any particular atom at any time is not exactly electrically neutral. The electron cloud tends to fluctuate in position around the nucleus of the atom. So at any given instant, it's actually partially polar. And the Casimir effect arises because the partially polar nature of these things is in sync with each other. This is what Murray likes to point out as being a coherence. So these things are acting coherently on a large scale, and the result is that the attraction is really strong. And in fact, there's really two forces pulling on this crystal, both ordinary electrostatic attraction and the Casimir effect, which is a form of electrostatic attraction, like I'm pointing out. The 0-point energy fluctuations are because as the position of that electron cloud moves around, it's causing a net attraction, but it's not depleting the energy of the system like you would expect from thermodynamics, namely the temperature is not dropping, okay? The other thing that's happening in this case too, and this is from observation, is, like I said, this thing is accelerating without bounds. And as I began to dig deeper into this, it turns out that there's strong indications that it was hitting relativistic speeds at very short distances, like on the order of millimeters. Okay, so I think I'm going to touch on a little bit of theory here that I've come up with in terms of what's propelling this thing. But I believe the high pressure on the front of the shock wave is packing the material into quantum wells, namely, you're right up against the van der Waals radius of all the surrounding atoms that are along the front of this thing. And so the result is that you've got a sheet of atoms that are packed so tightly that they can't move in any particular direction. They're right up against their neighbors. And the result is the Heisenberg uncertainty principle now says that these particles that are on the bow shock wave are fixed. And anytime you have a fixed position, you have a random momentum that's being imposed. And the more fixed the particle is, the more random the momentum fluctuations become. So in the purest case, if you have a particle that's perfectly fixed, then it won't feel any force from any direction. It'll always respond randomly in terms of its fluctuation, but it won't feel any imposed force acting on it. And so what I've reasoned is that the electrostatic attraction and the Casimir force that are accelerating the crystal, it's a one-way street. The bow shock pulls on the crystal, but when the crystal pulls on the bow shock particles are fixed. They respond with random momentum fluctuations, and the result is Newton's law is violated, okay? That equal and opposite reaction here just doesn't apply. It's in direct conflict with a fixed particle that's behaving according to the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. So this is the heart of what powers what I call the LeClaire effect, what powers the acceleration of this crystal. And that's really the gist of the LeClaire effect right there. Next slide, please.
More on the LeClaire effect.
Right. So if you see the particles are all packed up on the shock wave, they're right up against each other. So they can't really move quickly in either in the plane of the shock or normal to the shock in the 90-degree direction. Like if you look at the little diagram I've shown on the lower right, the upper part of that diagram, one particle strikes another and then it moves to the right. That's Newton's law. But if a particle strikes a particle that's fixed, Heisenberg's principle says that the direction and the amplitude of the response are going to be random because it's a fixed particle. So it really doesn't matter what the imposed force is, whether it's from gravity, whether it's from flow resistance going past the outside of the shock wave, whether it's inertia. I mean, I've got strong evidence that inertia was heavily erased during this thing, and that's what allowed it to accelerate to crazy speeds in the first place. It took me a while before I came up with that, but I went back and ran the numbers, and it turns out the thing accelerated at something like 10 to the 30th Gs, and yet maintained its crystalline shape. Very strange. So implication is that no material object would have withstood that kind of acceleration of being ripped to shreds, but this thing did. And it also survived all sorts of other really energetic behavior, like small supernova explosions, which I'm going to get to a little bit later on. I just also want to point out that there's other types of phenomenon very similar that apparently may be propelled by the LeClaire effect also. That includes like ball lightning, which has a tendency to just sort of drift around and meander. It can pass right through walls and windows that are shut without losing its form. And I believe this is a case of the force erasure by the Heisenberg principle. That's the same thing that powers the LeClaire effect for acceleration. Also, EVO charge clusters that Ken Shoulders had discovered were also showed evidence of being propelled too. They left tracks. And the charge clusters like the Proton 21 group, they saw some interesting effects with those too that may be related. So I just want to point out that the LeClaire effect seems to pop up in some really interesting areas. Also the Hutchison effect, which isn't listed here, I believe is another form of the LeClaire effect as well, for those that want to look into that. Next slide, please.
LeClaire effect and 0-point energy.
Okay, so this is the very first cavitation hot water heater experiment that I did, and this is back in March 2007. And what I did is I used a drill utility pump, which is like a 2-inch centrifugal pump, and I sent water into a PVC chamber that I had a rolled up piece of aluminum plate that has a hole pattern drilled into it in rows and columns. And the reason that I chose that is because knowing that the crystal was electrostatically charged, I reasoned it would be attracted towards all the sharp edges presented on that plate. And by coiling it up, I'd present a lot of sharp edges into the volume that you're trying to heat, so you'd get a lot of effect going on. And so after running it, sure enough, I could see trenches both inside the circles, along the rows and columns of the holes, along the edges of the plate. I even saw some figure eights, and it's hard to make out, but in the lower right corner of that drill plate, there's a figure eight that if you stretched it out end to end would probably be 3/4 of an inch long. And it chewed a trench all the way down the entire length of that plate, 3 feet long, caused severe melting and discoloration of the aluminum too. Next slide, please.
July 25th, 2008.
So the next thing that I tried to do is also, I took a coil of copper wire, about 6 feet of it, about 2 meters worth of wire, wrapped it up onto a glass pipette, put that into a water tank where I aimed the crystallized cavitation reentrant jets towards the tip of the wire, which you can actually see in the lower left. And then what happened is the crystal was attracted to the wire, followed the spiral wrap of the wire. If you look to the right, you can actually see narrow trench on the outer edge of the wire itself. It was about maybe 20 microns in diameter, but it ran the entire length of the wire, the entire 6 feet, and half of that wire was actually out of the water. Half was into the tank and half was out of the tank. So once this thing got going, it didn't even need to be surrounded by water anymore. Just the vapor coming off the melting copper was enough to propel it. So the LeClaire effect can start in water, but it can actually crawl right out of the tank, just like the old cliche. Next image, please.
2009 cavitation ZPE reactor.
Okay, this is where things really start getting exciting. Okay, this is the early experiments in July. We ran a series from July through August where we probably did maybe 10 or 12 hours worth of total experimental runtime with a bunch of different configurations. This one is actually a pool filter, and I removed the pool filter element, took some more of that drilled out aluminum plate and formed it into a coil that was the same size as the element and put it back in there. So now the cavitating flow is formed by starving the inlet of that pump, which is on the left-hand side there, raising water from a reservoir, which is lower than the eye of the impeller, which helps to lower the pressure going into the inlet of the pump to force it to cavitate. And then I choked the inlet of the pump also with the valve that's shown. And then I turned it into a bubble generator, and the bubbles, cavitation bubbles, were fed into that chamber where the plate was. And so same thing, you know, these things went zipping along the edge. And in fact, if you look at the picture all the way to the right, look how disrupted that edge is. That's like looks like a serrated knife now. And it's just a series of serrated pits. I mean, it really chewed the plate apart. And in fact, that core, after 30 seconds of operation, fell apart in my hands in 3 pieces when I pulled it out. I couldn't believe it. And if you look closely, like in the upper center image, you can actually see a ghost image of the whole pattern of the plate. Well, it turns out later under analysis, that's a diamond film that was caused by the reflection of the neutron flux coming out of this thing was so intense that it actually burned the whole pattern image into other parts of the plate in the form of diamond. Some of them are really large, like the patch that you see in the center. That white patch you see was confirmed to be diamond by XPS analysis, by SEMEDAX, and also by mass spec. And it contained every element in the periodic table all the way up to californium. Next slide, please.
August 24th and 25th.
Okay, this is the real landmark experiments. This is what was done with the Hub Laboratories grant. Same idea, we've got a pump. It's raising the water from a bucket that sits below the inlet. And this lowers what's called the net positive suction head of a pump. You're trying to get as low a pressure as you can before it even gets into the eye. So I use a narrow inlet pipe to force flow restriction that causes a pressure drop. So does the valve on the inlet too. I choke that to the point where it's almost completely shut. And then I just barely crack it open. So this pump is starving. And it's, instead of flowing at its normal 25 gallon per minute rating, it's only flowing at about half a gallon per minute, but it's heavily cavitating. And that cavitating flow is being fed into a PVC pipe that contains a rolled out piece of that aluminum plate. The drilled out plate is in that chamber. And you can actually see the blue lines coming off. Those are thermocouples that are located along the various parts of the core. And so I had this thing recording through a data logger as well. So I was getting temperature readings every second from 4 different thermocouples. Next slide, please.
April 12th.
Okay, so this is another experiment that we did at the Naval Research Laboratory in Washington, D.C. Now, I want to point out that on our board of advisors, we have a fellow named Ed Pope, who's a former naval intelligence officer. He's retired now. He's also a former professor of counter-terrorism back at Penn State University. And Ed's been heavily involved with cavitation too. In fact, is quite famous for having obtained the details on the cavitating torpedo, which the Russians had. And Ed actually spent a year back in KGB prison, kind of was made an example out of by Putin when he was elected, trying to look tough to the hardliners. And so he ends up being bailed out of there after a year by one of the senators from Pennsylvania. So he went to bat for us, and he's very pro what we're up to because he understands cavitation, better than most people would. And so he managed to get us into the Naval Research Laboratory where we did a repeat experiment of the original August 2009 experiment. Okay. Now I want to point out the August 2009 experiment caused a 30-degree average temperature rise through the core of that reactor. And I was seeing 50 or 60-degree temperature spikes. You see the temperature data in one of the following slides. But, I saw similar things happen here with this experiment. In fact, one of the things that was different is I used clear PVC in this experiment. And the image of the whole pattern of the plate actually burned right into the clear PVC. That's the center left picture that you see. So that's a pretty amazing image right there. You take a close look at that and you can see that the places that are glowing are the edges. So the crystal is orbiting each of the holes. That's why you see the holes. And you can see that they're little long rows and columns. So it's going from hole to hole, orbiting each of the holes and then zipping along to the next one. So those are the areas that are emitting radiation. And that's why you see that image burned into the plastic. Next slide, please.
Temperature history.
Okay, so this is the August 24th, 2009 experiment. Now, that reactor core was only 1 foot long and 1.25 inches on the ID with the rolled up plate inside of it. The temperatures that you see, T1, T2, and T3, those are the different colored traces that you see. So I turn the switch on the left and you see an instantaneous 32-degree Fahrenheit temperature jump as soon as we hit the switch. And it just started climbing after that because we're recirculating the water back into the fill tank. But you can see that each one of those spikes that are going up, some of the highest spikes go from the inlet temperature all the way to the outlet. I mean, they're close to 50, 60-degree temperature jumps in a very short duration, too, very instantaneous. Reason why is it turns out they're micro-nuclear explosions that are going on along the plate right on the very front of the bow shock. It's compressing the material so much that it's creating fusion right on the bow shock. So this is the really amazing thing that happened. The 0-point energy accelerated the crystal, but it accelerated to the point where it generated speeds that were generating fusion right there at the front. So we're talking hot fusion, the kind that occurs inside of stars, during core collapse supernovas, other types of supernovas. I mean, I can actually see the signature in the data. You're going to see this in some of the following slides, where you can see that the nucleosynthesis followed the exact pattern as it does in stars. Okay, but at any rate, just to readdress this, you can really see that the temperature climbs. So in a matter of 16 minutes, this thing was already up to hitting peak temperatures of 143 degrees Fahrenheit, starting at room temperature. So, I mean, no having to wait for palladium to be conditioned, waiting 2 weeks for your electrolytic cell to start acting up on you. This thing is, you hit the switch and it produces energy. And it did it every time. We did 12 experiments and the results were the same, basically for all of them. Next slide, please.
Geiger counter data.
So this is a collection of all the various radiation data that we've collected. The most interesting one, the green curve that you see on the top, was actually an experiment that I ran for 5 minutes, came back 2.5 hours later, and noticed that the thing was radioactive as the Dickens. And so I ended up hooking up the data logger for the Geiger counter, and I captured the decay curve. Now, this is really landmark because, let me tell you, the PVC, the number one radiation absorbing element in the PVC is the chlorine. Turns out that it's got a neutron absorption cross-section that's thousands of times higher than the carbon and the oxygen. All right, so chlorine is extremely absorptive of neutrons. And what ended up happening is the 35 and the 37 chlorine ended up being converted into 39 chlorine, which has a 56-minute half-life. Yeah, 55.5 minutes. And you can see plainly those are the various half-lives. That decay curve is the result of a 56-minute half-life decay. So there's proof that a neutron flux came out of this thing, the chlorine absorbed it, and then re-emitted it as gamma rays, which the Geiger counter was able to pick up. And so, during the experiment, it was probably running like 50 or 60 times above the background level, because the background was never more than about 20 or 30 counts per minute. The other experiments that ran also showed radioactive release, but nothing close to that particular experiment, which was a special design that I won't get into for proprietary reasons. But yeah, it produced some pretty intense radiation and kind of hard to argue with. I mean, it's a lot more than you could say it was due to background or noise or scatter, so pretty in-your-face radiation results. Next slide, please.
August 24th.
Well, it turns out that I had this plastic dish, which used to be an electrical tape dish that was sitting in the metal desk that the reactor was sitting on top of. So the radiation from the reactor, the prompt radiation while it was operating, produced these rings of radioactive tracks in the polystyrene plastic. And I believe the reason it was rings is because they were charged particles and they were just orbiting some sort of induced charge on the inside of the plastic. But pretty amazing. It ended up marking up the plastic as much as it did. And in fact, close-up of that plastic under the microscope, if you look at like the bottom right image, that one's really striking. I think what you're seeing there is both fusion and fission that happened side by side in the plastic. The upper image is a fusion release, which is exothermic. And then the lower one is actually fission, where you can see the nucleus is split into various fragments. Each one's a deuteron. That happened to be an oxygen atom because there was a total of 8 double tracks leading away from the main track. So I concluded it was the oxygen in the plastic. Next slide, please.
Mark, they want you to speed up the pace. We're running out of time.
Okay.
Nuclear tracks.
Now so here are the nuclear tracks in the plastic. You can actually see branching gamma ray tracks in the upper left corner. And that's because you get electron-positron pairs that are forming. You can see spiraling particle tracks. You can see collisions. If you look in the upper right picture, you can see that the material, this is all transmuted material that came out of the inside of the reactor. And these chips are on the order of maybe 1 millimeter in size. And they were spalling tracks that were being dragged along by the magnetic fields of these particles that were being emitted. So you see straight line tracks on the top of the dish, and into the plastic, you see the nuclear tracks. Next slide, please.
Transmuted material.
Okay, so here's close-ups of the holes, and you can see, like in the upper left corner there, the crystal went from hole to hole, so it went partway around the circle, went to the next one, cut right into the material as it went. Some of these that orbited the holes left a whole bunch of transmuted material. That's what you're seeing in the center picture. Those chips, those white chips, came out of the holes. The other pictures you can see too that it formed at various thicknesses. Also, plate-like material formed on the surface of the thing. That's that green particle you see. That was mostly copper, zinc, and some lead thrown in. But if you look really closely too, you can see it has a bubbled, textured surface. And I think that was from transmuted gases while it was molten, were causing a bubbly surface. Next slide, please. So there's more examples of the transmuted material. I sent this around to various people to be analyzed. So I did redundant SEM analysis. I also did laser ablative mass spec, and I did XPS, which allows you to distinguish the binding energy. So we were able to pick up a diamond when that occurred. So I did SEM analysis at the University of Maine with also with Ed Storms and Media Sciences, a company that was run by a friend that had access to a SEM. And then I sent out the mass spec to Evans Analytical, which is the top laboratory in the United States for doing mass spec analysis. They were recommended to me by the University of Maine. And so we'll look at the results in the next slide.
Majority of transmuted material.
Yeah, so you're looking at actual diamond close-up there. It came in both a fiber form, which is really amazing, and also as a glaze. And in fact, the glaze, you can see there were some bubbles inside the diamond that ruptured. You see the little holes there that was emitting transmuted gases. And so the SEM analysis showed that was basically close to 100% carbon, other than the impurities there, from the other elements that were produced. And then that spike that you see all the way to the right is the XPS analysis. That large spike is diamond, and the small spike just to the right of it is ordinary carbon. So that's how you can distinguish the two. Next slide, please. It's just an example of some random snapshot of some of the SEM analysis, some of the particles. You can see spikes forming at all the different elemental locations. Typically all the way up to iron and slightly beyond, you see a lot of that, just like stars tend to produce up to iron in fusion. Next slide, please.
From blue chip.
Now, this is it. Yeah, so that blue chip was the picture of that greenish blue chip you saw with a bubbly surface to it. If you look closely, I mean, there's some pretty heavy elements there. There's lead, there's polonium. There's a lot of other things that just aren't naturally occurring that were present in that material. Next slide, please.
Particle analysis.
Okay, so that's the XPS analysis. It's a different part of the spectrum away from where the carbon was, but you can see that that also detected all different types of elements. Next slide. This is the mass spec data, and you can see that it was detecting all the way up as high as 6 transuranic elements past uranium. So you can see berkelium, americium, plutonium, californium. I mean, these things are not naturally occurring. There's also short-lived isotopes like promethium that was detected. It has like a 2-year half-life. So pretty much impossible to attribute that to contamination. Next slide, please. All right, so this is all that data gathered up, and I'm plotting it against the yellow zigzag curve is actually solar abundances. So this is atomic concentration, and as you go from left to right, you're going from an atomic number of 2 all the way up to 98. So you're going all the way up to californium. That gives you a good idea of all the different elements that were detected in their relative concentrations. Next slide, please. So this is another way of looking at the data. I also plotted it as weight concentration instead of atomic concentration. And you can see that you see a lot of spikes forming in this thing, just like the solar data. And the reason why is because in solar nucleosynthesis, you get alpha particles being tacked on to carbon, which is a starting point in the nucleosynthesis chain when you get into the heavier stars. And the result is that every element is produced it tends to favor the even numbered elements, and you get roughly 10 times the concentration of the even compared to the odd. It's called the odd-even rule of astronomy. I took that same mass spec data. What I did is an estimate, that's the lower curve, where I added in unmeasured isotopes because they had like a standard set that they would measure, but they didn't measure all of them. So I made a rough guess, and what I did is I added in both primordial and unmeasured stable isotopes for all the elements and gave them the same average concentration that was measured. And what you end up seeing is a very distinct pattern of the zigzag pattern forming, especially like in the rare earths, like to the middle right of the thing. You can really see that it follows that pretty closely. The purple curve on the bottom is actually stony meteorite concentrations. And then you see a light blue curve too that matches all of my general data. Has the average concentration of those elements in the Earth's crust, but no material on Earth, number one, contains all of the elements. And none of them would ever contain it in the exact average concentrations. I think this is a result of cavitation in the oceans during the primordial bombardment, mass producing most of the elements that were heavier than iron. So it was being produced by these miniature supernovas caused by cavitation from asteroid impact with the ocean, leaving a trail of cavitation bubbles into the ocean. That went on for a billion years during the primordial bombardment. And I believe it mass synthesized most of the elements and contributed to the original life. Next slide, please. So now I'm actually showing you a close-up of the mass spec that it shows. The estimated includes the unmeasured, stable, and primordials. But what I'm comparing against the lower curve are actually fission byproducts of the heaviest elements. So you see distributions like the blue curves are for uranium, so you get like a bimodal distribution. And if you look up above that curve to the measured data of the transmuted material, you can see that there's actually a strong signature of all those radioactive byproducts from fission. So not only was fusion produced, but the fission byproducts produce excesses of certain elements, like that really tall spike in the center is actually tin. And tin is the primary byproduct of elements heavier than fermium, because they tend to split into tin and tin, put them together, and you get fermium. And then the spike to the right, the blue spike there on the upper curve, that's lead. So there's a lot of lead, and that's the result of the tail end of uranium decay that was sped up by a neutron bombardment. And the curve just to the immediate right of the tin curve, that's barium, okay? And to the left of it is cesium and strontium. So, I mean, this thing is following the exact pattern of nuclear fallout. Next slide, please.
Transmuted material.
All right, okay, so now I'm showing isotope ratios because I measured individual isotopes for quite a few different elements. And so I took ratios of the isotopes that were measured, and then I analyzed the same ratios that are known for solar abundances. And what you begin to see is that at least up as far as iron, it's very similar to the sun, but it begins to depart big time after that. Some of these isotope ratios are more than 10,000 or close to 10,000 times different than the solar abundances. So it's pretty obvious that there's a very heavy radioactive decay signature with these isotope signatures, that they're far off from the solar ones, because the solar abundances have had 4 billion years to cool off, and this stuff all came straight out of the oven. Next slide, please. Now, it turns out that the bulk of the transmuted material was carbon and oxygen, with maybe 20% of all the rest of the elements being present. And you can see a strong correlation between the amount of carbon and the amount of the other materials. So what I did is I plotted for an individual particle its carbon concentration on the x-axis, and then the concentration of all the other elements vertically on the y-axis. And what this shows you is there's an interplay between the carbon and especially like the oxygen, which is the next step along the chain in alpha nucleosynthesis from carbon. So as the carbon is depleted, the oxygen increases, and then some of the oxygen is depleted, and that forms the next heaviest elements, and so on and so forth, all the way up the periodic table. And what this is showing you is that it's got very similar behavior, in fact, identical behavior to the effective nucleosynthesis that occurs in stars. So the right half of this curve is typical of type 1 supernovas, which are like white dwarfs with the layers of an adjacent star, a binary star collapsing onto them. Hits the Chandrasekhar limit, and then it explodes, right? And everything to the left of that is typical of type 2 supernovas, which involve heavy star collapse, like stars that have really a lot of mass before they actually form and then collapse. And those will form the elements heavier than iron too, along with other types of type 2 supernovas. Next slide, please.
Cavitation fusion.
Okay, so now we're kind of getting towards the end here too, so we're just about going to wrap this up. What I'm showing now is that cavitation is occurring in a lot of the other ColdFusion devices, particularly like the Pons-Fleischmann experiment. You get electrodes down into the solution that can form cavitation from the plasma that they actually have observed and reported occurring on the anode, and they see pitting there too. And so I'm proposing that cavitation is really the driver behind the Pons-Fleischmann results, that they were seeing fusion too, that is being driven by cavitation from the LeClaire effect, causing not only impacts into the electrodes, but it was probably generating some trenches there too, but they just never really, paid too much close attention to it. And then of course, other forms of cavitation like ultrasonics. Now you're getting bubbles that are collapsing, but they're not forming a reentran jet if they collapse symmetrically like the upper right picture shows. And jet impact is tens of thousands of times higher pressures than just bubble impact. And then the other type of cavitation is cavitating rotor stators. That's the schematic shown in the lower right. Those produce lots of cavitation bubbles, and they're generally going helter-skelter. The jets would strike the inside of the housing of the impeller. They'd strike the impeller. They'd go all over the place. And so what you've got is a lot of cavitation going on to these. And in fact, that's really what I use too for the basis of that first experiment. But I've done it with both laser-induced cavitation bubbles and from bubbles coming out of pumps. So it's a pretty robust phenomenon. It doesn't seem to much matter what's generating the cavitation. Next slide, please.
Cavitation reentran jet.
Yeah, the original kind of going full circle is that, I originally had the cavitation origin of life theory. I didn't even know the crystal existed when I came up with that theory back in 2001. It wasn't until 2004 that I discovered it. So there's been a lot of synergy between ColdFusion and the origin of life, believe it or not. And in fact, it's not really surprising that they go hand in hand, because my theory says cavitation nucleosynthesis replaced supernova nucleosynthesis, because it is supernovas on a small scale, and that this synthesized all the elements that were necessary for life in close proximity to some of the other crystals, which actually assembled it into DNA, RNA, and protein. You get like a one-to-one correspondence for protein link up with the crystal with adjacent bonds, and a 2-to-1 for RNA and DNA. So the crystal is the perfect geometry to be the template for assembling these things. It also eliminates the chicken and the egg problems that creates both the proteins and the nucleic acids together instead of one before the other. That's my theory anyway. So yeah, basically I'm saying that cavitation from impact of the asteroids and the comets was happening at such a tremendous scale that you couldn't get away from cavitation in the oceans for a solid billion years right at the beginning, and life formed during the primordial bombardment, not afterwards. Okay, so I think that the theory is really strengthened dramatically by discovering the 0 point produced fusion. It goes hand in hand with the origin of life, and I think that when you look at the reach that cavitation has, it begins to kind of make sense, and one theory supports the other pretty strongly, in my opinion. So I just figured I'd throw that out there, that there's some support in Mother Nature for what's going on, that the LeClaire effect does happen in Mother Nature under the right conditions. Next slide, please.
Summary.
All right, so bottom line is that this thing produced a tremendous amount of hot water when we did the thermal experiment, the 2009 experiment. Yeah, I put out 2,900 watts of hot water and only 840 watts required to produce that. So 3.5 times more energy out than in. Not too bad for the first go around. And now I also have my theory, which helps me explain all of this. And I just want to point out that if my theory were too far off from reality, it never would have allowed me to scale up to these types of effects in the first place. So, either the theory is, basic tenets of it are correct, or the bulk of it is. I mean, I know there's a crystal and I know that it's accelerating. We could probably argue all day long about what's actually causing the acceleration, but that much I feel certain about. And I also think that, the LeClaire effect is really the basis for most of the positive results that they've been seeing in low energy nuclear reactions, and that, this is why we're able to get it with various materials, because I don't really think it really depends on the material that much. It doesn't matter if there's palladium or nickel or anything else. I was able to achieve the LeClaire effect in glass, in wood. I mean, it really doesn't matter what the substrate is. It occurs just in pure water itself. In fact, one of the most powerful experiments I did with radioactive release didn't involve any core at all. It was just sending aimed reentrant jets through the water. So, it's able to produce fusion very robustly under all different types of conditions and with different substrates. And then, of course, lastly, I think the crystallized cavitation reentrant jet really is the missing link, and that, it explains how we all got here. So kind of strange to think that ColdFusion and origin of life are linked, but they certainly are. And that's pretty much it. I thank you.
Yeah. Now, Mark, because we overran our time, we're going to take the questions at the panel discussion tonight, and Mark's going to Skype back in for that. Thank you so much, Mark. That was a terrific presentation.
Thank you.
And thank you. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for, hey, Machine Live, good to see you. So I'm going to be playing one last, because that was mostly the LeClaire and LeClaire effect, where did just phenomenal job of the cavitation explanation. But I was more going towards actually, you know what? I'm gonna lastly do this Angkor Wat one. Machine Live, thanks for letting me test it out on your channel last night. And I'll play it in full because there's just some fascinating aspects of Angkor Wat. And in the earlier presentation of the FESIG, he was explaining how Angkor Wat has these islands, floating island temples that also have that rotate, and that it's all super advanced megalithic hydraulics that are thousands of years old that still function to this day. And yeah, so we didn't get to play the full thing last night on Machine Lives, but we played a bit of it. So let's end this part here too. Massive mural that every single day at sunset, sunrise, and noon, the shadow depicts on one specific individual along the until it hits the solstices or in the equinox in the middle, just still functioning solar calendar to this day. Why don't we build architecture like that anymore? Literally every single house or at least public square or building, and lots of the old ones might actually have it incorporated. I do believe the 3 arches and then the other layers of arches in those old cathedrals and buildings could be active solar calendars. But we'll get more into that after playing this. Angkor Wat, ancient hydraulic city using advanced technology. And does it not look like just the most macro terraformed macro processor, like computing large scale, like the microchips of today, only macro chips of back then?
The Angkor Wat temple complex in Cambodia might be the most astonishing ancient site on Earth. Covering an area of more than 400 acres, it is made up of something like 10 million stone blocks, intricately carved and stacked into temples, terraces, and galleries. For comparison, Angkor Wat covers 3 times the area of Vatican City and is made up of more than 4 times as many blocks as the Great Pyramid of Giza. No wonder Angkor Wat's famous lotus bud towers adorn the Cambodian flag. Yet, for most of the second half of the 20th century, research at the site by those hoping to unravel its many mysteries was limited or prevented altogether by ongoing conflict and civil war in the country. In fact, it was not until the 21st century that large-scale research resumed at the site. But when it did, what began to emerge was a mystery far greater than anyone had imagined. In 1860, a French explorer by the name of Henri Mou was traveling through the uncharted interior regions of Cambodia, collecting samples and recording observations about a place which, to that point, was almost totally unknown in the West. One day, Mou noticed a rare butterfly fluttering in the air. He began to chase after it, not noticing in his excitement that his pursuit was taking him deeper and deeper into the jungle, away from his traveling party. In short order, Mou was lost. Panicking, he began to hack through vines and overgrown foliage with a machete, desperate to find his way back to his party. Suddenly, the jungle opened in front of him to reveal a clearing, and standing before Mou was the most amazing thing he'd ever seen in his life. An enormous stone structure stretching in all directions and reaching up to the sky. A massive complex overgrown with jungle, abandoned for who knows how long. Standing before him was the long-lost Angkor Wat. Today, this is the story which is told of a lone explorer accidentally stumbling across the great ruins of Angkor Wat, a sort of Indiana Jones-like figure uncovering a secret long lost deep in the jungle. Of course, this story is not, strictly speaking, true. While Mou did visit Angkor Wat in 1860, the site was not long lost. Though it had been abandoned for centuries, it was known about by locals and still occasionally used by fishermen, farmers, and monks. In fact, Mou was not even the first European to have laid eyes on the site. In 1589, nearly 3 centuries before Mou made his visit, a Portuguese friar named Antonio de Madalena was taken to Angkor Wat during his travels in Cambodia, famously writing an account which read, Angkor Wat is of such extraordinary construction that it is not possible to describe it with a pen, particularly since it is like no other building in the world. It has towers and decoration and all the refinements which the human genius can conceive of. While this account did not gain widespread popularity in Europe at the time, Mu came across it centuries later, at exactly the moment he was becoming inspired by emerging European accounts of exploration in Southeast Asia, a mysterious region which to that point was known to Europeans as simply beyond India. In fact, so inspired was Mu that he decided to leave his comfortable life and hop on a ship to the other side of the world. On April 27, 1858, the 31-year-old Mu set sail from London to Bangkok, where he would begin an expedition into the remote interior regions of mainland Southeast Asia. For 3 years, he explored territories uncharted by Europeans, traveling with local guides by fishing boat, on horses or oxen carts, or even elephants, and many times walking through the jungle on foot, sleeping each night in a hammock strung between 2 trees. All the while, he meticulously recorded notes and observations on everything he came across, the places, people, animals, and plants. It was in 1860 that Mu was finally taken by his guides to Angkor Wat. No, it was not an accident that he arrived there. He was not chasing a butterfly through the jungle, and the sight was not long lost. Yet, this did not make the sight any less astonishing to Mu. In his notes, he wrote of the first moment he laid eyes on the complex. Angkor Wat presents itself to the eye of the traveler, making him forget all the fatigues of the journey, filling him with admiration and delight.
Just pausing it here to interject how that the indigenous people were able to hide this macro structure that was both reclaimed by nature to a large degree, but also still inhabited by local monks and the indigenous. That there's just like Petra Jordan wasn't allowed to be discovered by the official quote-unquote white man, and this the same case here, and just the world in general, that there's still so many of these actual ancient advanced higher dimensional remaining macro city civilization survivors that are possibly still partly inhabited or subterraneanly inhabited to this day by potential what you would call interdimensional or higher dimensional or possibly even lower dimensional beings, entities, technologies, possible demigods even, but who knows, like the lots of indigenous, the most respected knowledge, wisdom keeper elders and their sacred stories of the different ages of epochs of sun, man, going under, giants, titans, the ant people, the reptoids, the reptilian, the naga, and so forth, as well as like the greys, UFO UAPs now officially acknowledged and being investigated, and laws being passed to force disclosure into investigating off-world technologies in the U.S. Senate, the Congress also passing, investigating it, Pentagon fully acknowledging that they're all real and that they are not theirs. It's starting to be fully acknowledged that for 60 years, along all of the nuclear missile sites, that the UFO UAPs would appear oftentimes right before, like supposedly days before the construction of the silos of the nuclear missile places were being built. Started like the groundbreaking that apparently the UFOs started arriving there just a couple days prior, just to like let us know, hey, we know you're starting this. Just to prove it, we got here a couple days early. Now we're watching you all do it. And then as soon as like some different points, once they were upbuilt and established, they jacked control of them and like interfered with them and all this different stuff supposedly. And now supposedly this is part of this disclosure that is coming out with this new guy that is official, the whistleblower or whatever his name is. And it's very, very fascinating stuff that, like, obviously everything with a grain of salt and like Project Bluebeam, this and that. And then, it's separate than Stephen Greer's disclosure project, which seems pretty decent initiative and good for bless your soul, Bob, John, hugely appreciated. India, shout out to Holistic Media. Thank you, India, as well, for your generosity and support today. Everything helps all of you. FGraph joining the monthly memberships, also appreciated. And so that is actually one thing I will, now that I've got things paused for a second, I will quickly mention the monthly memberships, both on BurnEye, Mind's Third Eye, ScienceGuy channel, as well as Crypto Alchemist channel, both activated. And now what I'm going to be doing, just it's a good way for monthly income that for $5 a month or whatever I think it is for just the one that I've created for the Crypto Alchemist, or there's a couple different tiers in the BurnEye, Mind's Third Eye, ScienceGuy one. That all said, where now when I'm doing lots of the different videos as well as lots of the shorts, I will make it, there's new options to let them premiere in members only a day or two in advance. So for all the ones that aren't time sensitive sort of thing, that I will be, if you're a member, that's an extra bonus. You'll get to see them at least hours always, if not days in advance. But if they're time sensitive, it's members get to see it an hour to 3 hours before it goes fully public, or sometimes as soon as I'm done, it goes into members, and then it debuts days or a week later on the different channels as I get more organized. We're going to be doing scheduled finally Science of Sound upcoming weekend, as well as the next APEC conference. I also have on this topic here instead with alien scientist, aka Jeremy Reese, who was wonderful and joined us on the last episode, but that the UAP, UFO, and incredible testimony from Pentagon on UAPs, UFOs, House Intelligent Hearing highlights. So this one channel, it's the highlights it's playing 24 hours, been streaming, I think, for 16 days straight now. But it's, I think, an hour long, maybe 2 hour long clip of very, very, very insightful, actual, like, real questions, and like him interrogation and investigation into the Pentagon, the army, and the government being like, so what the fuck's actually going on, and why do we give you tens of trillions of dollars that go missing, and you can't even tell us what the fuck these things are. Pardon my language, or my French. Speaking of French, France, Paris, cry à terre and pray for Paris, burning a 6th or 7th day in a row now. What Cecil over at Shock Body Outline, shout out to the Drew World Order, Cecil, a member of the DWO, dubbed George Floyd 2.0 for Paris and France, and apparently these essentially are sadly and horrifically and tragically seem to be a race-based riots, organized crime, anarchy waves that seem to also have been hijacked by nefarious leaders and directly trying to create that racial division and two clashing societies and peoples, and try to turn it into full-on war and bloodshed, which is absolutely horrendous, horrible, and needs to be prevented and stopped at all costs. We cannot be a fucking self-fulfilling prophecy. Okay, this is the rant of the preventing the fucking apocalypse. All right, we are so close to World War III right now, people. This is a reality check warning. Okay, listen up. The Morals and Dogma of Albert Pike. In it, he writes the First World War, the Second World War, and how the Third World War was going and is going to happen. And in it was written before World War I happened and before World War II happened, both of which were perfectly plotted out and according to the plot of Albert Pike's Morals and Dogma, which is very scary, and that it said 100 years later, World War III should be released upon the world of a destruction of the Islam versus the, I believe it's Jew and Christian, to bring in a one world satanic or Luciferian order, was the claim, and that these migrant Islam versus Christian, East versus West, and Ukraine Nazism extremist on the Russian people, and this if you don't understand what's happening, Ukraine was supposed to, it negotiated with Russia the first week or first month of the Russia's original invasion, and that what provoked Russia was the fact that it was a civil war between the Eastern, more European, or sorry, the Western, more Polish European population versus the Eastern 100% ethnic Russian and culturally Russian and straight Russian population that originally made up 52% overall majority of the overall Ukrainian population before the coup d'etat that happened in 2014. Coincidentally, the exact same time that Putin's crowning jewel of the Olympics in Sochi was supposed to be world peace, celebrating a new era. And at that exact same time, somehow, all of a sudden, this ridiculous coup d'etat happened. And yeah, I'm not gonna go into much more into the geopolitics, but reality check. We need to get away from the World War III. I forget how this. Oh yeah, the Albert Pike, the Paris, these riots. That just it can't. It seems to be Soros funded, and that Soros and the Rothschildians most likely. This is all speculation in, the virtual role-playing game that is not reality, that is this metaverse, sponsoring these illegal migrants and invasion and cultural clash and division and conflict against each other, both leading, Washington, London, Rome, the NATO West to first cause civil wars and then bomb with these of the refugees flee because we destroyed their land and homes. And yeah, I am now just gonna end that reality check that we don't want World War III and that everybody needs to protest war. There's at least in Canada, there's an option on your taxes. There's in one little box you check that says that your taxes cannot be spent on weapons or military or anything of the sort. And that, that's just one way to make sure that, at least your portion of your income that gets stolen by this authoritarian government does not go to killing people on the other side of the world. And yeah, but my rant is now over. Pray and work for world peace daily. That is the theme, the dream, and the way to be. So yeah, this guy right here, this whole topic, the Senate, the UAP, UFOs, we're going in depth with Jeremy Reese, the alien scientist, very, very soon, and the whole APEC crew. But until then, we have much more to cover, and I will get back to Kuala Lumpur. After Kuala Lumpur finishes, then I shall finally open things up with the panel, and I believe we have the Tao of Frankie joining, hopefully Terran Earthling as well, and a few more special surprise guests that will be coming, and a day of real science. Be going in depth, covering and reviewing several different well-established agricultural farming channels, do-it-yourself farming channels, that have been experimenting and trying out different methods of electroculture this year and seeing what each of their different testimonials and results have been so far in the season. And that's real science. Get the evidence, compare the results and tally it up, and then make sense of it all. And let's tally up another macro ancient, not out of place artifact, although I'm sure there's probably thousands, if not millions, of out of place artifacts buried around the entire Angkor Wat macro site. It's an out of place architecture, and it's in the center of Cambodia. It's terraformed a massive amount of area, looking like from the sky absolutely giant computer chip processors. And what we have operating all of our highest technology in the microchip aspects today, and is the next level the qubit, aka quantum bit, or aka the magic mystery unit of the Egyptians? Is it one and the same? And is the qubit the missing language of the Tower of Babel? I don't know. But that's a topic for another day. We shall continue with Angkor Wat.
Light, such as would be experienced on finding a verdant oasis in the sandy desert. Suddenly, and as if by enchantment, he seems to be transported from barbarism to civilization, from profound darkness to light. Of the central temple, with its lotus bud towers, he wrote, "One of these temples, a rival to that of Solomon, and erected by some ancient Michelangelo, might take an honorable place beside our most beautiful buildings. It is grander than anything left to us by Greece or Rome." As he began to explore the site, he marveled at the craftsmanship, writing, "What strikes the observer with not less admiration than the grandeur, regularity, and beauty of these majestic buildings is the immense size and prodigious number of the blocks of stone of which they are constructed. What means of transport, what a multitude of workmen must this have required! The stones are everywhere, fitted together in so perfect a manner that you can scarcely see where are the joinings. There is neither sign of mortar nor mark of the chisel, the surface being as polished as marble." But who, Mu wondered, had built this incredible complex? His curiosity poured out in his notes. Was this incomparable edifice the work of a single genius who conceived the idea and watched over the execution of it? One is tempted to think so, for no part of it is deficient, faulty, or inconsistent. To what epoch does it owe its origin? As before remarked, neither tradition nor written inscriptions furnish any certain information upon this point. Over the course of months, Mu constructed detailed notes on the site, which no European, not even Madalena, had previously done, recording in both writings and drawings its layout and architectural features, from the terraces and causeways, to the porticos and galleries, to the incredible carvings which covered the whole site. Though he would die in 1861 of a fever while still on his travels, Mu's incredible and intricate recordings on Angkor Wat would inspire archaeologists from across Europe and all around the world to travel to Cambodia and explore the mysterious site for themselves. While he did not rediscover it, as the popular story goes, Mu's work at Angkor Wat would stimulate mainstream study of the site. And from the very start, what this research uncovered was astonishing. As archaeologists flooded to Angkor Wat in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, they quickly realized that what they were dealing with was no less than the largest religious complex in the world. Far more than just its seminal lotus bud towers, which rose 200 feet above the surrounding landscape, Angkor Wat was an entire complex covering an area of more than 400 acres, the size of 300 American football fields, and surrounded by a moat stretching nearly a mile by 3/4 of a mile. Within this complex were numerous smaller temples, alongside cross-shaped terraces and connected galleries. massive pillars and statues, all covered with unbelievable stone carvings depicting scenes from Hindu mythology, the conquests of an empire, and the natural world. Together, the complex had been constructed from something like 10 million individual stone blocks weighing up to 1.5 tons each, brought to the site from a quarry some 25 miles to the northeast. The more researchers looked, the more incredible details they found, including a surprising level of advanced architectural understanding, which had allowed Angkor Wat to remain standing for centuries. The massive moat, for one, was not just a barrier protecting the complex, but an architectural feature specifically designed to reduce the pressure pushing outwards from the enormous accumulation of stone. Without this moat, Angkor Wat would have collapsed many years ago. Moreover, in the jungle region where Angkor Wat was built, the ground swells and shrinks yearly during flood and drought seasons. To combat this, Angkor Wat's builders diverted water to alter the underground water table and the composition of the earth beneath.
All right, we're joined with the Tao of Frankie. Good day, Frankie. And Bob John, much love, brother. Thank you so much for your generosity and support. Same with shout out to you as well. Holistic Media India. Thank you for your generosity and support. Terran Earthling, the machine lies. Two legends lurking in the chat as Daniel Foster and Tartarian Truth also, and Old World Florida. All of you, if you'd like to join, as soon as this video is done, I will open it up for live chat or panel, and I'll keep it going the entire time on the BurnEye channel. And what I'm also going to do is I'm going to end it when we open up the panel on the Crypto Alchemist current stream, but I'm then going to immediately restart it again as the panel as a new stream on Crypto Alchemist and relaunch it and see if that actually helps in the algorithms having a second different one. Regardless, it's a whole new video for everyone in the panel. But look at this here, and like that temple, those are massive fractal antenna arrays. Like they're ridiculous. And I'm going to shut up and finally let this other 20 minutes of this play, because I really hope the title of the hydraulic city and advanced technology gets explained in this, because it mind blown earlier when I found out that it still has operational island temples that are floating islands that also rotate along with they move with like the sun, and I think it's the equinox solstice that they didn't get the full on it. Do you know what I'm talking about, Frankie? Did you catch it on the first parts?
No, I did not. I can't wait to see that.
All right.
Let me bring up something really quick. Just an idea. You know how the plasma channel guy says that, well, he puts the dude puts a hairdryer in distilled water and it just doesn't do anything, and he puts his hand in.
Yeah.
So it seems to me that rainwater would deactivate these buildings. So what if we took these obelisks?
Depending on the environment and also with the air possible pollutants, like first you have dust, but secondly you have possible acid rain. Now you have spraying, you have chemicals, you have all sorts of different possibilities. And you just reminded me of an article on I think it was RT that published it, but no, it was Zero Hedge. Zero Hedge. That it was the EU or some government in the world complaining to the UN about countries using geoengineering irresponsibly, and that they were releasing these nano metal materials in high up in the atmosphere stratosphere to reflect light and sun, and that it actually creates all sorts of other different effects that fuck up the other side of the world, and that it was officially brought up in the UN by an official EU country. And HVAC, HVAC Alex, bless your soul. Thank you again for the continued support and generosity twice now. And we have been going for a full 7 hours. So this is one heck of a marathon stream, and thus why it's going to be essential to cut it off and restart it on Crypto Alchemist, but it's going to just keep on going on BurnEye. I'm going to put it back, and let's learn about macro terraformed, super advanced yet and giant like size, hidden from the West until they I guess pretty much had to show it off or expose it.
Speaking of hydraulics, the Great Pyramid, the King's Chamber, the floor is not attached to the walls like it's an elevator. Kind of weird, right? Think if you were to fill these things with salt water.
I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about, actually. Yes, yeah. Like it's insulated as like from like essentially gyroscopically, but through it's
weird. I just think these obelisks, if you fill them with salt water, it's conductive. It's gonna become a real antenna like metal.
Well, and salt water especially. And if you have half salt and half fresh going, then that's an even bigger dielectric between the two. But salt water straight up is an electric or electrolyte and conducts electricity exponentially.
Right. And Bernie, would you say that the MonoAtomics are a superconductor? Meaning, I've heard that maybe 100%. Before.
Yes,
so, which is the ultimate conductor of electricity with no heat, no resistance. So, what if you filled it with monoatomic colloidal silver and gold water? Maybe they did. Maybe these things are all still active. If we just revamp them. I don't know. We could do it. There's an obelisk where I live in Savannah.
You're right on the mark with that, brother. And continue that thought here. I'm just going to pull up some corresponding pictures, examples of some sites that could potentially still be active doing exactly that. Let's see, it's OOP art or OOP art, the out of place architecture. This thing, hold on, is it, here we go, wrong one. Gotta go to, what? Why didn't it open? There it is. It's just super slow. I'm running a potato. Is it? Pow! We have power. Look at this baby. And look at these ridiculous, oh my God, it was just a thumbnail. My apologies. How about this one? Actually still covered in gold. Probably still has mercury up in top here. And that is a fractal ray antenna waveguide going into the dome generators. Look at that thing, and it's still pure gold. This thing is just too insane. We're gonna have to do several episodes just breaking these babies down. Well, that's a little bit too woo-woo for today. What the freaking heck was that? Is that real? I just noticed that. No, that's got to be from a movie. I think that's from a movie. Use you always discernment always, right? But this ancient sketch, I think a lithograph maybe, supposedly something that was between a drawing and a picture. Look at this thing. It is a multi-step fractal pyramid, but also these, what are they, stupas, or I forget what they're called, but it's nuts. It's insane. It's a macro instead of indented satellite, it's like outdented Earthlight maybe. My apologies for the ones that are sadly thumbnails and not the full high-res pictures. Just literally days upon days of work going through the tens of thousands of images and photos and organizing them and trying to find the high qualities and getting rid of the low ones. Look at so 1, 2, 3, 4 megalithic, and the size of the people to those elephants that carved. Those well documented. Oh, that's going woo woo. Shout out to Paul Cook. Hopefully, he did not get abducted by reptilians in Malta today. True story. Legend of Hyphosogium. This spot we're looking at right now. That is several stories of carved out underground caves that somehow amplify exponentially sound from one room to another to another to another as it carries on, and then has underground tunnels below them that were sealed off in, I believe, 1928 when 50 missing school children and their teachers and their guides were down exploring the caves below this, and were the worst legend of it was that the rope was cut, like just clean cut, that was like the safety rope, and that for a week or weeks that apparently the kids' screams were being heard throughout the city or town of Malta. It said, is Malta an actual town on the island of Malta? Wherever the Sophiagium or Hyphogium is, and that there was also a story that there was black hooded like priests or something, a procession of 3 of them or something, that the tourist group came upon, and that they like took off their hoods and like they had elongated skulls and they like shrieked or something like that. And then like I guess the legend goes that it like they took control of the kids, was like that another one of the stories. And then there's the stories of the reptilians also occupying below these in these underground tunnel caverns and cave cities that are documented to be in the legitimate minimum 7,000 years, more likely tens to 20s thousands of years, if not much older, and that they are pre-cataclysm, and that this spot right here, the Hypogeum, 30,000 humanoid or hominid skeletons originally discovered and removed from this site, this like actual room right here, when it was first found and excavated, and why was there 30,000 skeletons of humans in there, and was that where the elongated reptilian people dispose of some of their human victims? All just conjecture in your next RPG metaverse video game, of course. Shout out Paul Cook 14 hours ago in Malta, in one of the main Starfort, the three cities or whatever the heck. He did a live where he found a new, not boarded up, not covered up entrance, and that it was staircases way down in, and that he himself had just been reading the actual others' accounts of the reptilian reportings of the underground reptoids in Malta before going in, and seems legitimately a little freaked out. And, well, he went in. Of course, it lost signal about 1 or 2 turns into the cave, but you saw it went down a whole way. Nothing from him since. Hopefully he is okay and, comes out with an epic video, or that if he did get murdered, eaten, and abducted by reptilians, that his GoPro somehow surfaces and that we will at least see Paul get eaten by a reptilian. Disclosure can finally happen through Paul. He can be the ultimate disclosure martyr for Maltese reptilians. That's worst case scenario. Hopefully, instead, he just catches a couple of them on camera. They rough him up a bit. He escapes. We get the footage. I don't know. Let's continue. I got way off topic there. What was I originally trying to show? There's just so much. The out of place artifacts, the macro structures. That's what we were going for. The macro circuits and the still working. Shout out Praveen Mohan, who's also covered Angkor Wat. He's actually gone on site there several times, made actually world first discoveries of the places. So these are just absolutely nuts. What do they actually function as? Look like very complex machines. As does this. As does this. And these are the ones that could still be working and being run today by the royal families, and maybe still true knowledge, esoteric occult wisdoms of the ascended masters and of spiritually pure bloodlines. And in Burma, aka Myanmar, I believe is where this one exists. Maybe it was Laos, but I'm pretty sure it's Burma. Most of Myanmar / Burma's have like the craziest of all of the still covered functioning gold temples and cathedral ruins. As does actually Russia. Ukraine did up until the war starting in 2014. Like, oh, is this Egypt? No, that's Tibet. Looks pretty similar. Also looks very similar to Bolivia, Peru. I love this. So, for those that say mountains and mounds aren't pyramids, this is the 1900 photo of Mexico City, Teotihuacan, Pyramid of the Sun. Here it is, 2022, dug out. And yes, it is a full-on pyramid, like the vast majority of them. Here's Iran, another. So this one in Iran, also this old world looking like these macro processor circuit board computer style layout builds. And that is what I was trying to talk about, tying it all back to ain't volcanoes cool.
Wow. Bernie, do you have any news on Dutch? Did the lizard people get him?
No, they definitely did not. We're going to be talking again very soon. Don't you worry about that. It shall happen when it happens, and when it goes live, it will be amazing. Look at this. Just these things here, like I could just imagine the plasma, and during misty lightning storms, possibly. They have functions. Cathedral or cathode rod, and workshop or worship. No, workshop of the cathode drill. Much love, Joe. Cool. It did. Thank you. Canada Day was excellent, and wishing all my American brothers, sisters, and self-identifying porpoises and dolphins out there a happy 4th of July Independence Day tomorrow. And on that note, we shall all I still want it. Here we go. Look at this. That is still gold. That thing could still be functioning. That looks like an inversed giant satellite dish, but also an antenna array, but also a bell, a giant golden bell. That's a lot of macro technology, energy harvesting all at once. Even just the morning dew rolling off of. See, look at this. That is gold. Frankie, you're missing out here, bud. All gold. And here's the thing. If you don't know physics and engineering, electrical engineering, antennas, and specifically fractal array antennas, where it is able to keep the electrical charge or the field or something, you have to have a segment and then a full circle around in the other 90-degree angle to it, and then another rod up connecting, and then the other circle and another. So basically each one of these rings is that, and it's multiplying the energy and the electrical differential that it is harvesting going up into the atmosphere, pulling that electrical energy and differential down into the ground, while also exponentially increasing it through the giant bell resonator dome. And again, you have your concentric ring circles with that fractal array antenna passing that electric charge down more and more and more on a larger scale, full gold. And I even would speculate that in misty, rainy, dew-driven mornings, or the ocean, especially ocean sea breezes with some salt, the dew coming up, collecting on this and running down would create even more of electrical differential and charge going in and out of these things.
And if you were to play a pipe organ or some instrument inside of there, could become a transmitting antenna.
Oh, yeah. Good point. Very good point.
There's some famous alchemist who said that the secrets are hidden right in the cathedrals. Maybe they're the windows.
alchemy of the
They're the windows in when you play these organs, especially a bunch of different notes. Well, these windows are they're gonna act as an antenna. So like maybe even a light antenna.
They are
that's way beyond my realm, but
as well. You are correct on that.
Yeah. I'd like to hear what the other guys think about that. I don't even understand how you would measure light frequencies.
It's sound frequencies through the cymatics, and it's a 2D image of a 3-dimensional sound wave cymatic that are in those cathedral waves. As for the sound, how you measure sound or light, is through color and the color spectrums, and that is what fiber optics essentially is, and fiber optic data transfer is through and deciphering color and light waves. But yes, I would absolutely love to hear Jeremiah and Jeremy's takes on that. And now that I have gotten way off of course here, let's finally...
Sorry.
Yeah, just as much mine. See, still gold. Look at these Orthodox cathedrals too. All right, that was super woo. We're finishing off with this one. Look at all that gold still on there. Gold being the ultimate electrical conductor, and just wow. And these are the ones that there's some videos of them like being all charged up and like some plasma arcing at the tops of them. I've seen a couple legit videos of. Okay, so we stop that, and then we get back to Cambodia, which is right next to all of those, and everything I was just showing also exists.
Beneath the complex to prevent it from sinking under its own weight, so it would effectively float on a changing foundation and stay standing for centuries. At the same time as researchers were uncovering the incredible features of what Angkor Wat was, they were working to construct its history. Using carbon dating, archaeological analysis, and a review of the area's rare surviving historical documents, they pointed to the Khmer Empire, which had arisen in the 9th century CE in Cambodia and grown over the course of centuries into the most powerful empire in the region. According to researchers, Angkor Wat was built by the Khmer King Suryadvarman II between 1113 and 1150 CE as a Hindu temple dedicated to Vishnu. From that point forward, Angkor Wat served as the physical and spiritual capital for the Khmers, the heart of a mighty empire, until gradually the empire declined for a variety of reasons and the site was abandoned, leaving Angkor Wat to be slowly swallowed by the jungle until Henri Mou's visit brought the archaeologists of the world to its doorstep. As this official explanation was put together, there were many who expressed skepticism. How, some wondered, could the Khmers have built Angkor Wat in only 37 years, as researchers were suggesting, without the aid of modern technology, when at the same time, Europe's great powers were taking centuries to build their famous cathedrals? One estimate concluded that if the Khmers had worked from sunrise to sunset every day for 37 years, they would have had to have quarried, transported, cut, and placed 1 ton of stone every minute, uninterrupted, for 37 years in order to complete the task. To many, this clearly seemed impossible. Elsewhere, others asked, if Angkor Wat was built by a great empire which spanned for thousands of miles and maintained power for centuries after building it, then why was it so unique in the region in both design and size? If the Khmer Empire had built Angkor Wat, would they not have copied its design elsewhere in their massive empire? Yet across Cambodia and neighboring countries, no other structure looks anything like Angkor Wat. Further, nothing else across the region compares to Angkor Wat in size. Would future Khmer rulers after Suryavarman II not have built bigger, greater complexes to establish their own power? By the mid-20th century, mainstream science had declared the case closed. Angkor Wat was a magnificent temple complex built by the Khmer Empire over the course of 37 years, some 900 years in the past. But for others, the mystery was just beginning. It was not until the 21st century, more than 150 years after Henri Mou first stimulated widespread interest in Angkor Wat, that the true depths of this mystery would finally be revealed. Since the emergence of the official explanation about the Khmer Empire and Angkor Wat, researchers have tried to learn more about the empire and the civilization it supported. Yet, for decades, they made almost no progress. The problem was that the area around Angkor Wat is remote and covered in dense jungle, making on-the-ground archaeological work almost impossible. Moreover, the area's historical records are virtually non-existent due to centuries of conflict which have destroyed archives and a hot, humid tropical climate which has long since deteriorated the palm leaves on which records were written on. But that all changed in 2012, thanks to archaeologists Damien Evans and Roland Fletcher. That year, the two men led a project which would use a type of advanced airborne scanning known as light detection and ranging, or LiDAR scanning, to see through the jungle around Angkor Wat. For weeks, teams took daily helicopter flights over hundreds of miles around the complex, using LiDAR to fire millions of laser pulses at the jungle below. Sensors in the helicopter would then pick up the reflection of the lasers from the jungle floor, allowing researchers to map the unique features of the terrain. What they found shocked them and sent the archaeological world into a frenzy. Angkor Wat was not originally located in the middle of a jungle, as it is today, but rather sat in the center of a huge, low-density urban area. There, hidden beneath the jungle, were the remains of a massive network of roads, residential areas, and shrines, canals, and dried-out ponds, alongside thousands of rice fields surrounded by low, narrow banks. In fact, the network stretched for more than 600 square miles, making the urban area, the words of National Geographic, the size of modern-day Los Angeles, no less than the largest settlement ever built in human history before the Industrial Revolution. Within this area, researchers concluded a population of nearly 1 million people would have lived. This was an astonishing find, a mind-blowing metropolis far beyond anything anyone had imagined had existed in the area. Damien Evans asserted that the research got data in only a few weeks, and yet, as LiDAR research continued, the details about this lost metropolis got even more staggering. In the 1950s and 60s, a French archaeologist named Bernard-Philippe Groslay used aerial archaeology to attempt to reconstruct the ancient water system of canals which surrounded Angkor Wat and fed its enormous moat. His work revealed a system of such complexity that Groslay dubbed Angkor Wat the hydraulic city. But it was not until Evans and Fletcher came along in 2012 that the full mind-blowing scope of this water system became clear. Using LiDAR, they mapped the water system across the entire Angkor Wat urban area. Incredibly, researchers mapped extensive hydrological systems which managed, stored, and dispersed.
Temporary paused it. Just look at the amount of terraforming, macro terraforming, and that this was all under the ground, that they're just like recreating and starting to dig out. And Angkor Wat is only 1% of this overall site, and the 98% of it is reclaimed and covered by jungle and dirt and needs to be excavated.
First water from 3 separate rivers and a nearby lake across the entire urban area. It was a system of unfathomable magnitude and ability. Rivers and creeks had been dredged and straightened into canals and channels more than 10 miles in length and 130 to 200 feet wide, while a vast system of dikes spanning hundreds of miles diverted water where it was needed. Huge reservoirs called barrays, the largest of which was 5 miles long, were created to store water, and a vast network of walled fields was constructed for flooded rice agriculture. With this water system, a landscape of sloping rice terraces was created with an independent water supply, which would have insulated the urban area from droughts. But it was more than that. The water system had clearly been built to provide a transport system across the urban area, as well as a domestic water supply for sanitation. Additionally, the water system included numerous ponds and channels filled with fish, a further source of food for the population within the city. Truly, Angkor Wat was an advanced ancient hydraulic city, one which went far beyond anything Grosslier had originally imagined, a water system totally unique anywhere on Earth. And yet, even this was not the most mind-boggling thing researchers discovered about Angkor Wat. While researchers like Evans and Fletcher were looking closer at the region around Angkor Wat, revealing the secrets of a massive urban area, at the same time, others were looking for secrets within the Angkor Wat complex itself. As this took place, findings began to emerge which showed that Angkor Wat had been constructed with shockingly detailed astronomical and cosmological considerations. To begin, the entire temple complex had been constructed to represent the universe in Hindu cosmology. At the center of this universe is the cosmic mountain of Meru, represented by Angkor Wat's central and tallest lotus bud tower. The enclosure wall around the main temple represented the mountains at the edge of the world, while the moat represented the cosmic sea from which life began. In this way, anyone entering Angkor Wat would go through a terrestrial version of the sacred progression to enlightenment in Hindu mythology. From crossing the cosmic sea, the starting point of one's journey to enlightenment, through obstacles one must overcome in the sacred mountains, finally to Mount Meru and the achievement of enlightenment. It is an amazing thing to create the heavens on earth using millions of tons of stone. But it was not just Hindu cosmology which made its way into the construction of Angkor Wat. There were a number of advanced astronomical details as well. Visitors realized that if they were standing at the entrance to the complex, the sun would rise perfectly over the central lotus bud tower on the equinox. But indeed, it went much further than that. Perhaps the most famous piece of art in the entire Angkor Wat complex is an enormous 160-foot-long carving which depicts the Hindu story of the churning of the ocean of milk from the Mahabharata. In the carving, there are 88 gods and 91 demons, all life-sized, pulling at a rope attached to a central churning pivot with Vishnu sitting in the center. On its own, it is an amazing piece of art. But archaeologists like Eleanor Monica have pointed out that the carving and its placement within the complex were not an accident. Rather, the carving was situated to act as a sort of giant calendar, counting the days between winter and summer solstices. The churning pivot in the middle of the carving, where Vishnu sits, represents the spring equinox, while 91 demons to one side represent the 91 days from equinox to winter solstice, and the 88 gods on the other represent the 88 days from equinox to summer solstice. As the sun moved across it, the carving would effectively count the days of the year. Similar to what they did with Hindu cosmology, the builders of Angkor Wat also inserted references to the movements of the sun and moon directly into the measurements of the complex. Consider the central tower's topmost elevation has external axial dimensions of 189 cubits east-west and 176.37 cubits north-south. Add these two numbers together and you get 365.37, almost the exact length of a solar year. Moreover, the central tower of Angkor Wat has 9 inner chambers, each with a total dimension of 27 cubits in the north-south direction and 28 cubits east-west. Why is this important? Because the moon's orbit takes 27 days, during which time it will appear to move through 27 successive regions of the sky. In Hindu cosmology, these regions are called lunar mansions, and depending on context, there can be either 27 or 28. In other words, while the top of the central tower reflects the orbit of the sun, the chambers beneath reflect the orbit of the moon. Put simply, between cosmological and astronomical implications, the entire Angkor Wat complex was built to be an expression of the greater celestial order. While many ancient sites have similar characteristics, rarely are so many seen in one place with such detail. Was the Khmer Empire really this far ahead of what historians imagined was possible? There is another thing. One final detail about Angkor Wat's alignment, which must be mentioned. It has been shown that all the buildings in the Angkor Wat complex are perfectly aligned to the 4 cardinal points on the compass with a GPS level of precision. If Angkor Wat was built by the Khmer Empire some 900 years ago, how could this have been possible? No compass in existence at that time would have allowed for such a level of precision. Take a step back and look at everything together about Angkor Wat we've discussed so far. The astonishing level of building using millions of stones. The advanced water system spanning the largest pre-industrial urban area on Earth. The detailed astronomical and cosmological precision in design and layout. It is clear that Angkor Wat is one of the most astonishing sights on Earth. But in fact, it is not only when you step back that things are astonishing, but indeed when you step closer. Since it first entered public consciousness in the 1860s, one of the things which has always amazed people most about Angkor Wat is its carvings. Simply, they're everywhere, on the walls and pillars, doors and ceilings, even on the outside of the buildings. Although Angkor Wat is the largest temple in the world, every inch of it is covered with carvings, even on places no one will even be looking at. Some of these carvings are huge, like the churning of the ocean of milk, while others are often so small that they can barely be seen unless one looks closely at their intricate detail. Throughout the complex, there are more carvings than one person could possibly hope to examine in a lifetime. But as different people have slowly started to look through these carvings more closely, they have begun to notice some which are extremely bizarre. One such person is independent researcher and noted YouTube personality, Praveen Mohan, who discovered more than one inexplicable carving during his research at Angkor Wat in 2021, in which he examined in person every inch of the temple. As expected, he found that carvings were everywhere, even outside of the temple, in places where people won't even see the carvings. But there was something even more astonishing. First, there was this carving to the sun god Surya, the personification of the sun in Hinduism. Below Surya, in the carving, are 9 figures representing the 9 planets of our solar system, including Pluto, and their orbit around the sun. It is a beautiful work of art. There is only one problem. Pluto wasn't officially discovered until 1930 and cannot be seen without a high-powered telescope. In fact, Neptune, the 8th planet in our solar system, was not discovered until the 1840s, while the 7th planet, Uranus, was only first noted in 1781, each many centuries after Angkor Wat was said to have been built. How could Angkor Wat's builders have known that there were 9 planets in orbit around the sun? Mohan suggested that an answer may be provided in a different carving, one which depicts an incredible scene centered around the god Indra and a 3-headed elephant called Aidavata. At the bottom of this carving is a man who appears to be watching the scene unfold through a telescope. He stands with a cylindrical device held to one eye, pressing his nose out of shape while the other eye is closed. Did the builders of Angkor Wat know there were 9 planets because they saw them through a telescope? Note that, according to the history books, the telescope was not invented until 1608, almost 500 years after we're told Angkor Wat was built. So how could this be possible? This was not all, though. Elsewhere, Mohan noted a carving which showed a figure riding an elephant with 4 tusks. While some wrote this off as a depiction of a mythical scene, Mohan and others have pointed out that 4-tusked elephants did actually exist 2 million years ago. And in fact, fossils of these 4-tusked elephants have been found in Southeast Asia, close to Cambodia. Could the builders of Angkor Wat have been aware of these animals long before fossils were officially discovered? And if so, how? Something even more bizarre was noticed by other researchers in the Temple of Angkor Thom, a smaller temple less than 2 miles from Angkor Wat, which was a part of the greater Angkor urban area. There, a carving appears to depict a Stegosaurus dinosaur. To put 4 tusks on an elephant, an animal people in the region were well aware of, is one thing. A dinosaur is quite another. How could the builders of Angkor Wat have known about such an ancient creature? As inexplicable carvings like these have increasingly been found, many have begun to ask questions. Is Angkor Wat really 900 years old, built by the Khmer Empire? And if so, where did they get all this advanced knowledge of building and hydraulics, of astronomy, of animals long extinct? Is it possible that the Khmer Empire did not build Angkor Wat at all? And if they didn't, then who did? Could a civilization predating the Khmer Empire have actually been the true builders? And if they were, where did they go? And what else did they know? In 1934, a team of archaeologists led by Jean Comey were conducting research in the main chamber of the central tower of Angkor Wat when they came across a well set into the foundation beneath a large statue of the Buddha. The statue was not an original build, but had been added by generations of Khmers after their empire converted to Buddhism, and it appeared to have been built to intentionally obscure the well. But why? Comey and his team slowly began to remove the centuries of debris which had filled the well, discovering as they did that it sunk far deeper into the ground than they'd imagined. At a depth of 50 feet, they ran into an underground water table which flooded the shaft, but they brought in water pumps and continued to excavate. They were glad they did when finally, at a depth just over 70 feet, they discovered a broken stone box blocking their path, with a strange circular cutout in the top. Within this cutout, they found 65 grams of gold leaf. What could this be, researchers wondered? Curious as it was, Comey and his team did not pursue the question any further. Instead, they completed their work and returned to Europe without recording any further details, while the box itself was mysteriously lost. As questions about the secrets of Angkor Wat began to emerge in modern times, some returned to look at the work of Comey more closely, asking questions and putting pieces together. At the top of the central tower of Angkor Wat, there is a hole which lets the sun shine through. Some have suggested that the process of the sun shining through the hole, down the shaft, and onto the box could have been part of some sort of solar energy device, the sun's rays interacting with the mysterious box to create and store energy. While at first the theory seemed far-fetched, its advocates pointed to an ancient account of Angkor Wat written long before Henri Mu, which appeared to provide evidence of how such a solar energy system could have worked. In 1296 CE, a Chinese diplomat named Zhou Daguan traveled to Angkor Wat during the peak of the Khmer Empire's power, where he stayed as a guest of the Khmer king for almost a year. While he was not the first person from China to visit the place, he was the first to provide a detailed account of the city and its people. Indeed, his seminal work, The Customs of Cambodia, is the only known written account from that time anywhere in the world. Within this account, something incredible is mentioned. As Zhou wrote, "In the center of the capital is a gold tower, flanked by 20 or so stone towers and 100 or so stone chambers." According to Zhou, the central lotus bud tower of Angkor Wat was made of or covered in gold. This jumped out to those speculating about a solar energy device at ancient Angkor. If there was some sort of solar energy device buried within the central tower of Angkor Wat, then there must have been a way to access this energy. Gold is one of the most electrically conductive materials on Earth. If, as Zhou suggests, the central tower was originally covered in gold, could this have to do with a projection of energy? Here, many connected Angkor Wat with the work of famed inventor Nikola Tesla, who, in the early 1900s, developed a device known as the Tesla Tower, which was topped by a large ball of conductive metal and designed to pump the energy of the Earth skyward, where it could be accessed by individual receptors around the world. Is it possible that Angkor Wat could have been doing something similar? Theories of an ancient electrical Angkor were only taken further in 2015, once again thanks to the LiDAR research of Damien Evans and Roland Fletcher. That year, it was revealed that beneath the grounds of the Angkor Wat complex were sprawling structures forming the shape of a giant spiral, some 5,000 feet long. As findings were compiled, Evans and Fletcher were dumbfounded. The giant spiral was unlike anything they'd ever seen before, and they had no idea what it could be. Fletcher called it the most striking discovery associated with Angkor Wat to date. While in their report, the two men wrote, "The huge, unique, and problematic structure of the rectilinear spirals has never previously been recognized or even predicted or supposed, and still defies explanation." Look closely at these spirals. Do they not look strangely electrical? Some are already asserting that these spirals must have been part of an ancient energy system, acting as some sort of power grid, storing and distributing energy. As more becomes known about the spirals in coming years, might they provide the proof of an ancient electrical Angkor? These are the types of questions which lead many to believe that the mystery of Angkor Wat might go much further than mainstream science is currently willing to accept, much further even than anyone imagined. Was Angkor Wat really built by the Khmer Empire 900 years ago? Or is it possible that the Khmers only discovered and used it? That in fact it was built long before them by some other advanced ancient builders? Note that when Zhou Daguan visited Angkor Wat in 1296, he was told by locals that the temple complex had been constructed by a divine architect in a single night. His visit took place less than 150 years after Angkor Wat was said to have been built by the same empire Zhou was visiting. If the Khmers had built it, would they not remember that they had? Would they not want to brag about their accomplishment to a foreign dignitary? Saying it was built by a divine builder sounds more like the explanation of a people who discovered a fantastic structure and needed a story for how it got there. Why say someone else built it unless someone else built it? More importantly, if someone other than the Khmers built it, who were they? Did they really know the secrets of not just astronomy and hydraulics, but perhaps of energy generation? Regardless of the answer to these questions, what is clear is this. Even within the official explanation, Angkor Wat is one of the most amazing sights anywhere on Earth, the remnants of a mighty empire and the heart of an advanced urban area constructed by a people with astonishing building skills and precise astronomical knowledge. But maybe it goes further than that. Maybe Angkor Wat was not only the home to the Khmer Empire, but an advanced ancient civilization long forgotten. To this day, research at Angkor Wat is ongoing. You're going to want to stay tuned to find out what might be found. But for now, if you want to further explore the idea of an advanced ancient civilization that predates those recorded by mainstream science and left behind incredible structures which are only now beginning to be understood, watch our video on Nan Madol, the ancient floating city built by giants. Once again, thank you for watching. Make sure to subscribe to our channel if you want to see more videos like this one. You can also click the notification button so you get updated when we post a new video.
Epic.
And that is a reminder for everybody to hit that bell for notifications. And hopefully it becomes
Bernie, your audio, excuse me, your audio might be fading out.
Oh, can you hear me now? Is it
That's way better?
Okay,
Way
it's
better.
reloaded. It cut out there. One computer crashed. The other froze for a minute.
And
Now
the
we're
Angkor
back.
Wat.
Oh,
Angkor Wat's on a ley line, of course. I just checked it.
a huge spot of them, right?
Yeah. Yes. Yes. It's like 100 feet away from a huge intersection of them. Yeah. Probably they move around like the magnetic North Pole, you know?
Oh, we got an echo.
We got an echo.
And now it is done. Sorry about that.
It wasn't me.
Esoteric Knight of Malta, welcome, brother. My Sherry Aunt Nolani, welcome. Brother, you might have to go digging for Paul if you got, well, actually, maybe just send in a drone for the GoPro if he did get taken by the reptilians. Hopefully he is alive. I say this jokingly, but with like the conspiracy paranoia in my heart that prays it is not true. And I don't know, it's creepy as F. There's lots of legends of reptilians in these underground caves of the world, and especially
They're
Malta.
not there. They were probably, right?
Exactly.
And Malta's right there by the pyramid too.
My Sherry, I noticed a few days ago that both of my accounts had been, and then I messaged Ben, and he was like, "Oh, I had no idea. Sorry," and fixed it and promptly put them both back. And yes, so it seemed to only be in effect for a couple of days. Someone shadow banned me, blocked me, but Ben restored it, and I've been able to comment again and participate as he does absolutely epic work. Shout out to the archivist analog Ben, whose birthday it was yesterday. And July 3rd today, July 4th tomorrow. July 17th is my birthday, so exactly 14 days from today, I am turning 38, 39, 39. Oh my God. How old am I? Jesus.
That's a good number.
No. 38. I think 38. Am I the same age as Paul? 85. Whatever 85 is. And posted the StreamYard link if anybody would like to join in the live. I posted on Crypto Alchemist channel in the live right now, and I will what we're gonna have to do, as we are at 8 hours, this marathon stream, 8 hours long right now, so I'm gonna end it on Crypto Alchemist, but I'm gonna continue it on the BurnEye channel. But also we are posting the link to join, so anyone that wants to join the panel can join in. Oh, happy birthday, Humble Be Wonderful, July 19th. Stacy Sunshine is Friday on 7/7. Happy birthday. We have a whole bunch of crabs in the house. It is a community of cancers.
On the 16th.
Right?
And happy super moon, by the way.
It's just crabs. The cancers are everywhere today in this chat, in this community. Okay, so I also am doing real alchemy. Yes, this one. You can see the aluminum zinc in the middle there starting to condense down. The one on the far left that Bender is staring straight through, it's completely collapsed down. What I'm going to do next is disconnect this giant jar from the 5-volt plug-in, that's power supply that I have going to it, and then remove this pure aluminum beam. Shout out to Ted, who donated me the scrap aluminum. Anyone with scrap copper, aluminum, stuff of the sorts, especially in Alberta or Western Canada in general, you want to ship some scraps, donate it. It's perfect for alchemy and building coils, or make them yourselves. That's why we're teaching it. So I'm going to set up a couple new reactions to make colloidal silver, because it is currently a full moon, or very close to the full moon. I think it's full moon right now. Is that correct? They're going to.
Yes, and it's a super moon.
Super moon and full moon. All right,
it's
so
a little bit closer to the Earth, they say, and bigger.
Boom! Look at that. So let's test it. We're doing real science and alchemy in the house right now. That we will set it back up for when we come back on the live on Crypto Alchemist. So it's going to be ending on Crypto Alchemist in 5 minutes here, but I've posted the link to join. The StreamYard link is in the Crypto Alchemist live chat right now. If anyone wants to join the panel before I restart it, because I will be restarting it, and we're going to keep this marathon stream to 11 hours on BurnEye. So there's 3 more hours of a panel to come. And yes, one more time. So continue watching on the BurnEye right now, so it doesn't cut out for you at all. Posted in the live chat. So, head on over, give an extra like and sub, and continue watching live, or on the Tao of Frankie. Also, Frankie's channel now streaming, and
thanks.
Oops, did I freeze again? I froze. And yes, here we go. Invite again. Anyone who would like to join the panel. And we need two. Very good. Getting there. Aha. Let's see. Is this one better? Yeah, I guess so. So, to finish it off, it was at 7 minutes 57 seconds or 57 minutes and 57 seconds, right as I saw that. We got 2 minutes left before I restart on Crypto Alchemist. So we'll catch you on the other side where alchemy gets done in the garden. Gonna do some watering and some hydrogen reactions and start to collect some gas for fuel. And that will be in the part 2.